This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Sanhok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I'm back in, I'm back on. Stand up like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari BIGETRON. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
हेलो गाइस, it's me सुविन कुमार प्रजापति र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्यापी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरी को इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट है और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से PUBG मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Hello everyone, I'm your host for today, Khairul, and I'm very excited for today as we are finally here on the final day of the 2023 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Spring Grand Finals. And before we start, there's a new suit in town. PUBG Mobile has released a brand new X-Suit Steigen Leech. It has a very powerful and fantastic emotes that you can check it out in game. And now, today is the day we crown our champions of SEA who will take the throne and glory back to their hometown. Do shout out to your favorite teams in the comment section. But for now, let's interview some teams. And on my right side, we have a team from Malaysia and it's Yoodo Alliance. And I would love to invite Repo Boy to join us for the first interview session of the day, the IGL. The most important person in the team. Alright, so coming up to the last day of the Grand Finals, how do you feel about the game these past 2 days? Is there a big difference between the results and your expectations towards the team?
Untuk last day ni, kami rasa kami akan buat lagi baik lah untuk dengan sebelum 2 hari ni lah. So, last day ni kita orang akan buat terbaik lah.
Alright, so what he answered just now was they will do their best for this final day of the Grand Finals, better than the last few days, and maximum points for sure for Yoodo Alliance in the last 6 remaining games. So during match 4 yesterday, there was only 2 teams, Yoodo Alliance and Vampire Esports, remaining in the last circle, and it was a 1v3 situation for Adik Look or Kluk in the last match. So, and you guys managed to get a winner chicken in that match. Congratulations. So could you share with us what happened during that moment for your team?
Sebenarnya yang game keempat tu, yang masa kita orang chicken tu, kita orang tak expect pun boleh dapat chicken sebab tinggal adik seorang. Tapi kita orang terkejut sebenarnya sebab adik dapat clutch 4 orang. So kat situlah kita orang dapat chicken.
Alright, so what he answered just now was they were excited, they were shocked by the capability of Adik Look or Kluk to get the winner chicken dinner by his own hands to beat Vampire Esports to get their winner chicken dinner. So currently you guys are in the top 6. What do you think is the most important thing that your team need to improve to get the biggest chance to be in the top 3 by the end of the day?
Untuk last day ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang akan maximize point setiap game. And kita orang akan membanggakan nama Malaysia, insyaAllah.
Alright, so what he said was they will do their best, get maximum points from each game that they're going to play, and do their best for Malaysia, inshallah. May the win be with you guys. Alright, thank you so much, Repo Boy, for joining us for the first interview. Good luck, all the best for your upcoming matches. Alright, we're done interviewing the Malaysian team just now, which is Yoodo Alliance, and Repo Boy was the person that I interviewed just now. But behind me, there's a team from Vietnam, and it is Shine Like Diamond. As per usual, can we have Parajin, who you love to join us for the first interview of the day, and his interpreter as well. Looking handsome as always, Parajin. Alright, so today is the last day of PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Spring Grand Finals, and you guys are in the top 4 with a 24-point difference with the top 1 now. So do you guys have the confidence to overtake top 1 by the end of the day?
Hôm nay là giải cuối cùng của PUBG Mobile, giải cuối cùng trận đấu cuối. Mình còn thiếu 14 điểm để đạt top 1 và đang hiện đứng ở top 4. Em có tự tin là ngày hôm nay đội của mình sẽ giành chiến thắng ở top 1 hay không?
Dạ có ạ. Hôm nay team tụi em rất là tự tin để lấy chức vô địch ạ.
Today our team is very strong, confident to get the top 1 of the champion of the games.
You're always confident, man. Alright, so is there any preparation that you guys will make to keep your performance well and improve the ranking for your team at the end of the day?
Em có thể chia sẻ là em đã chuẩn bị những gì để cho tăng điểm thưởng, tăng hạng thưởng, mức hạng của mình và cũng như là đạt điểm cao hơn trong buổi hôm nay.
Sau ngày thi đấu hôm qua thì tụi em xem lời giải và tự động khắc phục lại các lỗi do ngày hôm qua xảy ra. Cho nên ngày hôm nay tụi em sẽ thay đổi.
For the yesterday, we already review on the play yesterday. We take our self revision, so we have more experience and also keep well for today performance.
All right. They've been reviewing games. They've been prepared for the final day. For sure, SLD or Shine Like Diamond gonna do well for their team and their country. So, any words for your teammates back there and your supporters that are watching right now?
Em có thể chia sẻ những điều gì em muốn nói với đồng đội của mình và cũng như các người hâm mộ của em.
Team em sẽ cố gắng hết mình để đạt kết quả tốt và em xin cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã theo dõi team em và em mong mọi người cũng sẽ tiếp tục theo dõi và cổ vũ team em nói riêng và cả ba đội Việt Nam nói chung ạ.
I would like to say to my team that we will try our best to get the best performance and also say thanks to all the supporters. Please continue to support us not only for our team, also for all the Vietnamese teams. Thank you.
Lovely words from Parajin. All the best for you guys on the upcoming matches. Good luck, Shine Like Diamond. I think that's all for the first interview session of the Grand Finals Day 3. We're back to the caster's desk. See you again. Bye-bye.
Yeah. I'm back in, I'm back on. Stand up like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
Finally, we're down to the final day in the grand finals of PUBG Mobile Super League South Asia. I'm Chichu, and this gonna be Sir Cloud with you guys here. We both are super stoked and super excited. Speaking of today, Cloud, who will be the champions?
Yes, today we will crown the champion as well as we'll know who will come in second place to move on to PMWI with a prize pool of $3 million as well. But of course, we gotta go through the formalities. You guys know this by now.
3 weeks long of league we're done and dusted for that for now. We're down to the grand finals here. Speaking of 15 of April, 15 was today, 16 of April, which will be today. 3 days straight of grand finals. There only the top 16 made it. We relegated 4 out of 20 teams, and now the point system. We talked about this before. 10 points this season, with the lion's share of a prize pool of $250,000. Now that's going to be a lot for these guys.
Yeah, it's a lot on the line here. We will know who will get what by the end of the day. And of course, point system is going to be same as usual throughout the season. There will not be any changes, and how he has affected these teams to kind of force them to get more elimination points and focus onto that instead of trying to play a little bit too safe. So we do see that there are some teams not getting any rank points at all, but they can still get a whooping 10 elimination points, and that made up for a lot in the ranks per match.
Speaking of how these teams started off when it comes to the grand finals, we do have the initial bonus point for their weekly rankings based on the league status and league's performance. Week 1, 2 and 3 bonus all total out to be the initial points, but not 100% of it. We'll only take half of the total bonus point of weekly, and it's going to be the initial points coming out from the grand finals, which I don't think that much of a difference anyway, because we saw the team taking number 1 spot for, like, example, for the teams that like FaZe. Right now, number 1 is Alter Ego and SLD. Whoever get number 1 in the side of the league, it doesn't mean that they can dominate for the grand finals.
Yeah, it's not all the time we see a non-Thai region team not getting a number 1 spot, but hey, the points are close enough for them to catch up. But let's reintroduce our participating teams. FaZe Clan, Hail Esports, Vampire Esports, RRQ, SLD, Bacon Time, Boom Esports, Yoodo Alliance, Alter Ego, Sem9, VOIN, D Xavier, PERSIJA EVOS, GEEK SLATE, Box Gaming, and BTR. They managed to reach the grand finals, the best of the 16 teams from the 3-day league that was played previously, and now it's down to the final day. Who will take home the grand prize and be crowned the champion of PMSL?
It's been a while. We haven't seen somebody coming up from Indonesia or Malaysia taking away the crown, but will it be them today, as Alter Ego stands at the podium spot but not too far apart still, with Vampire chasing from the back. Only how many points is that?
16?
16 points, yeah, 16 points in difference. While Boom is just 13 points of a difference. Double digits so far, but it's reachable. But 4th and 3rd place, SLD, they can chase back up Alter Ego. We've seen them before. They can double chicken back to back. It's not a problem. But down to even 13th place, that's a shot of getting those number 1 spot if they want to.
Yeah, because we got 6 more games to play, so anything can change. We saw good swapping, especially at the top. SLD, they were in a strong running, but because of the rise of Vampire Esports as well as Boom Esports, that pushed SLD down. Let's not forget as well, FaZe Clan, despite the absence of Tony K, he was unwell yesterday. Hopefully he's okay today. They're still not too bad, and this is showing that FaZe Clan is still up there. Almost 100,000 damage dished out by them.
Only 2,000 points of difference between SLD, as a huge gap between SLD and Vampires. Again, same goes for Alter Ego. Feels like these two teams in a different league compared to Vampires and Alter Ego here. But when it comes to top damage, yeah, great as a team, but at the same time, can they get the champions? Because no matter how much you get those knockdowns, if you can't secure those points as elimination, it's a different story.
Yeah, or even if you dished out this amount of damage but not able to secure the eliminations, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, the eliminations is where it all matters. That's where the points lie. And if we talk about eliminations, we gotta have Rosemary up in the charts.
Speaking of Shrubs and Rosemary, I love this head-to-head. It's very fair between these two players because both playing pretty much the same role. It's just if you compare Rosemary and Shrap's aggressiveness, you have to give it to Rosemary this time. Shrap's, I feel like after the CEC or South Asia Esports Championship, he's been tamed for a bit, he's toning down for a bit. When it comes to grenade, now Rosemary and Shrap is two different players when it comes to approaching those nades. You can see the grenade elimination is quite a big gap there between these two players. Shrap's more towards the opening or the entry fragger with his nades, and he barely misses his nades. But Rosemary, on the other hand, he loves his DBS, he loves those sprays. He's gonna go in with gunfire blazing out there. If you compare with these two players, Shrap's is a better, or I should say, more safer approach compared to Rosemary, who tank himself and being exposed to the others by, you know, spraying out there. Well, if you compare with tossing those grenades.
Yeah, the main challenge of Alter Ego is to keep Rosemary alive, because for the most part, he gets knocked early, and when we speak about early, it's like very, very early during the looting phase still. But if Alter Ego is able to keep Rosemary alive till the end, he's able to show his stuff. So keep him alive up to like Circle 5, Circle 6 onwards, and we'll see the best of Rosemary. And speaking about seeing the best, we gotta recap on whatever happened yesterday. The rise of Thailand. Basically, they were quiet on day number 1, but day number 2, as mentioned by Kwanji during the interview, they are a team that's capable of coming back.
I agree. But can they hold today? We're talking about today is the final day, Cap. First day, very super aggressive. Compared to the second day, that was the day of judgment. But no judgment or no sort of judgment can recall it yet. There's no sort of nothing to see if there's so... We're talking about if somebody can dominate in second day. There's nobody can actually do that right now. And coming up for the final day, it feels like whether we're going to have a very silent game, very silent day, or very super aggressive day, due to how the teams want to chase out that number 1 spot, because the gap and the margin is just too little right now.
Yeah, it's close, and that's great. At least we kind of know that, well, we'll be keeping anticipated until the final game, hopefully the final game. But speaking about the games that will be played today, so as usual, nothing's going to change here. We're going to start off with Sanhok, and we're going to play 3 Erangel maps. We'll wrap up the day with 2 Miramar maps, and then we will crown the champions of PMSL together with the second team, who will get the slot onto PMWI that will be played at a later time. So Sanhok, that final map, it's a wildcard map because of how the circle really affects the game.
I agree. Sanhok yesterday, I mean, day number 2 was super challenging. At least the Miramar maps were nice and were fine. But when it comes to these first 2 maps, Sanhok and Erangel, it was completely blowing off our minds there. But for top SAM performers, it's going to be alternating between Indonesian and Vietnam team. Alter Ego, Vampires, Boom and Bacon time. We saw Alter Ego closing up his second day quite strong, still consistent, but not as strong as day number 1 there. And they getting themselves quite a huge volume when it comes to the first day of grand finals for their chicken dinner, plus those elimination in Sanhok itself. But Boom and Alter Ego, we mentioned about this multiple times, very similar. Vampires are being at time. I'm surprised Hill and the rest of the other Thai team is not dominating for these grand finals.
Yeah, Hale used to be in the top Sanhok performance list for a couple of weeks, I believe, but then again, they've been falling down the charts, falling down the pecking order in the top Sanhok performers. But does that mean that they are not a threat? Definitely not. Hale Esports, they are still able to put in a threat, and I believe that, you know, like what the interview said, and also the Thai team said themselves, there's a lot of respect given towards the Thai team. So do not look down onto Hale Esports, despite them being a little bit more quiet as compared to the other Thai teams. But here we have it, our caster predictions for today. Choo Choo, talk us through your predictions.
I mean, like, you guys know by now that there's no way I'm not going to select Alter Ego in the grand finals. They're pretty much my favorite team right now. I do love the Octa and Rosemary. If it happens to be the last 2 fraggers, yes, but they always split it themselves into 2 different combos with Fnatic and Potato. But for Vampires, I feel like today is going to be the day they want to really push it out. But Tony K, yesterday he was not well. I'm not sure how he feels today, but I feel like today Vampire really gonna push it out. Due to yesterday, they have been benching out most of Tony K's performance, so today they want to redeem and have those compensation back. SLD, they're so close of getting it. There's gonna be a huge drive coming up from their backline there, because they do know for a fact they almost closed number one. They had number one before, just they let it slip their fingers.
Yeah, and I just mentioned about how I feel about Hale Esports, not a team that to be looked down upon, hence they are in my caster prediction. And GEEK SLATE, if you gotta think about it, they are getting a little bit more consistent recently, and they could be one of the surprise teams who could take that top spot, or at least the number 2 spot onto PMWI as well. They are amazing players. We saw how the 2v3 or was it 3v4 yesterday inside of that Erangel game, and it was amazing. It was one of the best closures to a round that they managed to get that chicken dinner, and it was a great coordination by GEEK SLATE. It just shows that they still have it, and after the 4 days break, and now they seem to be a refreshed team. Probably they worked on their burnout, and they'll be looking to roll today. Boom Esports, well, you gotta have them as well. If you have Alter Ego, you gotta have Boom Esports. They also have this level of consistency that they can get, but it's a matter of how will the other teams fare as well. That will also affect like Boom Esports performance, because Boom Esports, they are a good team, but there are other teams that are even better that can pose a challenge to them.
Firepower wise, aggressiveness, we do know Boom and Alter Ego do have it. But if you talked about tactical, when you talked about strategy, I feel like it's more calm and collected and more composure coming up from the ties. But at the same time, we're talking about the Indonesian team mostly are coming in with aggressiveness. They want to go for fights. They are those scrappy players. They're forcing into fights after fight and initiating those brawls compared to the Vampires or the Ties. The Ties, yeah, they might actually go into the center of the circle quite early, but they want to play as tactical as possible. Very minute details, down to every single detail come up from the Ties to calculate every single thing before they open fire. But if you compare with the Indonesian side, they're more intuition and more sort of a game sense, following in more towards their hunch. So if you compare these two, I feel like one of the other have to win. But in this set of format, I do prefer what the Indonesian teams offered compared to the Ties. Yes, it's great to be very meticulous about every single thing, but the chicken is just 10, Cloud.
Well, the chicken is just 6 now. 6 left, that is, for the teams to gather. And who knows? Gathering the chicken dinner could be crucial towards the end. What if we get a tiebreaker? So the chicken dinner will be the first tiebreaker among the teams as well. So it's something that they need to take focus on, not only on getting regular points every round. Of course, that should be the main focus, but who knows, when it comes to the tiebreaker, that could happen because of how tight the points are. It could be in effect. And if it becomes in effect, then, well, you don't want to go out because of the tiebreaker. It's one of the worst feelings ever.
Yeah. But at least if first and second place do have a tiebreaker, they both get the PNWI. I mean, the difference is going to be just the prize pool then.
Well, and also, the crown champions, because, you know, people don't really remember who gets number 2 or number 3. People just remember like, oh, they were champions of that PMSL. People remember it for a while, so I guess it's a big selling point too.
But I think if it happened to be tied with the champion this season, and they happen to both be going to the PMWI, I think both would be remembered. But yeah, but it sucks to be a second Bass instead of the Bass. You cannot claim and take the title of you are the Bass in South Asia. But speaking of the teams, now we haven't seen the best of PERSIJA, EVOS, same goes for ARC. It feels like they want to show everything here, but today we can hear the cheers and everybody just having a bit of a high five there. It just shows the players already been queued up to be in the lobby. Thumbs up from all the teams, feel like they're not just cheering for their own team, they're also cheering for the other teams down there, giving a lot of support. These guys, they have friendship bonded throughout the years, even though they are foes, even it's their enemy in the game, but they are friends, super close friends indeed, actually outside of the game.
Looking at over some of the lineups, right? 7-9 definitely has built a friendship within them. Looks like they're sticking to low U and long this combo, and I do agree, you did mention before that you like that combo. I do like that combo as well, so they're sticking to their best possible combination now in this round, and 7-9 definitely needs that push because right now they're down there. They want to try and climb back up because all hope is not lost yet. Anything can still happen with the 6 rounds, so 7-9 putting on their best lineup. Let's see if anything changes. No visual yet onto whether Tony K is playing, but we do see Newsy in the lineup though. Hopefully we're able to be seeing a Tony K because not only he does perform for his team, but he's also in the running to be one of the top eliminators in PMSL.
I feel Tony K probably will jump in when it comes to Erangel and Miramar maps, which are going to be played more compared to Sanhok. So maybe he's just resting it out for a bit because he needs to make sure that he is in his peak form. It's going to be you don't want to be that person when everything performs so well and by the end of the tournament, just things will work out for you. The final day. And that sucks.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like the timing is just not right there for Tony K. Hopefully he's able to come back, at least give him an opportunity to catch up on those the stats for the other players as well. GEEK, SLATE, they are going in with the same lineup of Stuxnet, and we do have a first look on the trophy, and wow, this looks good.
I think this is why there's a lot of oceanic circle. Look at the top there. That shows how it looks like the water in the game itself. But I like this. This is super sleek. Yeah, we're looking back at the game and just now. That was a great trophy, by the way. I mean, I'm loving it.
Yep, I'm loving it. And that was a real trophy. It wasn't like a image or something. Yeah, so it's great to see that. That means we'll see the winning team actually lifting it up later today. So do stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see the trophy in its full glory being lifted up. But let's focus onto the game. So it's going to be Sami VOIN only. I'm looking at GEEK, SLATE. They changed their drop spot onto the areas of L House, whereby 7-9 normally drops around Harton. So Lung's position is kind of dangerous because he's caught between 2 GEEK, SLATE players. That's something for us to watch out on. And I do see the movement from Yummy. He's moving around the areas of Paradise Resort, and that's where Lamborghini happened to be.
It seems it's down to the circle, really, if they need to move or not. We do know Paradise Resort. We haven't seen Paradise Resort fight for the longest time here, honestly speaking. Even though there's a couple of teams surrounding them. We haven't seen the circle even because some of Team Mika finished off 7-9 Long. That's a very swift first block, by the way. That's one of the fastest.
Yeah, it is, and kind of anticipated that because when we saw Long, he was dropping. When he was still flying, GEEK was already down there. They started looting, so they had that advantage. And so happened that the DBS was in Mika's hand, the perfect weapon in that sort of range, and ultimately that's what happened. And now the theory of Lamborghini and also Yummy now in the same situation as Long. But this time it's going to be Chua coming in onto him. But Yummy has the DBS.
We do know when it comes to this map, the DBS is a must. It's a compulsory weapon that everybody will carry. Despite they don't have any rifles, it's fine as long as they have a DBS. But coming up from Yummy, can he clutch this? Yummy pretty much one of the best players coming with those DBS. But the entirety of D-Axe with DBS is here. Yummy trying to respawn. He got 2 and make a 3. Oh, this is the DBS King Yummy May.
Somebody gave him a special award for being the DBS King. I'm talking about 3 D-Savior players. And that is going to be a 3 points for Boom Esports. Just like that, leaving T-Duck all alone with the QBZ. He's definitely not going to pursue this any further. He hurt the DBS. No, he's not going to take that fight for sure. And plus now Yummy has backup.
Wait. Okay. He's taking it! He's taking it! T-Duck! Shot out on Nexus. Now Yummy's still alive, but this is not going to be a distance for a DBS working. T-Duck, 1 compensation. The Razy coming from the other end. Yummy switch over to M4. You want to fight? You got 1, but can he at least get 1? Never mind. The first team out.
Whoa, we can see Hexas there with a taunt. And Hexa still survives. Yummy is able to pick him up, so they're going to be A-OK. Oh man, coming out of Paradise Resort, wanting to take their advantage. I know these Xavier, they're desperate for points, but to that extent, ooh, that was a difficult decision for D Xavier.
A bit too forceful, really. I mean, like for G-Duck, I don't know if he just really wants to go for the fight or just because he can actually going for survive as a solo man army if he wants to. He doesn't have to necessarily forcing the fight. Maybe the idea was he thought he's being surrounded anyway. Why not just fight it off? Valiant effort, yes, but quite punishing outcome. If you ask me, with no point, the first map of the final day, no elimination points, no rank point, nothing out of this.
Yeah, I guess a little bit of desperation move there by D Xavier. In fact, they were in the circle and they obviously had Paradise Resort for themselves. So all they needed to do if they like evaded that fight is just to focus on to getting into the next field of circle, going to the next checkpoint. But they really want to take that fight. They really wanted the point, but it was given to Boom at the other day. 4 points that will bring Boom to 110 points, 3 points shy away from Vampire Esports at that precious second spot. Boom Esports, they'll be happy with that win.
But every point is a dime right now, Cloud. We're talking about to the last wire for this team. The only difference is going to be that 1 point by the end of the day to make a difference between getting those champions or not. But Yummy, when you give him this DBFs, even no helmet at this point, his vest was almost totally shredded. But he clutched it anyway. That was incredible.
Oh. Oh, okay, I think that was a replay or something else. But anyway, Boom Esports, they'll be really, really happy with that. So 4 points in the back. And now, VOIN, the team at number 16, Vampire Esports. Alpha is just going to let it go. Oh no, they spot him out, so now he must take the fight.
Alpha pretty low on his HP. Stone, not going to even stop. VOIN. Feels like this is a bit off for them. A bit too forceful with one player only in the front, 1-3. Max just made a big U-turn, cancelled it out. He wanted to help his friend just now, but a bit too late. What Vampires, we can see even though they're just working as a 2-player right now, maybe going for 2-2 formation, but they're not even reluctant. No sense of reluctant or panic coming up from Vampires. Casually, composedly pushing into it side of VOIN. VOIN on the other hand, feels like they're a bit messy here today.
I'm wondering if the state put would that change anything. I think it was spotted by Vampire Esports at the other day, so he had to react to it. But at least they managed to trade it back, so there's going to be one elimination. But Bacon Time on the other side seems to be interested to butt in. They're only outside circle, so it's going to be worthwhile they take this fight against VOIN.
For Vampires, 2-2 formation, the other two going for the safer spot. The other two going for those kills and eliminations. It's going to be Straps buying down though. Like mentioned, the trade done, damage done anyway. But for the Vampires, what else can they do? They just work out the best that they can with the present. If they're a trio, they're still going to work wonderfully well. Rosemary on there then taking a lot of a blue zone, saying this for Sem 9. Now this is surprising. The entirety of Alter Ego, I'm not sure where they are at, but there's only one Rosemary. Happened to be solo-handedly going into this blue zone by himself. Maybe Octa is alongside with him. But this is going to be greeted by the side of 79. A big, big problem if they get shot down due to the blue zone is alongside with them.
Well, unfortunately the circle didn't favor them, so they have to tank out the blue at some point. It's just a matter of 79 whether he can get a knockdown, and if it does, like what's happening now, depth, sharpshooting indeed. One knockdown there, and it's going to be low you on the Rosemary as well. Fnatic caught out, and he's going to be shot from the other side by Adibs. Almost gunned down. Octa, there's nothing much he can do. You need to get out of this alone.
They need to get out. Both teams actually do need to get out. A bit too far from the circle here. And this happens to be, whenever you see this coming, both teams might not make it to the top 5. You know that for a fact here. 7-9, they're starting off with 3. Managed to get a bit of damage to the side of Alter Ego, more than a bit. Heavy casualty on side of Alter Ego, down to one last player. VOIN on the other hand also down to only 3 players left. Caught by the side of GEEK, SLATE now firing back. Stuxnet now down on the ground. BTR coming on the other side with also FaZe. Now if they happen to keep it going for VOIN, they might get sandwich here.
Looking at current VOIN situation, looks like they are pretty clear. GEEK on the other side should be able to pick up his teammate. That should be fine. They're just waiting for VOIN to just move away, just to be very, very sure. Now they're gonna get the next compound over GEEK SLATE, and from this compound you're not gonna get a good visual. So it's more of like VOIN just putting out that warning shot, managed to get that one knockdown, and definitely they're clear to come over. At least VOIN, what they're doing is that they're managing the road early on, since we're still stage 2 of the circle. So that's a necessary move for them. There's still a lot of space, absolutely fine. But Hale and Yoodo Alliance, it's not the first time actually we see these two fight inside of Camp Bravo. So it's been a while, but it's gonna happen again now.
Instead of Empires, they are trying to find the best position that without any sort of contest. Well, maybe trying to find himself a spot where they can be the third party instead of the main attraction for the teams. Now, bomb greeted by Box.
Oh,
that's going to be a clean spray coming out from Shuno. 3 down, back to back, triple with the help of Capone, leaving only Razy behind. Razy, we saw how he can actually play alongside with all the other team against himself and just against all out there. Himself alone, he did it before, he can actually still do it, but he needs to buy a bit more time. Right now, Box just wants to get him out of the equation, but can he just slowly, sneakily get away with it?
The moment he stands up, he'll be shot down by Box Gaming. So I think that he wants to try to win this fight, but it's not going to be easy, obviously, because Box Gaming has that elevation. Okay, he tries to get away. Box Gaming, okay, they happen to leave this area, so it's going to be clear for him. But for the news of Alter Ego, it's only 1 player left, and it's not going to be good as well. Same goes for Boom. They happen to have this, like, I don't know, this sort of like a connection. When one performs, the other does. If one doesn't, then somehow the other doesn't. I don't know, is it like kind of like a connection that they have because they have the same color scheme?
The colors it is. We do have Ghost taking on PERSIJA EVOS. Hill Tiger shredded his, I think his helmet almost entirely gone. With Barn being the next last few circles, we do have too many teams coming from the southern side. Out of 15 teams, there's going to be like, what, 4 or 5 teams only from Paradise Resort and Camp Bravo. The rest of them will be gatekept by GEEK, SLATE, FaZe and Bacon Time. And that's going to be a huge haul for them if they stay in the southern side and gatekeeping it. SLD taking on RRQ back to back now. Not sure what is happening on the other end, but PERSIJA EVOS, this is very peaceful for them.
Well,
another one FaZe versus GEEK, SLATE.
It's not peaceful for GEEK SLATE now that FaZe Clan is in the compound, same as GEEK SLATE. Mika now only one still standing, but GEEK SLATE couldn't stand the fire coming in for FaZe Clan, and GEEK SLATE became the second team to go out with only 1 point in this round.
DBS is everywhere. 3 elimination coming up from FaZe. 1-0 on Mela. But Mela, will he actually clutch against Bacon Time? Yes, he is. Shetty down on the ground, finish off straight away. Mela wants 1-2. Now they got a 4 for the entirety of FaZe. Already clutched the entire squad. But Bacon Time greeted by the hands of Mela. Touch now not happy with that. Reply with a fire to the side of Mormon. Now Noise on the other hand trying to find any sort of Mela. Wait, what? Why Mela?
Well, why Mela? Too bad it has to be Mela. And now with Mela down, it's firepower down for FaZe Clan, but Venturas has a good amount of firepower in him as well, but it's up against a DBS helped by 9 Noise. 9 Noise will finish off Mela. And now it's only Onzens on the other building with Venturas down.
Bit tough coming up from the ones that are actually in the blue zone, but Bacon Time, I feel like this is definitely in the center. Bacon and FaZe are dying to get their hands onto this compound right now. Boom fighting against Sem9, if I'm not mistaken. Whilst the side of Bacon sharing the same compound as FaZe, they're paranoid running, especially FaZe is running low of man. Sem9 finish off Boom, where Dex are going to be eliminated, but at a great cost. Left with only 2 players left coming up from Side 9. Bacon time on the dead spot. 100% shot. He can see through those. And Touch taking it away, saying it's for Noise. FaZe have to bow down at 13.
Nicely done by 9 Noise. That was a good move by him. Not needing any prone shot to connect the shots. Beautifully done. That is skill, ladies and gentlemen, and that is you knowing how to play the compound. That is, of course, that of course relies on a lot of knowledge to play the game. SLD on the other hand, Yoodo Alliance came out of their camp, and now it's going to be SLD feeling the wrath of Yoodo Alliance, but Alter Ego is out, while Vampire and SLD is still in.
There's going to be a huge opportunity for Vampire, especially for them to actually take away that #1 spot and stay and maintain up there. But SLD will try to fight for it as well. They're trying to take down a Yoodo Alliance and BTR coming up from the other side. Sam 9 got themselves the circle, while Ghost and the rest of them have to cut across Yoodo Alliance and Box Gaming after they're done with this. While Yoodo Alliance realize they're not inside of a circle, even they try to get into where Box Gaming is, but we're a bit too late now. They do have the middle ground instead of the high grounds. SLD now cornering Yoodo Alliance. They split themselves into 2-2 formation right now. 2-1, sorry. PERSIJA, EVOS, Luxy taking on Vampires, and Stoney's on the ground as well. Oh no, they can't take the #1 spot if they're being eliminated early now.
Ooh, yeah, it's going to be hard, and that's opportunity for SLD, but we'll leave that talk for later as VOIN onto PERSIJA EVOS. Only 2 points this round for Vampire Esports, not that much, but for Sam 9, RRQ wants this compound, but they're winning it against RRQ.
Dap taking his DBS to work and putting so much effort in there as well. The Shino's just shut down on RRQ. RRQ Asar wants to go for the blood. Barely get any sort of elimination these days, with Voldemort already being knocked down to Asa to carry out the entire crew responsibility to get himself some points for the side of RRQ. Box Shinos just finished off Voldemort entirely, leaving with only Asa left on the side of RRQ, with SLD now picking a fight against Yoodo Alliance. Janus, SLD, they are running gun, seeing against for Sam 9, dominating across the board with 5 eliminations.
Ooh, that nade from Adeluk. Adeluk. He's been performing recently. He wants to carry that momentum now. But Trongzin knows exactly where Adelu is at. The neighbor returns on the side of Adelu. But on the left, there's Kenny to give him cover fire. But that nade coming in from nowhere takes him down. And now Kenny will try to take out Kwanji on the other side.
This is going to be the third party, Box Gaming playing at his best. Well, SLD, they had the angles before. Yes, they don't have those elevations, but they almost got a clear view, but they whiffed it when it needed not to be whiffed it. Yoodo Alliance Kenny has, knowing the fact he's taking out all the vital points of SLD players FaZe. There's nowhere for SLD to stay alive here if they want to pick out, but VOIN and PERSIJA EVOS having a go. Now Box taking a fight against Yoodo Alliance, and Yoodo Alliance tasting their own medicine with 2 teams fighting at the same time. Box being the third party, while PERSIJA EVOS just finished the last play of VOIN and Yoodo Alliance back to back out.
That is it for VOIN, but they managed to get 4 elimination points at least. Kwanji will be eliminated by the zone. That means SLD is out. All the top teams are currently out. We're left with mostly page 2 teams now.
It's all down to the ranking points to make a difference here. We don't think there's going to be any budge when it comes to the top 5 of the overall ranking, but unless if it's going to be coming up from the second page teams here, which most of them except for Hill, and if I'm not mistaken, Bacon Time and Sam 9, BTR and Box have been grinding themselves since day #1 grand final, couldn't get any double-digit points. This is their time to push up the ranks. Now Box playing this very intelligently. I'm talking about genius plays as a third party from afar, not investing too much when it comes to utilities and the ammunition, resources wise, being preserved. So they're just taking the fights in a very long fights and just trying to poke from the sidelines instead. That is smart, but the thing is, you can't play like that to secure the chicken. They still have to fight the brawls.
Well, you want to fight, you probably get it soon, because BTR is just next to Bacon Time. Bacon Time on the outside, BTR on the outside as well. They need to clear their flanks, and BTR is aware of the threat from Bacon Time, but the zone will push them anytime soon, and by then 2 teams will need to come out. The moment that happens, then the fight will begin.
For side of Bacon Time, they're trying to open up the angle as wide as possible, just to make sure they will not be cornered, will not be jumped down by the entirety of one nade. to finish the entire cluster. So Bacon Time, they're trying to open up the spaces and angles. So just in case if there's somebody behind there, will backstab them or something, some sort. But Jan Force definitely wants to go in for Bacon Time. He heard the audio cue, he heard the engine started. He knows for a fact they're a bit too busy to just navigate themselves in the center of circle, but it's a bit too late now. The moment he tossed those nades, there's nobody there.
Okay, speaking about tossing nades, let's see if any nades would land. Right now, Ice, he has an exit plan in case Nine Noise and his teammate 3Touch wants to get out of this. Right now, they're left behind, and the nade from Nine Noise lands onto Gen Force. This could be an opportunity for Bacon Time. The circle obviously moved away, and with that signal, Ice is coming back to give cover fire.
They are rushing into the side of BTR, knowing for a fact if they don't take down BTR, they will be backstabbed by this guy. They need to force the fight anyway. Ryzen now trying to save Jan Force along the process. Only a couple of the players left here. But where is the one player coming from BTR? Where is Vavel?
I believe he's just behind, probably looking for an exit point, because if they stay too long here, the zone will put pressure onto them. Bacon Time has the same idea as well. They managed to pick up each other. So now they're going to rotate to the left. Scouting work was done, so they know that on the left is clear.
Sort of a bit hesitant coming up from some teams. Knowing nothing about the position of the other side. Box taking the middle ground while BTR taking those elevations right on top of Winnie. But Box do have a 4. They have a huge chance to win this. Saying this for Hill, which not taking any part and finally breaking the silence. Ryzen taking on to a side of Lavi got the opportunity he needed, but at the same time the Blues are against BTR. They have to force forward but can't do so due to Box now firing back, but random spray by Giants Force in the smoke. Clip another one. Down to 2 players. They are forced to take Box King for this fight because they don't have a choice. But they make it so clear and so clean by BTR.
Oh, but it was Flash nading Al Capone and helping BTR in the process to get into the circle. But of course, there's a point for him. He'll be happy with that. And now BTR kind of saved by Hill Esports, and they can move in, but they're still being shot at.
Tiger will support Sky only from the back line, while Bacon Time are trying to open up as much angles as possible as a trio. Down to 3 players. Hill got the most men, going with 3-1 formation. The flanker will be the anchor for the team. He will pivot so much when it comes to getting those off angle and the blind shots. But the side of Hill, they're going back to 1-2-1 instead of 3-1 just now. Knowing for a fact it's going to be more than 1-2 they have to deal with. They have to open up their angles. Bacon not going to waste time. They're going to hop onto those vehicles while Touch remaining as the back line. They're just going to bait out with 2 players in those cars. And Noise managed to advance forward, getting an off-angle position. Now this can be a crossfire from Bacon Time. This is smart. This is just cornering Sam9 all around.
Oh yeah, Sam9 caught between 2 teams, and both teams are eyeing that compound, but who will make the first move? Anyway, the answer is here. Adepts on the 3Touch managed to eliminate him. And now, Bacon Time down to 2. Hill Esports still has the numbers, but none of them really needs to move yet until stage 8. And stage 8 still has the compound.
5 seconds left for the teams. Bacon Time the furthest. I think they will be clipped off by the Blue Zone first. Gats Low actually pick out the same time as Bacon Time just now. While Sam9, the only team, got themselves a compound. But if they do have those Mollies, there's going to be the M for Sam9 will be flushed out. One knock inside of Bacon Time, but inside of Hill. Gats Low be chucked down by the Blue Zone. But here comes Flash. Trying to clear the corners with those Mollies and the nades. Great at Sam9. Now they're cornered. Can they counter fire? Tap on his knees, saying it's for this Sam9 being obliterated in the hands of Hill with 5 eliminations now.
And Molly well placed, and now it's going to be 9 Noise against the world. Looks like it's going to be Hill Esports Chicken Dinner. They have control of the circle. They have the numbers. They're going on to 9 Noise, and Hill Esports, as we miss them inside of Sanhok, they say nope, don't miss us, because this is our chicken dinner.
They were quiet almost the entirety of the fight just now. And they were coming up where nobody else was. They come out from the side of the north. And it was well worth it. They waited for a long time for somebody to pass by, but nobody passing by, so they have to take the fight. They have to go to those fights. And Hill, like as per usual, Cloud, when it comes to Sanhok, you know for a fact the team that not being given those attention to, on the other side of those hills, will be the one taking away the chicken. And Flash, he didn't even try to push out those damage out. 400 over, he got himself 4 eliminations. Like, why not?
Yeah, it's pretty much like everyone he hits, he gets. And he kind of helped BTR as well at some point with the nade. So even from that range, he's still able to secure elimination points. Beautifully done by Flash overall here. Hail Esports, the least amount of utilities used. Almost the least, yeah. Okay, Box Gaming had the least, but that's pretty low for a chicken dinner team. Hail Esports, we got Bacon Time on the second team to watch. 7-9, at least they're there. And they have a 1 minute 19 full squad time because of the elimination of Long very early on onto GEEK SLATE. But yet they're still able to stand up and get a third place finish, which is not too bad.
I agree. I mean, like, it's 7-9. We haven't seen a lot of them when it comes to the entirety of the grand finals. This is a good start coming up from the last day here. We do know for Box, yesterday was their rise. Was their level up time, where we talked about the second half of the map where they started getting those eliminations. But Bacon, it has been up and down hill starting from today. I think today might be their day here.
Yeah, that's why. I'm just putting it out there. I got them my prediction, so that's one for me now. I'll be looking forward to see if I can get more.
Congrats. Seems like we've been scoring quite some of the chickens when it comes to our prediction. Last, I mean, like in the history of our prediction, when we barely get any back then, right?
Yeah, so I'll be happy to get that first one still. Well, there's still more to come. Of course, it's only game number 1. We got 5 more games to go. If we can score all 5, that will be the perfect scenario for both of us. But anyway, we're going to celebrate Hail Esports with this highlight. And look at the fights here. Bacon Time, BTR, and then Hail Esports had to come in from one area. Well, that was super duper interesting. It just shows that how small of a map this is and how it's affected by the teams really close by, and teams indirectly can kind of help each other. But anyway, Hail Esports, they'll still be happy to take that point away irregardless.
And this is one of the first few, one of the map that I think the earliest first blood as well, coming out from GEEK SLATE, if I'm not mistaken. And due to the circle was like what comprises of 30 to 40% of water, the initial circle at first, making it little land to play for this guy. So I mean, like, when there's water ratio in it, definitely it's gonna be tough for the teams to have any sort of space among themselves. 7 elimination coming from here, but it's more than enough to secure 17 points for now. Nobody got themselves double digit, but a lot for 6 here. Bacon Time, same 9 Box have themselves even down to SLD, got themselves 6 eliminations.
Yeah, so only Alter Ego and Xavier not getting any points at all, and Alter Ego, the number 1 team, unfortunately, because of this, I don't think they will move yet for them, but definitely the points will be really close at the top. Xavier, number 15, the last we saw them, considering that VOIN, this time they got 4 points. Also the gap's been closing, but Xavier, I don't think VOIN will be able to catch up to them just yet. But 5 more games to go, anything can happen. Again, the points are close enough. We get a confirmation in the next graphic, but I'm pretty sure the points are super duper close. And it's going to be an exciting race till the end today.
Yep, for sort of SLD, where do they stand? Are they going back up to 10th place with 3 points shy between Vampires, which is not too far of a gap, but still going to be 14 points from Vampire to Alter Ego. Now, Alter Ego, all they need to do is just maintain this consistency. Maintain they got themselves not being in the first few eliminated, have to have themselves 10 points every single map, and that's it. 5 points and more, it's going to be more than enough for Alter Ego to maintain. But maintaining things is not going to be easy, because you'll be the target for all the teams down there. Being pushed down, you do have Hill climbing up. The tie's still on the first page, but when it comes to head-to-head, you saw how Nine plays just now. You said he was brilliant, and I agree.
Yeah, he's always been brilliant, frankly speaking. I think inside of the Thai region, among the teams, Nine is one of the up and rising talent, and we should give him the attention. But of course, it's also because like you got Tony K, you got people like Nuzi, you got a lot more talent within the Thai region. So sometimes Nine he doesn't get mentioned as much. But who cares about mention if you're able to continue on being consistent and help your team to get that top spot? So as long as you can continue to do that, why not? And let's see if they can continue to do that inside of Erangel next. It will be 3 Erangels played back to back, the most map played inside of PMSL this season.
But when it comes to Erangel, we have an eye out for the Vietnam and the Malaysian teams here, TSL, the Yoodo Alliance. But hey, welcome back for the Thais. I mean, like, first day, they have no Thai flag flying. It's only Vietnam and a couple of Malaysian and also coming up from Indonesian team. Second day, though, is totally a different vibe entirely. We do have a lot of Thai teams getting those chickens and some of Vietnam and a lot of Malaysians too. But today, starting off again from the Thai, I mean, like, when it comes to second day and the last day, they do know for a fact this is a critical time for them to not make any sort of mistake and pushing all cylinders out, and they deliver.
Yeah, they're generally on the roll right now. I mean, yesterday they got like what, 2 chicken dinners at least, and some of the rounds without the chicken dinner they still can score like top 3, top 4, top 5, and so on and so forth. So in general, the Thai region teams, they are really on fire now, so gotta be careful of that. And after that chicken dinner from Hill, now that they, statistic wise, they are the top Erangel performers, then we gotta pay attention to like Hill Esports as well. I mean, that's also one of the things that we did mention like earlier in the show, that they had that they have this thing with them that they can really catch up. And I'll be proud to say that they're in my prediction, of course. But we can't look down upon other teams as well, because all these teams that we have in our caster prediction, they have the potential of going up top.
Yeah, I mean, like, the podium spot is still open to everybody down there. It's not like we can see the previous few seasons, the end of the final day, we kind of get to see, you know, this is kind of an anticlimactic ending, and we do know for a fact who gets the top 3, and the number 1 spot is too far of a fast. We just can contest for the 2nd and 3rd place, but not the case here, because right now the gap is nowhere stretchable between the teams, and everybody, we can see they still have a fight in them. Down to even 13th place can reach out to number 1 spot, because the gap is like what, 20-ish sort of a point in between, and it's not too far.
Yeah, it's not at all. So it's great for us, because, you know, it's uninteresting, or it's anticlimactic, like what you say, if it's like, oh, that one team goes all the way and then there's like a 60-point gap, we got 2 more games to go. They'll be like, it's hard for us to see that swap happening at the top. We'd like to leave it to the last game, leave us with like a few points gap, 1 point, 2 point, 3 point. I'll take that point gap within like what, 5 or 6 teams at the top. There'll be amazing ending today, and it's likely to happen as well, because the top teams inside of Sanhok, they all got eliminated fairly early, leaving the middle pack teams to end the game. And with the points collected through that, then, well, that's where everything just shuffles.
I mean, like, it's great for us to see the result if there's 1 or 2 points in the difference in between the champions and the top 3, right? But imagine being the players, to know that for a fact that 1 point is going to be such a huge difference for them. And especially the 2nd and 3rd place, because there's only going to be 2 slots coming out to PMWI later, and there's only like what, 1 point in difference. Even a tie, that the difference is going to make it down to the chicken dinner and those eliminations. It's painful to beat them, because you know what, it's okay for you to play 2nd this time, but you can actually do it another step in the globals. But to not even make it to the globals, now that's another, you know, disappointment they have to deal with for the players.
Yeah, PMWI is definitely the next target for these teams. And then it's going to be a new season. It's going to be PMPL, respective regions all over again. And then we'll go through C again. And then we'll have PMGC by the end of the year. So gotta stay tuned to that. We still don't know exactly how the points are going to be calculated for PMGC. But anyway, that's going to be way later at the end of the year. So we still have a good amount of time there. PMWI will be the next goal for these teams, because, well, one, of course, you want to continue on playing in the next series. Second is that $3 million prize pool on the line. That is crazy amount of money, and I think that's enough motivation for the teams to really want that.
Instant millionaire. There you go. But it's not as it sounds. It's not as easy as it sounds, because we do know for a fact it's going to be a tough journey for these guys. We talked about even PMSL. It's been an entire month. And you talked about exhaustion already kick in on 2nd week and even 3rd week. Now we're down to the final few days here. and some of the players start to, you know, having a bit of health issue here and there. Like we mentioned about Tony Case today, maybe he need the rest, because when they're done for the day, it's not just about another game to go. They have to revise the VODs. They have to have a lot of discussion with the entire team and the coach and the analysts to look at what they made yesterday and what's gonna happen for today.
Yeah, and today will be the last day. Obviously, we'll wrap up PMSL. The next big thing for some of these players will be SEA Games that will be happening in May. So it's going to be like back to back for a lot of these players. And once they're done with SEA Games, it's PMWI, if I'm not mistaken. Don't know the exact date just yet. And then it's back onto PMPL following season for the year. I mean, it's just a full-blown calendar for these teams. So maintaining good health, maintaining good mental health, physical health, and also sorting out whatever personal matters that they might have is important, because this entire year is just jam-packed for the players.
I agree, and we haven't even reached the topic about being homesick. Man, you gotta miss your mom's cook right now. You happen to be away for such a long time. But for these guys, you know what, they know their focus, they know their main objective, they know their purpose of being here to be the best in Southeast Asia, one step at a time. Now DX, they do have Lamborghini playing here today. I'm not sure if he's gonna be sitting in all the entire day or not, but DX, the last map, I don't know what happened to them. It feels like they're a bit sloppy here, lacking when it comes to intel, going into a lot of a blind rush in multiple times of a fight. Shirty as our Armstar, and I mean, like, this is a bit early for Armstar to get in here. Usually coming up second half of the day, but today we have him a bit earlier than usual.
Yeah, normally yesterday he came in like the last game, the last Miramar map. So this time they're going to switch things around, freshen things up a bit. Maybe it's also because of fatigue from some of the teams, or hopefully we don't get a team news of someone is feeling unwell, because we always wish everyone, not only the players, the people behind the scenes, production, even you guys at home as well watching this, do keep yourself healthy as well. And we do wish you guys always in good health, as are the players as well, because it's going to be a long day, long journey for them being a player. A lot of sacrifices are made, and you talk well, and you mentioned well about like being homesick. These players, those are some of the things they need to sacrifice as being players. Like some of the players, I even know that they haven't been back to their hometown for years, i.e. Damn Good. He was telling me that 3 years he hasn't been back home to celebrate 8. So this time around, I think he has plans to do that, and he'll be glad that he has some room to finally catch up on family matters.
Speaking of festivals, coming up soon, which is going to be one more week, it's going to be Eid festival for the Muslims around the globe. And after they've done this, I feel like a lot of the players will go back to their hometown and just have a bit of a hug and family time. They needed that after this exhausting PMSL for 4 weeks long, and every day is a grind. We're talking about back-to-back maps with only 5 minutes downtime. It's not even a downtime. It's 5 minutes of discussion with the coach, what to do next, who's going to swap in and out, and have to have another go. There's no time for these guys to reset. They have to make sure the mentor is always at their peak form, and that's the biggest challenge for them.
Yeah, it is. It's actually a lot of days and a lot of games with this sort of format. And even though if you're not playing, even though if you're like, you're sitting on the bench, maybe you're taking a break, but still you're still involved with the teams. You're still involved with whether the teams perform or not, and you're still involved with discussions with the team. So you're still actively working, even though you're so-called like being benched because you needed a break and so on and so forth. Yeah, you're taking a break from the game, but you still don't detach yourself entirely, and that is just exhausting for the players. We can see them like, okay, this is the last day. Some of the players are already like, as compared to like day number 1, we can see a lot of cheers everywhere. But today, you can see the difference between them in today versus day number 1, and hopefully they'll be able to cope up with that, because in order to be the best, you gotta do that, you gotta get through it, and let's see if they can continue to be the best inside of Erangel. I have a feeling that we'll be waiting a little bit more longer for before the game starts because based on their phone, they're back in the lobby. So yeah, we'll be waiting for the marshals to give the cue, and hopefully we'll get into the game soon.
Yeah, it feels like there's going to be a sort of a remake for now. For the players, at least they have a bit more time to recollect their thoughts about how to approach Erangel next, because Erangel, so far, SLD is quite strong due to they are the one that are getting a lot of Erangel maps. Chicken by far the only team got 2 chicken back to back in the grand finals in Erangel particularly. But right now we do see the high five. We're going into the map this time. So are you guys ready? Finally heading into the OG map. We can't wait to see who will take away the champions in Erangel. Who do you think it will be, Cloud?
Ooh, it's gonna be tough, right? Because like the top teams eliminated early, and in Sanhok we see the middle teams instead. So it is anyone's game at this point. All of them are great, awesome teams. Of course, if I were to answer your question, I would like a team from my prediction to actually hit it. So, you know, bragging rights. SLATE is there as well. Maybe SLATE because, well, yesterday they were great. And if they can continue on their performance today, they could be one of the surprise teams to break into the top 3 or top 2.
I think right now we're heading into our maps. So let's get straight into Erangel now. Not wasting any more time. Starting last day of the grand finals of the second map of the day, the first ever of Erangel. Where will the circle be? How will the flight path be? But before that, we still have a minute to go. Thank you for the timer again. And also, I want to taking this opportunity to thank all the production. I mean, like these guys working tirelessly by the clock. You know, they definitely exhausted as well for the entire month. I've been working every single day for production crew. Thank you so much, guys. You've been awesome, and all our talents too, including you, Sir Cloud. You've been amazing, and our viewers out there. Don't forget to like and share because you guys are awesome like that.
I want to give the finger heart, but we are not in the caster cam. So finger heart to you, Choo Choo. Aww. Yeah, aww.
You're being sweet today. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I had a little bit too much sugar today. But hopefully the players are pumped up as well with sugar in their body because they're needed to get through the last 5 games of today. Without further ado, the timer is counting down. Let's go. Let's head on to our most played match on PMSL, other than Erangel.
We're back in Erangel here. This time we do have a flight path more towards on the northern side. We've seen yesterday a lot of a northern circle too, but it's a bit hectic and a bit bizarre sometimes to predict those circle coming up from the southern part of the hospital up to Stalber. But you know what? There's no pattern these days. It's all down to the first circle. If it feels like popping anywhere, it just feels like it's smooth today. That's it.
Yeah, we gotta blame it on Choo Choo today, okay? We get an EP circle. Ha! But speaking about flight paths, right? So since it's far away from military base, PTR, as usual, North Jogopo will be their house. They're heading towards there. It's gonna be okay for them. It's an area that they played in the league, so they're familiar with that. Shooting range gonna be 7-9 as usual. SLATE gonna be very here, and irregardless of the flight path, Yoodo Alliance is still going to go to Novo, whatever it takes. So they'll be taking that slow glide there because it gives you a little bit more travel distance to get into Novo. But maybe they need to land somewhere between. Get a confirmation soon. But right now, we're going to see what's happening at the side of Yoodo Alliance. Looks like they landed themselves fairly early and now onto Box Gaming.
Yep, a bit too early for skirmish again, and we do have one first blood coming out too early than per usual. Not even one minute into the game, we already got ourselves a first blood, and the circle just now seems to be a bit quite still generous enough, not too far off, right? But back to it, we only have a glimpse on it. But this is where I start to question Cloud. Are we gonna have the teams on the second page start to rampaging and just start to crash into these compounds without any sort of indicator, like you know what, they got nothing else to lose, because they do have a lot to lose still for these teams.
Actually, that's a good point. I was kind of thinking about that inside of Sanhok, and if I were to think, I think that is why the Xavier, they came out of Paradise Resort to get that elimination point, whereas I felt that it was not necessary for them. And I do kind of agree with that theory that it's starting to sink into some of the teams. And if the Xavier thinks that way, maybe VOIN will start to think that way as well. So we might see a more aggressive kind of gameplay from teams like VOIN, the Xavier, maybe even Sem9, maybe even Box Gaming. And that will shake up a lot, especially for teams really wanting the points to go onto the top 2 at least. And that's where the teams up there will need to be aware in case they drop close by with some of those teams, it will really affect their momentum.
But the thing is, there's too much at stake for too many teams. If you want to, nobody can actually do have that mindset of nothing to lose, except for I have to give it the Axe and VOIN at this point. They are the one that can actually change so much of a flow for the team by having this mentality, nothing else to lose. Because if they don't try to force and push it, they're nowhere near up there. Well, the others, including 14th place here, we have a lot of 88 down there, which having a tie and the gap to hitting those triple digits not that too far off. Even the top 8 down there, and talking about even the top 6, up to top 6 hitting those 100 marks, it's within their reach for number 1. If they want to play, you know what, just going for eliminations, this kind of mindset, yes, they can. But are they confident enough to pull it off? Because they will jeopardize the entire team if they made a mistake.
Yeah, I guess that's where some of the teams, because you gotta think about it, right? It's like number 1, number 2, or nothing else. So if you are like nowhere close to there, then you might as well take that risk. And calculatively, I don't think it's possible for like the Xavier, VOIN, those kind of teams at this point to like really catch up to the number 1 or even number 2 spot. But I don't know if they're like if they go rampage and they can get like what 25 30 eliminations, which is insane, and I don't think it's even realistic. But hey, you know what's realistic? If you have a DBS gameplay like how we see in the PMSL, then they could pull off a big surprise. So might as well take that risk, have nothing, have the mindset of nothing else to lose, and give us the entertainment.
I mean, but hey, for the grand finals, we do see a lot of UMP winning over those DBS. So I think, like, you know what? We don't have DBS plays here and there when it comes to those CQC. But when desperation kicks, those UMP actually make wonderful weapon out of, you know what, fighting against the DBS. And multiple times yesterday, you have to witness that as well, Cloud. You saw that.
Well, I believe it was me casting and not someone else.
Not your cat.
Not my cat, or I didn't like close my eyes while I cast. That'll be a new record breaking for me. But yeah, interestingly, I don't know. UMP is starting to step up. We had UMP like many seasons ago as like the weapon of choice, and then it kind of moved away to a micro Uzi. And now with the success of UMP, if it continues to go on, then we might see that being a meta in the next season.
Maybe. I mean, like, it used to be the meta before micro Uzi. It used to be before that. And then there's micro Uzi kicks in, and after that micro Uzi is just DBS all around now. Now we're having UMP back in the meta. Maybe, why not? But winning, not so much. Last bullet to just blow him away. That's gonna be 1 HP in literal speaking. Winnie! It's either he's the last survivor or the first one to be knocked down, but I finally get away from that. So close of getting those knocks. Got himself 1 first aid, definitely gonna use it in an instant after he got himself indoors, but can he get himself a replenish of those first aid, because he might actually need it. Because they'll be chased by the hack of these teams, and that's gonna be DX if I'm not mistaken, trying to hunt these guys down. Now we mentioned about DX not having the mentality of nothing else to lose for them. I'm like, why not? They can contest this. They can challenge this.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that they crash into that one compound, but looks like they're not. Maybe they want to play a little bit longer because the previous game was just too fast for them, and you're not satisfied if you like drop and then in like 5 minutes and you're done, and you have to wait even longer than your playtime, so that's not fun, obviously. So these Xavier, they want to play this a little bit longer this time. But if they do crash into compounds mercilessly, that'll be something I'll be looking forward to. Of course, it's entertainment for us as viewers.
It's not entertaining if you're losing your spot for PMWI though. That's going to be one thing. That too much at stake for the players. Now, Alter Ego even played this a bit slower, taking himself into blue zone. Same goes for the side of VOIN. Boom, on the other hand, taking the Gakka Mountains area. Now, we do know for a fact the Circle did cover this side of a mountain. It's a great place to get those eliminations. One of the highest vintage point in the Circle before this, but we do have Zaki in the first one. I don't know if the Circle gonna hard shift towards north. If that happens, we might actually do have Zaki Circle this time.
I do hope for it. I do wish for it, but I don't know if we do get right. Like the stream is over. Like it's officially done. Like you guys can like okay take a break. Okay, just wait for the results on social media and that's it.
But nobody's inside Zaki yet, I think. I don't know if there's anybody wanting coming up from the side of Zaki because most of them are focusing on the side of Gakka and the Gakka Mountains. But if it happens to be in Zaki, I'm like, that's going to be the first ever in my entire career of PUBG Mobile for the past 5 to 6 years to get a Zaki Circle.
Yeah, it was usually yeah, they'll be like, nope, we're not gonna give it to you. Nope, the stream is not gonna end. Nope. But what is a yes is that we have seen this. This is the third time that we've seen this kind of circle, kind of tuck on the left. So we saw what happened the last time when this happened. All the teams coming from one angle, as we can see here, meaning that we will see fights happening really soon this time. And while they're moving, they're trying to find places to park themselves, and that's where we'll see them either take fights or they get shot down while they move.
But because of you mentioned how many times Circle been playing this way in this sort of a pattern, a lot of teams are now trying to fight over for Hospital because that's the last few Circle that happened to be there. And speaking of Hospital, Yoodo Alliance already put themselves inside. Sen9 passing by, have the idea of want to get into the Hospital too. We're talking about more than 2 teams in here. Even Boom is placing himself on top of Hospital because there are a chance that the Hospital will be the last few in the Circle. Sen9 will have to crash and have to force a fight against Yoodo Alliance if they want to be here. They can't make the big U-turn because the moment you try to U-turn, you saw how many teams come out from the back line as well.
Okay, speaking of the backline here is Adi Luke being taken out by Depth. And Yoodo Alliance will lose their main fragger in this compound. But the rest of Yoodo Alliance, they're on the warehouse on the right. There's Kenny as well as Flex. Sem9, they want to win this compound entirely. So they gotta flush out. They gotta take out the rest of Yoodo Alliance.
Sem9, they're not losing any men yet. Tap secures 1 elimination, but BTR is closing in. Same goes for the side of DX. We saw Boom passing across that the other corner, lurking around this area. It's not safe for Yoodo Alliance and Sem9, both in jeopardy, and Yoodo Alliance got themselves those warehouse. Sem9 do have definitely more space here. They got themselves those Morley on the side of Sem9. They can flush out Yoodo Alliance, but at the same time, BTR seems to be very interested in these 2 fights.
Yeah, they're looking for the fight to start and maybe crash in as a third party to be the mop-up crew. But now the fight is going to be more like a staring contest for now. I guess Sem9, they are not taking that big risk, but they can do it though, because they can be one of the teams that with that mentality of like nothing to lose and just flush out the rest of Yoodo Alliance. Maybe they're cautious the fact that they don't know exactly where the rest of members of Yoodo Alliance are at. But look at the current circle, they might still have the next circle, so it might take a while for them to make that move. But at the same time, BTR is watching, and BTR is a team that can still catch the top, so they'll be interested to take those points away.
But right now, intel or information is the key for the teams. They cannot blindly get into or crashing into this compound. The entire team will be blown up because of how many teams are taking their place inside on this side of a circle. And they got himself, you know what, the airdrop is not even trying to help the players at this point. Even the circle is making it worse with a bit of water ratio in it, around 20% or 30% up to this point. I think around 30 to 40 is fair enough. But BTL got themselves center, Sem9 and Yoodo Alliance. That's why everybody's trying to take this away. I did mention about on top of Hospital. It feels like it's attracted to for this circle. GEEK, SLATE, Rosemary taking on PERSIJA, EVOS. GEEK, SLATE waiting for the side of field to start to move first. They are in between 2 teams at the same time. I think that's going to be, what, Box Gaming or Sem9 on the other end. But Alter Ego, that's good. That's quite far.
Well, you have a compound, and You win it in circle, I think it's okay for them. And plus with this kind of circle on the left, you don't get many spaces to play with. Very little place to hide, especially on the beach. And they're somewhere by that area. So for them to hold on to the compound first and allow other teams to move since they still have the circle anyway, I think it's okay. It's a matter of after that they need to prepare to take necessary fights to get in.
I'm just surprised how Alter Ego managed to shut down players from PERSIJA EVOS just now from those distance, and they were taking elevations for the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Alter Ego were down there, still managed to shot one on down, but can't translate into 1 point of eliminations due to the distance in the first place. But VOIN, they have to cut across this open field of a haystack. We do know for a fact the only thing that can work around with for the players are those haystacks and the terrain. But here the problem is, do they have enough smokes? Yes, they do. They can actually put it up to good use, but the problem is, when it comes to this sort of a field, this flat plane, the moment you pop those smokes, everybody gonna looking at you.
Yeah, that's why you attract attention. Just like how SLD Kwangji attracted the attention of RRQ. He's all alone, just at the bottom of this hill. But PERSIJA EVOS not alone as they have Boom.
Left, right stamp, PERSIJA EVOS trying to corner them, but being outplayed instead with Razy. Responded as swiftly as he could within seconds. And in an instant, PERSIJA EVOS eliminated. This is what I mentioned before. If you need to rotate and crash in, the info is so important. Same go for vacant time. Trying to get a third party, but Razy have to fight this for himself now. Alongside, never mind. Yummy managed to flee, but Razy have to be the scapegoat. As vacant time taking advantage as third party coming in, a housekeeping team.
Well, Yummy may land onto another house and he may be, well, keeping his life. Okay, I'm trying to find a connection there, but okay, I kind of failed. But anyway, it's going to be VOIN versus Yummy, 2v1 in this compound. Yummy needs to reset. Yummy managed to do it. Yummy with the DBS. We saw how he clutched. 1v3, can he do it? 1v2 again?
Did it 1v4 before, but not so much this time. VOIN came prepared. There's another team behind on side of VOIN. It's going to be both game. He start firing on them. Same goes for Vampires. Now VOIN have to find their corners without being exposed to the world outside. Everybody's staying indoors. But Levy, on the other hand, tried to side poke them on the sidelines. Hill on the other side of a circle. I think there's going to be GEEK being knocked down. Damn good the fragger. They are rushing into this compound for themselves, but Vampire is going to be taking the advantage as a third party. They know for a fact they want to be part of this. Just waiting for them to pick out and just waiting for those fights. A couple of knockdowns, they just finished the kills anyway.
Okay, let's see if they can finish the entire job now. As Dambu gets volleyed down by Tiger, gets slow on the rooftop. Gotta be careful not to overexpose themselves to other teams on the other side. And that's going to be Vampire Esports, but now they're going to focus on the GEEK. GEEK sharing the same compound as Hell Esports. Vehicle blown out, Stuxnet has nowhere to go.
Tiger trying to find something out of those smokes. Barely see any player, but got himself flash. That's intuition, that's just game sense without looking at any sort of angle. Blinded by the smoke, a finish off players one by one. Bit of a trading with GEEK. Gatso getting on Stuxnet. Schweppes, now here comes the Vampires. The ones winning this one is going to be a different team inside. Not Hill, not GEEK. It's going to be the Vampires.
Yeah, shooting him from behind. Whoever exposes themselves to the side of Vampires will be happy to take the point away. Now Snipes is alone, the last member of GEEK. Can he clutch it out against Hell Esports? Flash is resetting himself. At the same time, gets slow, picking up his teammate too. Flash now going to toss the nade onto the side of Snipes, but Kwangji, what happened here? D Xavier came in.
D Xavier just trying to tail them from the back. The Yoodo Alliance are fighting 7-9. DX trying to pick a fight against FaZe, who's busy with SLD. SLD just slipped by unharmed. Got lucky from those sprays. Two teams spraying at SLD at the same time, but none of them clipping. Except for Chonji being finished off early on, but goes to make it in, but it's pretty low with those magazines. Not enough when it comes to surviving as long as he needs. Noise to get on VOIN. VOIN having a bit of a problem, but Gate Slate, here comes the rush.
Okay.
The entire uphill is greeting Snipe.
Okay, ooh, almost getting a second one, but then again, at least Nice managed to get one out of them. So that's gonna be GEEK Slate not going home empty in this round, but it's only 1 point for them. Now, Xavier coming into the circle, evading fights as they try to get into their next area. But looks like there is another team waiting for them, and it's Alter Ego.
Xavier just crash in. Blind. In the middle of a warfare, in the middle of a crossfire between like what, 5 teams in there. Alter Ego greeted them with an open arms, but at the same time caught themselves in a surprise. They got themselves a bit of a space to pick themselves up the pieces. But the others, on the other hand, we do have VOIN taking a bit of elevation in the open field, spotted out Alter Ego, give them a bit of pressure. But the ones in the center is going to be the ties. FaZe, Vampire, and Hill, and Bacon Time in a parallel line, in a straight line. But Sam9 taking this warehouse against Yoodo Alliance after the stalemate for the longest time.
Yeah, finally, because the circle moved away, so they were forced to fight. But now FaZe Clan, BTR in the same area. BTR on the outside, FaZe Clan on the inside, but FaZe Clan does not have Mormon active right now. Ventores, gotta be careful not to be naded down by BTR. We know BTR for their nades. And now RRQ, Alter Ego, the fight's not stopping yet.
Alter Ego couldn't hold on much longer. Another crash into the compound right now with the DBS by RQ. Potato fights back with those micro easy. But hey, Alter Ego still win 2 crash back to back from DX to RQ. They still stand.
And they still maintain all their players so they can reset. Now BTR on the FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan will lose players. Ventores will receive a splat from Ryzen. The rest of FaZe Clan on the other side. Mela is still active together with Onzers, but now they'll be sieged down by BTR as Ryzen goes in, and Ryzen gets the both of them.
FaZe, the entire crew gone right now with 0 eliminations, barely making any points for those ranks as well. For the side of BTR, they can actually have a reset with a trio to work around. SLD across the street, they got themselves ham between 2 angles there. It's gonna be BTR. You know, out by the side of SLD, there's gonna be Hill on the other end. Well, SLD, what they're doing right now is spreading out, trying to open the angles wider. Hill taking on SLD from far, coming up from the shoreline or around the beach area. Hill shooting those, trying to dock themselves. Even Ghost being spotted out with those mini 14. But Alter Ego got another crash into it. This time it's Sam9, and they won
again. Alter Ego again, 3 crashes into their area, they still win this. And it's without Rosemary. Alter Ego really strong in this area. And while they still have the circle, they can still defend this. But don't expect any other teams to come crash in unless a surprise comes in. But right now, Alter Ego, they are kings of that compound. Not that compound, they're kings of that hill area. What do we call it?
Great right now. But it was thanks to Vampire who knocked them down first and they just finished off the job. Secure 6 eliminations, got 3 people to work around. I still haven't picked up one of their members being knocked out early on, and now they have a bit of a reset. But 3 teams crashing into Alter Ego back to back. DX, RQ, Sam9. Who's next? Is it going to be Vampires who helped them before? Is it going to be a different team entirely? I mean, like, they have no problem holding their fort down there. They don't even have walls, but they do have a bit of a terrain to work around the tower, and that's just it. Couple of structures, couple of vegetations, and a rock. That's it.
And tons of loot for them to gather. But despite tons of loot, Fnatic still doesn't have a helmet. Maybe his helmet is shredded down entirely. But now it's going to be Box Gaming VOIN. The 2 teams with a similar color scheme. Nades flying from Box Gaming. Will it land onto anyone? Not yet. VOIN still holding this compound, but this compound is now not as valuable as before because Circle is not in this.
Vampire's got themselves the circle. All they need to do is just hold it. Know for a fact Alter Ego is dead. The moment they try to pick out If Vampires are unharmed, untouched, they can easily shoot down and focus on the side of Alter Ego. But the question is, Box Gaming and VOIN, will he try to disrupt the peacefulness coming from Vampires right now? Box trying to challenge and rush into the side of VOIN, and VOIN will respond and reply with a nade. Nade per nade for now. And feels like a pro will be hit first by those explosion, but I'm not sure if that's gonna hit just yet. Look at how many nades been prepped up and with those DBS unprepared.
Oh, yeah, that nade. Okay. Waiting for the right angle, but can't seem to find it. But finally, Fnatic been knocked down. It should be a long range, but now looking at the circle, they moved away from the area where Alter Ego was at. Now it's time for them to go. But Box Gaming and VOIN gotta go as well.
Here comes the next one. BTR next for Alter Ego, but this time, Vampire is taking the other side as well. Alter Ego having a bit of a problem to hold it in. Fnatic knocks and Potato Slither of Valve remains while BTR pushing Crush, compress to corner, living with only Potato. Can Potato do this job for the entirety of Alter Ego while Vampire shooting at them at the same time? Sparvel coming around the corner, Micro Uzi in Potato's hand, but Octa just managed, cannot be revived. Fnatic bleeding out, still licking their wounds. Potato have to fight for his life now with the entirety of BTR rushing in. They cannot hold it much longer. Finally bowing out at 8th place.
Yeah, you needed another Indonesian team to take out an Indonesian team. But now it's going to be Vietnam region versus Indonesia region. VOIN against Box Gaming. Levis with a nade. But Levis, wait, he naded himself.
Wow. I mean, like, VOIN don't even have to lift a finger for that. It's a good deny of a point, but I'm not sure if that coincidence or an accident or intentionally did it, but we're gonna have to wait it later on. But that was really surprising coming from Box. Ever cooked themselves that nade. It's gonna be a free win coming from VOIN. But the Vampires, on the other hand, they got themselves 3 eliminations, 7 by the side of BTR, and VOIN got an 8. And this is the VOIN that we speak of the first week. They're coming back in the tournament, but will it be too late for them now to catch up to those points? Well, Vampires eyeing out to the side of BTR. Nobody's touching VOIN on the other end due to the kills separating them and BTR.
Well, to a certain extent, that's what happens if you put the mindset of nothing to lose when you're at number 16 and they can win fights. And now BTR still have the mindset of like they can catch that number 1 spot, but they may lose Swavel to this. But at least BTR in the circle, stage 7 could still favor them. Look at the amount of roads inside of the circle. It's going to be hard for the teams to manage this.
Oh, this is pretty open right now. Except for Vampires compound, that's just it. There's nobody else got themselves a building to work around. Vampires do definitely have the most space. They even got the next circle. Same goes for BTR. There's not inside. It's going to be other than just these 2 teams. SLD, nowhere to pick out. No way to cross the street. I don't think they have any smokes to pop even. That's why Newsy can easily shoot them down. Even Spotted Eyes just now. This is the perfect view to get in the circle. And they got it for Vampires.
Yeah, with the compound, with the rooftop to work with. Vampire looking good this time. 4 players still active. Swavel down. Don't think it's possible. Well, it's still possible, but it's really, really tough if they try to go and save Swavel, because right now Swavel being spotted out by Vampire Esports. VOIN as well can't really get in thanks to Vampire.
For the Vampires, every bullet matter for them. With BTR eliminated at 6, they are running dry for Vampires when it comes to ammunition. They have to make sure every single bullet is not wasted. Bacon Time still have quite a number of resources. They got quite a hefty amount of grenades and mollies, even smokes. Now they don't want to waste any more time, don't want to overextend themselves outside of the circle, going into the zone as fast as they can. But Vampires gatekeeping every single person there is. Flukov got himself only 64 in those magazines and just spraying it out, tapping one by one. They know they're running dry with those ammunition and bullets. They have to make sure everything clicks and connect and didn't waste anything. This is so clean coming up from Flukov from the rooftop.
Nicely done, positioning himself. And right now they're playing without Tony K, but they're still able to maintain their position. Together with that long range shot, it does help them. Hail Esports on the other hand, they are on the other side of the circle. Still on challenge, but Bacon Time moving in. Looks like they're going to reset as a 4.
It's going to be the ties finale here, coming up from our first Erangel of the day. They are back, playing themselves their best and peak performance here. Today for Vampires, Flukov and Newsy got the wide view of an open angle for them. And all they need to do for Vampires is waiting for the fight. to come over to their side. Straps running low with those bullets. They are reserving the ammos as much as possible. Now start to toss about their throwables. Hill on the other end, Bacon and Ale, if they rush towards a Vampire, Vampires will have a bit of a problem to save the ammunition because there's nowhere near to reload themselves. They don't have enough death boxes nearby. And they're down to like what, 30-ish sort of bullets, that's it.
Yeah, I guess that's why they're not really spraying onto the vehicle, trying to explode it. If not, Bacon Time will be in trouble. Now Bacon Time, okay, the one in trouble right now is going to be Hale Esports. They're still on the outside of the circle. They have a vehicle though, but then again, Bacon Time is close by and the nades will rain onto Hale Esports, but Flash is ready to counter fire upon Ice.
Now, Vampires are going to wait for the Bacon and Hill to fight against each other. Ice bleeding out while they slowly try to tap from the sidelines. 4 eliminations coming from the side of Hill. Bacon, I have no clue right now. 1 knockdown, bleeding out. Nobody can actually save him due to how far he is in the front line when compared to the others. Flaker's trying to spot all the back lines, but it's difficult due to the smokes in between. Bacon do have themselves a bit of covers, a bit of a barricade with those vehicles that they have on their side, but Bacon Ice will just have to lick his own wound down there. Hill will want to go for the push. They've been close by the blue zone first. They have to move. They will cross the street. Here comes the bridge of the smoke. And here comes Catslow trying to run them down. Newsy wants to go for it, but his clips is just too low. Fluker putting everything he has with that UMP, trying to take advantage. Bacon starts to fight. I think this is going to be Vampires winning.
Oh, Vampire, they have the best advantage right now. They already got 7 elimination points and they'll be looking for more as Gatslow and Hill. Flash taken out as well. Ice being traded back by Flash, naded down by 3 touch. And it's going to be the last member of Hill Esports. Guy only now the open, shoots onto Vampire Esports, exposing inside at the same time, taking a little bit of a risk and finally taken down by Shramps.
Stone at the same time having a support fire from those rooftop, swapping over with his Car 98 and at the same time with his Car L to work. Bacon Noise open up the angle towards the side of a flank. They need to take him down. Here's the nearest away towards the side of Empires, but the rest of them a bit too far. They are running low with their ammunition. They need to save and preserve their resources at the same time. Stone make the best use of his Car L ammunition at the same time to put out Armstall. There's going to be a lot of smoke pop up, but the nades been raining on them and there's no way out. Stone switch over to his arsenals and taking those weapons at good use and touch. Vampire secures this with a huge volume of kills as well, and they are back.
Thai region supreme so far in our first 2 games in the final day of the grand finals. Vampire Esports is the next one to get their chicken dinner, and Vampire Esports, they are in the running for the #1 spot. Teams like Alter Ego, gotta be careful, that #1 spot will be in jeopardy.
We do know Vampires are already shooting up themselves in the top 5 right now, and they are in the top contender. They can easily just push down the other players down there. And this is the Shraps. I remember his nades were remarkable. Coming up from CEC, I saw this guy has a huge potential. Arguably can be one of the best players in South Asia too, but he just don't pop off that much compared to Rosemary and Mela if it comes to PMSL. The Shraps has been downplaying the entire league, now coming back in the final day of the grand finals. Vampires, are they taking the throne away in the last minute?
Well, I'm surprised by the ratio though. 2 eliminations per 1,000 over damage. Yeah, that is a lot of work there by Shrubs, but it seems to be Newsy stealing most of it away. Probably stealing it from Shrubs. But anyway, it's a team effort, so they got a good number of eliminations despite them staying at that compound. A lot of long-range shots being taken by Vampire Esports while reserving their ammunition. It is efficiency shown by Vampire Esports. In fact, look at the travel distance. They don't really need to travel that much, meaning that they don't get to loot as much as other teams, but they still manage to make do.
Yeah, I mean, like, we saw for a fact they're running low and running dry with those utilities and resources. So speaking of their ammunition, they were having very limited amount of it to use because of they were in this compound for the longest time. They didn't leave. They have all these long fights coming up for them instead of going for CQCs. That's why Vampires couldn't actually have those upgrade of loot coming from those stack boxes, because they've been taking the fights from a long distance. But you have to thank to Fnatic, because Fnatic opened up so much space for Vampires to get those damage discs out. they've been helping Alter Ego and the rest of Alter Ego team when they were in the same compound as they do. Look at that. They've been taking a lot of knockdowns from afar. But look at Vampire. They're keeping the distance. But Alter Ego, you have to give respect for this team. I respect that. Why they talk? I mean, like there were like 4 teams back to back rushing into the compound.
Yeah, it's a lot of excitement shown there. I can totally understand that as well. I mean, if you can win against 4 teams crashing into them, not only you got the 4 teams, you got the points, you got that amount of loot because every one of it was close quarters combat. I mean, they have the reason to celebrate. So it's a great round there by Alter Ego, irregardless of the points collected. It's a great showing by them. I really want to see the points right now for Alter Ego, especially because of how many teams they managed to defend their ground against. And here it is, Alter Ego. After all that, only 8 points, but okay, fine. I would have expected more.
I mean, I get it because of how they've been kind of segregate their kills and elimination with other teams, including Vampires at that state, and this is a BTR around there as well. So there's a lot of third party coming in, just where Alter Ego was standing. But they definitely defended the hack for their compound. There's nothing to take cover except for the slightly crate of where they stand when it comes to those terrain. But Vampires, all they need to do is just stay indoors and shoot it out. Nobody trying to flush them out from those buildings just now.
Yeah, everyone was like focused, especially on the areas of Alter Ego. That building wasn't a focal point, or maybe it's also Vampire Esports. They managed to defend it really well, like a lot of warning shots from them. So they kind of chased away teams who wanted to take that compound. But you can't think about it, Choo. This is a Vampire without Tony K, and they still can perform. Everyone is pulling their own weight.
I agree. I mean, like, when it comes to teamwork, this time Vampire just shows they are the one of the best. Ooh. It's just 1 point. 1 point of a gap here. This is not even funny anymore. We're talking about 1 point between becoming the champions, taking the hefty amount of cash in your hands, or just the second place. That just 1 point different. But SLD and Boom, including Hill and FaZe, even Bacon Time and BTR can snatch it away.
Yeah, assuming that right now they are the same point, Vampire Esports would still win it because of the tiebreaker. The rank points tiebreaker will come after the chicken dinner, and Vampire, they are looking like a scary team right now towards Alter Ego. In fact, all of the Thai region teams, they are on page 1. And the points for all of them are close enough to catch up to number 1.
Too close, including Yoodo Alliance can actually still make it in. But the one that's really scary right now is going to be Bacon Time. The only team in the first page without any chicken dinner. But still maintain the first page anyway with almost hitting those triple digit. But when it comes to Shrubs and Keenan, I mean, like, we haven't seen VOIN the longest time. And it's been a while we've seen one of the VOIN player in here in the grand finals.
Yeah, VOIN have been doing really well, and I think this is what they really need. Like, just have that mentality of like nothing to lose, and we'll see the best of VOIN in general. They did do fairly well in actually the 2 rounds that we've seen them so far, but how are you going to beat the Thais right now? 2 chicken dinners from the Thai region back to back. Maybe it's another one from another Thai region. Bacon Time maybe. Maybe FaZe Clan. I mean, the possibilities are there.
So far, it has been dominated by the Thais. You cannot deny that anymore. They're coming back super strong, regardless of very quiet first day. This is scary because we don't know what to expect for the teams. How do you want to fight back? We're talking about the Vietnam. We're talking about the Indonesian team who love those gunfights, who love those skirmishes, who love to get those eliminations, even though their point is nowhere near. You saw how Alter Ego just get 8 points, 1 point for their rank, and 7 out of eliminations. They don't care in the world about the chickens. They want to get themselves those numbers up. That's it. That's the main point here today. But the coming up from the Thais, they're really smart, getting themselves the pattern of the circle like Vampires. They don't even need to budge.
Yeah, not at all. And sometimes when you see this kind of situation, right, like you have a compound, you don't really need to move, like teams will play passively, and that's nothing wrong with that. But for Vampire Esports, like what you said, they know they need the points, they want to catch up to their number 1, they are ambitious enough, they took a little bit of a risk, play the rooftop, and when you play the rooftop, there's a risk of you being shot down as well. So they took that risk, and that risk gave them the return of the amount of eliminations, despite them not needing to move that much. it's just like 2 steps ahead thinking for Vampire Esports, and that is why right now it's only 1 point difference between them and Alter Ego. Alter Ego, luckily they managed to defend their area from multiple teams. If not, that #1 spot would have been taken away.
But I think this is a slap for Alter Ego as well. This is a reality slap showing them that, you know what, yeah, you can do it on the second day to play it as safe and balance out your eliminations and your rank. But when it comes to the final day, Vampire is not giving that sort of space at all, because if you want to maintain #1, you have to be aggressive, which we have seen a lot coming up from Alter Ego, because he's trying to balance out rank and try to get those positions. But they should realize by now, if they want to be in #1, they have to be all out, because Vampire is not showing any sign of slowing down here, including the other ties. We talked about FaZe, we talked about Bacon Time. Bacon Time, no chicken, but still maintain at the first page.
Yeah, no chicken, no problem for them. And if they get a chicken dinner, then, well, they would just zoom up to like their #1 spot. It's possible for them, because we do see that the regular top teams are not getting as many points as we saw like in day #1, day #2. Sanhok was a really good example that we see all the top teams eliminated before the bottom teams. But this is, you know what, it makes things exciting for us as viewers, because like, okay, bottom teams decided to go out instead of the top teams just opening up the gap, and 4 more games to go. We are counting down the games, ladies and gentlemen. 4 more games to go. Really, this is arguably going to be the tightest race for the title.
It's down to the next game, really. The next one, before we're heading to the long break, will be a stretch of a gap for the teams, or will it be even closer for the margins? Because we talked about the teams can catch up anytime, even down to the second page. We're not even kidding. If everybody hits 100 marks, they can easily get those #1 spot. We're talking about provided. We saw it's not impossible, Cloud, for the top team to be eliminated early. We saw that happen before. Like, I think it was like the first Sanhok map that happened, where top 5 of the team all being grayed out because of they being eliminated first. If that's the case here, anybody can catch up when it comes to second page even.
And that's also kind of thanks to like some of the teams at the bottom maybe having the mentality of like, okay, we got nothing to lose, so whoever's in front of us, irregardless whether you're the #1 team, #2 team, we don't care. They will take them out, and if they get taken out, then, you know, it's like a ripple effect, right? Like, it will affect the other team's sort of points overall, and that kind of allow some of the teams potentially able to catch up to that to those top spots. So really, 4 more games to go. Anything can happen. We are down to the last 2 Erangels, and it's going to be super exciting. PMSL PUBG Mobile Super League. It's a superb experience so far at the grand finals. But Choo, we're going to get an interview after this, so we're still waiting for a confirmation from production. But I'm pretty sure we're going to see the 2 Thai representatives being interviewed.
But I do want to have a bit of maybe even the other teams that's pretty close as contender up there. I mean, like, we're talking about Alter Ego and also come up with Vampires, this 1 point different. And the Thais got a back-to-back. I mean, like, whoever they interview right now, it's a treat for us. And it being here for PMSL is already a treat when the competition is this tough, this tight. And we have no clue. I mean, like, I'm asking you the same question. Who do you think will be the champion today? Can you actually answer that by now?
Well, I can't answer that, but maybe our host can. Let's see if he gets the answer.
Hello everyone, we're back with another interview session back at the venue today. And first and foremost, don't forget there's a new X-Youth Steigen Leech. You can check it out in-game. It's a new skin. It's a fresh skin from the game publisher itself, which is PUBG Mobile. But now, with the interview session with me right now is the coach from Vampire Esports, and he is Sertani with his interpreter. So, first question. Your team is the former PMWI champion, and currently you have not secured your top 1 position. Do you feel PMSL is more challenging or how?
เนื่องจากว่าทีมของเราเคยได้แชมป์ PMWI มาก่อนตอนนี้เรายังไม่ได้อยู่มาเป็นอันดับ 1เลยเราคิดว่าPMSL ตอนเนี้ยมีความท้าทายมากกว่าหรือเปล่าและทำไม
ครับก็จริงๆแล้วรายการนี้ครับ PMSL เนี่ยแต่ละทีมก็ถือว่าเป็นคู่แข่งที่แข็งแกร่งมากแล้วก็แบบมันสร้าง challenge ให้กับทีมเยอะมากเลยครับเพราะว่าแต่ละคนแบบเล่นได้ดีจริงๆแล้วก็ตอนนี้แม้ว่าเราอาจจะอยู่แบบว่าอันดับที่แบบว่าพอได้ลุ้นอยู่แต่ก็ ต้องเกมต่อเกมครับเราก็พยายามทำเต็มที่ครับผม
Actually, in this PMSL, all the teams are quite challenging, and they have to see in each game and keep doing it up.
Alright, so on top of that, now that we know that you guys are placed in second with 1 point gap difference with the number 1 team, which is Alter Ego. So, how is the confidence for the team is doing right now?
ตอนนี้ค่ะเรารู้สึกว่าเรามีความมั่นใจแค่ไหนที่จะก้าวขึ้นมาเป็นอันดับหนึ่ง
ครับก็ตอนนี้ก็ถือว่ามั่นใจครับอย่างน้อยเราก็ได้ปลดล็อกไก่ในวันสุดท้ายแล้วแล้วก็เราได้เล่นด้วยความมั่นใจที่มากขึ้นกว่าเดิมครับผมสุดท้ายก็ขึ้นอยู่กับว่าวงจะไปเสิร์ฟให้ใครครับผม ขอบคุณครับ
Alright, now he feel quite more confident because he can get the chicken dinners for the last day, and now he waiting for the last circle will become in the team or not.
Alright, congratulations, and I like the confidence from the coach himself. So today is the last day, and there might be a team that is going to throw few games here and there. Is your team prepared for this, and how is the team preparation going?
วันนี้เป็นวันสุดท้ายแล้วค่ะเราคิดว่ามันจะมีบางทีมที่รู้สึกเหมือนกับว่าไม่เล่นแล้วไม่เอาแล้วก็โยนเกมไปทีมเรามีการเตรียมพร้อมกับเรื่องนี้ไหม
ครับก็มันก็อาจจะมีคิดว่าน่าจะมีบ้างครับแบบว่าทีมที่เล่นแบบว่าไม่คิดอะไรแล้วนะครับผมก็จริงๆแล้วก็ได้บอกน้องๆไปแล้วครับว่ามันอาจจะมีอะไรแบบนี้เกิดขึ้นบ้างแล้วก็อย่างน้อยก็คิดซะว่าเขาแต้มฟรีมาให้แล้วกันครับผม
Yeah, he said like it's normal in the game. Sometimes they feel like okay we are throwing game, but they already like communication in their teams. It's the game, so if anything can happen.
Alright, I feel like there's all fun and laughter for this time around for the interview session, and I think that's all for now. We're gonna go back to the casters. See you again. Bye bye.
If we have the most happiest coach award, I would give it to Sertani. He never failed to smile, no matter how tough the situation is for the team.
Yeah, I know, right? He has this like cheerful sort of look, and I think his interviews has always been really insightful, but also grounded at the same time. So I really like hearing from him. But you know what? Who I kind of miss as well, Choo. I miss our Thai translator.
Yeah. Hey. I mean, the girl is pretty cute too. I mean, I love her. I worked with her before. She's a pretty warm person. But speaking of the Thais, right now is the rise of the Thai teams. So we're talking about the teams that try to contest. Even coming up from the Thais this time, they have to retract their statement, saying that, you know, Sertani is giving a bit of a beast for the players. They definitely love him. I mean, like, everybody loves Sertani. There's no way somebody don't like Sertani, right? Even though he's a coach, but he's lovable person, and his personality is just very bright. And speaking of the other teams right now, talking about the Thais mentioned during the league, that the Malaysian and the Indonesian scene is not as tough. I feel like they have to retract that statement due to how close the competition is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah. Looking at how Alter Ego is, yes, they're being caught up, but there's a reason why they're still up there. So, and they're still putting in the competition. We saw like how they really defended their ground early on, so they're not going to go down without a fight. You have to send like what, 5 teams and the 5th team to actually take them out, and that was BTR, and you need to have another Indonesian team to take out an Indonesian team. That just set the standards for how their region is. So and even like VOIN, like as much as we like kind of forget about them, like okay, just because they're number 16, but so far today they've been showing up.
I just hope it's not too late for the side of VOIN to realize they have to wake up and know for a fact that we're at the end of this tournament right now. There's no way for you to compensate if you're not waking up right here, right now, the very moment we speak. Lynx and Microboy, it has been a while that we've seen Microboy plays, but I do want to see. I feel like PERSIJA EVOS with Microboy in it, it's a bit more aggressive than per usual. So we do know when you see Microboy in the lineup, you can expect them going gun blazing and going running amok in the map. That's not surprising anymore. This is going to be one of the, you know what, the veteran lineup of BTR version 1.0 back then, with Microboy in this lineup too. But also speaking of the vampires, I mean, like, I scored 1 also today, Claire, so we're both even now.
Oh yeah, right. 4 more to go. If we can get everything right, gonna get a good supper after this. But
We are goat.
let's see if we can get
We are
it.
goat if we get all right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Gonna buy ourselves a good supper. So looking over at GEEK SLATE, they are in my prediction. I'll be looking to see if they can actually pop it off. So far, maintaining the same lineup, still sticking with Stuxnet, not putting in Zilin just yet, and confident. Trust the process, they say.
VOIN, can they make it on time? We talk about Keenan got himself as the top performer as individual, but the entire team have to pull their weight here. We're talking about the entirety of VOIN, who used to be so consistent in week 1. Where were they? So far we see Keenan popping off. The others, not so much.
Yeah, but maybe that he can be like the anchor for the team. Like, okay, if I can do it, you guys can do it. Let's go in fearless, as this will be the big motivation. Well, not too sure for VOIN because the points are far, but it's going to be a big motivation for the teams. The trophy itself, this ain't an image. This is an actual trophy at the venue, as we will see a team lifting it up by the end of today.
Today we will know who will be the best in Southeast Asia. Regardless of their past performance, their past achievement, nothing matter now. Because the now is always the latest season. Are you that good when it comes to this season? Yeah, you were the champion in the last one, but can you do it again? And those underdogs, the one that never get themselves a champion title, can they contest it this season? It's a very different format, a very different game. The same map, yes, but different timing of Blue Zone and also the Circle. Circle is just crazy these days. And we do have the flight path more towards the south. Last time we had more towards the north. Now, will the Circle be somewhere in the middle this time?
We got a tough one in recent games, so if we do get a middle one, although I want to say like, okay, it's time for a nice chill Circle in the middle, but you know, keep it going, right? Might as well, because it's the last day anyway. Keep it going, give us a tough Circle, go all the way to Kameshki, go up all the way to shooting range, I'll take that as well. Mid to the base, come on, might as well, right? So yeah, I'll take a tough one, since it's the last day anyway. But for the teams, they definitely don't want to take the tough one. BTR, not that tough since they can drop straight into mid to the base, but we're going to get a 50-50 between the areas of Rossog and shooting range.
I feel like it's going to be ended up on Roshog. It will end up right on top of school as well, because we've seen multiple school circles, Cloud. Don't forget about that. We had that quite a number of times in the first day. So, I mean, I'm not surprised if that happens again. And speaking of school, and even the previous circle on top of hospital, it was predictable because vampires know exactly where they're standing. Are they doing the same thing here, going in early to the side of school for the circle to just guard it over? Because they did it before. Can they get it back to back?
Well, definitely school with this kind of circle is still a good area because it's in the middle. But of course, it's really down to the RNG at the end of the day. But if it's kind of like a 50-50 circle, right? It would be nice to like be somewhere at the bridge so it's easier to cross over when you get a hard shift onto any other side. So I think that might be one of the focal points for those teams. If not on those bridges, then somewhere on the right, like Yasnaya area will be great as well because there's a lot of ground and it's easier to travel as well, lesser choke points. So we might be able to see like those key areas being the focal point. If not, if the team really wants a compound, then Rossog is still not too bad because you can still get onto the other side easier as compared to like putting yourselves like really far away.
But right now I'm looking at PERSIJA EVOS, they're nowhere near getting themselves a vehicle. I feel like they are rushing towards the side of... Feels like they're rushing towards the side of school as fast as they can possibly. It's quite far though. Can they go there without being spotted out? And they can't even spot one buggy, that's the case. It's a really difficult task if you want to stay alive without any vehicles. On the side of school, we already have a first team to be touching down on school, which can be RRQ. And if they can hold this ground for the longest time, I feel like this might be the last few circles as well. Just might as well just get as much loot as you can right now, because there will be a third party coming in if that happens. Now, some of the team are dropping around Jogo Pool area. They will take their time. We do know for a fact they're still inside of a circle. But those come out from SMBO. Talked about choke points, you talked about gatekeeping. I don't think anybody tried to go for a boat route because of how accessible it is for the land right now. But for Yoodo Alliance, if they're being smart, if someone can go up to Starboard even at this case, but we're not sure who's going to go there.
Well, normally it's let's see here. Normally it would be okay. I can't recall for now. Starboard, yeah, last we saw is there's no team, but maybe because it's like about the flight path. I was kind of thinking about the point of the boat ride as well. Normally with this kind of circle, teams won't want to take the boat ride because if you land, it's still quite a distance to get into the circle. Plus, you need to kind of pray that you get the vehicle because it's RNG at the end of the day, just like how PERSIJA EVOS had to face. That kind of reminds me of like in PMPL Malaysia Season 2, Damansara Flash Vision. They dropped into Ferry Pier. The circle was way on the right and it pulled all the way to the right, like mansion and above. And they had no vehicle the entire way. And what happened was all four of them went out to the zone, and it was the last game whereby they had a chance to secure the slot in the next season. So it was devastating. I remember that moment because
I think I
was with the
remember
players
this
that time.
I mean, like, what are the odds that you cannot even learn a vehicle after such a long time rotating and navigating in the circle? That's like, it's either pure bad luck or it's just a bad day. There's nothing else going on there. I mean, if you're talking about luck, you have to put in the factor of luck in this game. No matter how good you are, if that 5% of luck is not on your side, then you're doomed.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate because it was the last game and they had an opportunity to, like, if they could rack up a certain amount of points, they could still secure the slot because that time it was like bottom 4, you get eliminated from the next season, something like that. And because that was the case that they couldn't get a vehicle, they had zero fighting chance at all. Like, there was no chance at all for them to get a single point. So it was devastating for the players. Like, at least you get a vehicle, at least you still fight, and if you lose the fight, that's fine. You still be satisfied, but without even the fighting chance, then it's totally devastating. And I believe there was some talk, at least in recent seasons, behind the scenes of like, okay, maybe the vehicle spawn should be kind of like reworked. But at the end of the day, I don't know exactly whether it's reworked because of course how this changes, they don't really tell you because if they tell you, then you know. That defeats the purpose of the whole RNG thing. But looking at the case right now, it has been quite rare that the teams don't get a vehicle at all. Like, at some point they will still get it.
I just hope that's the case of PERSIJA EVOS. I think they do lend themselves a couple of vehicles. If they don't, then blame SLATE for it. You call out for them.
I was just speaking history, okay? I was just talking history since we were at the point. Just putting it out there.
The curse is no joke, Cloud. Sometimes we mention about certain teams, they must got themselves some vehicles, right? And that's where they don't get any. So that's not the case here. If not, I mean, like, I wouldn't mind if they're blaming us at this point. But speaking of the Nat Circle, we have no clue about the Nat Circle where we will be because it's too obvious. Like, it's too vague right now because a lot of the good points are, you know, I said the circle, you know, it's going to be ended up there. There's nowhere else it's going to be landing into it. But for this circle right now, first circle pops, it's just so many good places. It will attract a magnet to the side of a circle that going to favor that as an ending. On the side of Boom, Yummy May, that was a good trigger discipline coming up from the side of Boom. They were being challenged by Bacon Time, but they're not willing to give away their position, not taking up the bait. Now, Bacon Time, due to lack of information coming up from the side of Boom, and the hill between them is separating, and they have no clue about the position of all the other players coming up from Boom. They don't want to open fire, but they're just going to open fire something that they can definitely see, not just by the ODQ, but something physically they can see with their eyes. Then they're going to give a bit of a challenge, but GEEK SLATE, this is ambitious coming from Bacon Time. A bit too far, around 300 meters apart, and they got the high grounds and so much vegetation in between. Feels like difficult task for Bacon Time to try to knock one down, but GEEK on the other hand definitely get themselves a lot of intel by those fires.
So at least good news for most of the teams because the circle moved down, so now shooting range is just out of the question. All the way down, we don't get to see this kind of hardship in the second circle that often, but well, good news for all the teams because they're mostly in the main peninsula. Even 7-9, they're by the bridge, so it's going to be an easy rotation down south. no choke points there for them. It's all managed well, and that means that a lot of teams will be playing in this down area. Down, it's quite balanced here. You got compounds, you got high grounds, you got good areas like Pochinki is still in it, like school is still in it. So I think that with this kind of circle, we're going to see a different kind of pace as compared to before. It's going to be slower as compared to the previous Erangel.
Yeah, due to the multi-levels of terrain and also a couple of compounds in between too. But also I want to see if RRQ can manage how Alter Ego did before when they are in the center of the circle. They definitely will have a lot of teams contest around the area, but DX taking the fight into the hands of Hill here. At the same time, we do have Box Gaming on the other end. Pochinki is hot right now. This is DX's old town, where they're being hushed out and being chased out by Bacon time before. But right now, DX know exactly every corner of it, how to play around. We're Hill fighting back, but it feels like DX know this like the palm of their hand. And GEEK on the other end, taking advantage as a third party. Why not?
Did Stuxnet manage to steal it away? I guess not. It's still DX securing that elimination point onto Hill. And now DX has Rabbits down. Chuan needs to go up to the second floor, or Lamborghini is going to be the one. Let's see how they're going to decide that. As now Lamborghini popping out of smoke. He has 8 smokes, so there's plenty on his arsenal there to use to buy time for his teammates to reset.
Where is Vampire? I saw Vampires nicking onto the side of DX just now with that knockdown. I don't see them anywhere in the map. We do have 3 teams making 4 as Vampires taking a part of this from a different angle entirely. We have no clue there where they navigate themselves. But DX right now, they can actually wrap things up, whether to finish off Hill, but they need to figure out how to not to walk into that trap. There will be the chopsticks trench. They can actually work around it. But for the side of GEEK SLATE, they're just taking this long fight all day long. They're not willing to just expose themselves due to BTRs breathing down their necks at the back line. There's also another team behind them as well. I think that's going to be maybe not Bacon time. I think what's pink color teams there? VOIN. I think that's VOIN. And coming up from the trench, Hill will try to fight back, but the problem is it's not going to be only 2 parties here. Talking about 4 or 5 teams having the same place.
Yeah, including Box Gaming on top. We don't see Bacon time though inside of Pochinki, considering that this is kind of like their home as well. So they kind of left it. I wonder where they are. Maybe they're taking the high ground instead. On the left of Pochinki is kind of nice too. So let's see here. Is it still good? Yeah, it's still pretty decent with Vampire Esports there. GEEK SLATE right smack in the middle of the circle. I guess the next interesting area would be from the north coming into the south. We got like 3 teams still up there, but we got 2 teams still taking that northern side. We got Bacon Time there, FaZe Clan there, so we might see crashes between PERSIJA, EVOS and FaZe Clan perhaps.
Is it going to be Pochinki circle, or is it going to be Potato Hill circle, or even the field of Gapkar, or even field of Pochinki? It's going to be heavily compound and also a lot of buildings, but Dab running down a bit too late, spraying over to the side. Mormon got it! He finished things off in a swift manner. A clean execution at that, but Sam 9 being shot from afar. That's coming up from the side of GEEK SLATE and another team FaZe. They lost their scout early before. VOIN coming up from the back line. RRQ repositioning himself, coming down from school area, down to the side of Potato Hills of Pochinki. Now this is where we talked about the circle plays such a big part. Even though you got yourself compounds before, but being, you know what, moved away by the circles, you have to figure out how to exit out. And the moment you step out from here, there's going to be an open field. So much flat plane here, Cloud.
Yeah, there are multiple kinds of terrains here in this kind of circle. That's why in the center of Erangel, it's kind of like balanced. You get all sorts of stuff here. So it's up to the teams whether they want to play compound, they want to play flat land, whether they want to play high grounds. It's totally up to them. Nothing wrong with that. As long as they're comfortable executing whatever their plan is, then that's going to be a-okay. PERSIJA, EVOS, for example, they're still trying to find where they're going to call home right now. I think they don't want to manage the road. That's why they went into that compound that was just right in front of them and ended up like, okay, nope, there's another team on the other side of the road. We're not willing to go through it. Let's go through a different rotation. Stage 3, you could still do that. But if it's like stage 5, 6, then they have to take the fight.
I agree. Right now they still have a bit of a space here. We still have 16 teams intact, walking into stage number 4 in less than a minute. Now that's very limited amount of, how do I say, land left for these guys. And Pochinki is right on top of it still. We don't know, is it going to be urban warfare or not, or is it going to be somewhere outskirts in the open field of Pochinki? Now that's going to be a tough one for the LGL to call it out, because if one misjudge of timing and position for the checkpoints for each of these teams, they will easily go down because of how compressed the circle, how small the radius of a circle is right now. For the Vampires, they're taking things very slow. They're taking all the high grounds from the rim of the circle. They're not willing to be in the center because of how open it is. RRQ spot out PERSIJA, EVOS, rep face down, leaving only Luxy and Micro. Boy, the blue zone on the other end with Mott taking on Luxy. There's going to be a clear view for RRQ to farm those kills. They've been guarding over school for the longest time, but they have to move now. But along the process of navigating to the circle, they're just going to easily wipe out PERSIJA, EVOS, while Yoodo Alliance, the only team that willing to take up the courage to be in the center. And there's only a couple of compounds there is. If you can get in the center, which Alter Ego is on the move right now going in there, they can be in there for a long time. They can just defend it.
Well, I'll be interested to see what happens in Pochinki now that the circle's not there. Boss Gaming, Hale Esports, Xavier at least. It's going to be a fight here to get out of Pochinki itself, and with 25 more seconds, they got to do it quick. We're talking about stage 4 circle moving to stage 5. It's going to hurt if they stay there.
Speaking of a full circle, we're walking to the 5th in less than 10 seconds now. Microboy alongside with Zuxi, only one vehicle on their side. Of all the vehicles they're trying to find, they land on one. 2 players, heavy casualty on their side, got himself a very small building to work around, but this is a very risky building if they want to stay. One Molly can finish off and flush them out easily. Alter Ego on the other hand, Octa being the front line, shot down by RRQ, and now RRQ trying to wrap things around them, out-corner them every single way possible. With those nades giving the pressure out, can they fan out on the side of Alter Ego to counter this corner coming out from the side of RRQ?
Ooh, okay, Alter Ego not interested because they don't have Octa, so they don't have the manpower to do so. So they're a little bit more interested to reposition themselves. But FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports next to each other. Onsen will go down. It's going to be Flukev taking it down. Newsy needs backup for him to be picked up. Should be okay, but they need to defend against other teams still rotating within the circle.
It's all about timing. Mela left for the side of FaZe. Newsy now being shot down from afar as well. Mela take the advantage. Spot out Stone. One person on, not this guy. That's the reason why he's top Terminator week 1. And keep on getting those top Terminators every single week. Because how valiant it is, how much courage he actually have by himself to fight all the teams down there. Yoodo Alliance on the other hand, having such a good day. They secures 1 and make it 2 points right now. Taking those rooftop work at their best with those buggy to distract, and all ruse being caused by Rebel by himself. While Boom going in a cluster, fighting against BTR, fan out in the 3-2 formation. Now they're trying to get all possible kills right now from Boom, but the target being switched over and over again. Due to the lack of focus on certain players, they cannot secure 1 yet from BTR.
Well, at least they got 1 knockdown for Boom, and it's definitely going to be their point here. As Suave that gets taken out by Hexas, that's a confirmation. Now trying to get into the circle, BTR will look on their backs, but now we move over to the northern side where Bacon Time VOIN as well as RRQ in the same area. But FaZe Clan, a team that's eyeing their #1 spot, got eliminated.
There are also 7-9 coming up from the back line, so Bacon Time, they have to make this fast, as swift as possible. Putting their bridges of smoke, but 7-9 caught in the hands of Vice from the back line. 7-9 eliminated next, while Bacon Time have to force the fight against RRQ and VOIN at the same time. Back to the playing field of the high grounds. BTR and Boom, Yoodo Alliance and Vampire Flukev on the other end. Vampire's only 2 players left when Rise is spotted out 3 players of Boom, but couldn't cook up the nade on time because Boom shooting him from afar. There's every bullet flying left, right and center. You cannot even stand up.
Yeah, the moment you stand up, you'll be shot down. Just because of the amount of teams around this area. Now Boom, they're securing elimination points already, 3 on their side. But for RRQ and Bacon Time, both of these teams need to bail. They're still around the areas of Potato Hill to retouch onto Voldemort, but it will not connect. Asa closest towards Bacon Time. 1 nade was tossed, a second nade will be tossed onto Bacon Time, but Bacon Time, they're moving away.
And at the same time, Vampire's got the center of a circle again. Nobody contesting them for one more time. And these teams are fighting themselves to get into the zone in the first place. So nobody's actually giving up enough attention to who's in the center right now. Box a bit too busy with with Boom and BTR, while Levy being spotted at Yummy May. Boom will gatekeep this side, but they do have BTR sharing alongside with them. That's going to be the backstab, but that's going to be the bane for Boom. If BTR decided to open fire to the side of a Boom lineup, that's going to be Box winning this one. But Levy spotted out Yummy from afar. That's going to be 200 meters apart and knocked down by PERSIJA EVOS on the other end and still in the way by Yummy.
Ooh, but Yummy's job not done yet though. He has Capone right below him. Nate toss onto the smoke, but no one's there. Smoke's a diversion for Capone. But Capone's still on the outside of the circle. He has a teammate by the edge of it. Still trying to find his way into the circle still. They are on the outside. Yummy prepared for another nade. This time probably land onto Capone. Nate tossed out. Capone forced to stand up. Capone 50% of health left against the entire Boom Esports squad. And the zone will put pressure onto him right now.
Winnie is going to be the anchor for Box Gaming. To win it over for Box, he has to make the play, he has to make the shots, because right now they all focus on Capone. Now Winnie cooking up that nade, hoping it will land on top of it, but it's a wrong angle entirely. Can Pombi get clipped? Not even a bit. But now it's down to Capone to hold it in, but cannot hold on much longer. Winnie, he tossed a nade just now, giving away his position. Didn't know exactly where he's standing. That's it. The last of Box being eliminated at 14. Same goes for SLD. 13 and 14 is back-to-back for the Vietnam team. BTR Chen Force will be the bane for Boom. He's not being discovered just yet. But RRQ now fighting at the Legends with PERSIJA EVOS, and they have Alter Ego on the other end, and also Bacon Time on top of them at the same time.
Oh, Zaxi spots out the smoke, popped up by RRQ. Tries a couple of shots there, but the hit marker isn't connecting. And now Voldemort at the forefront. Microboy with a nade. This is going to be Microboy's debut today. If you can get a knockdown, you can get an elimination to Voldemort, that will be a good one for him. But look at this. Hale Esports is out as well. Our top 3 teams are still in this though.
Vampire, Boom, and Alter Ego, especially Alter Ego and Vampires, both are losing a lot of men here. DX start to take the fight against Knights with those DBs working well and easily secures 3 elimination in the hands of Rabies. And T-Duck secures 2 for himself. Rabies just finished off the rest of GEEK SLATE with left only damn good on the side of GEEK SLATE, but VOIN closing in the distance. Talking about Vampires, they can get a back-to-back chicken since they are unharmed, untouchable in the center. The closest to them is going to be Bacon Time. We split it into 1-2 formation right now. Yoodo Alliance taking the most of the right side of the circle, while to the right of RRQ still fighting against PERSIJA. Microboy, slither of hell remains. That Molly did not clip him just yet, but Microboy still bide his time. Speaking of the inevitable, can he defy the odds?
Oh, looks like the DBS gameplay will answer that. PERSIJA EVOS only 1 point this time. It's going to be RRQ. RRQ already has 8 points, 8 elimination points at least, without Nepeko, and doing well this time around. But now the next challenge is to get into the circle. Alter Ego will be looking at them.
Rosemary bleeding out, got himself 2 eliminations. While Fnatic angle, this angle is perfect to just guard over whoever tried to breach in. But RQ had those pins being pulled off just now. Straight away going for a U-turn and just change their rotations into the circle. Now Alter Ego, they're not safe either. They have to push forward since they are outside of the blue zone. But here comes a crash. But Fnatic and Alter Ego, we know for a fact they have been defending so well in Erangel. Can they do it, and can they pull it off once more?
Well, pretty much a necessary crash here for RRQ, but they don't have the numbers. Fnatic will take him out. And it's going to be the last man now for RRQ, still on the outside of the circle. The blue will be on top of him right now.
Next to them is going to be Bacon Time. I'm not sure if Bacon Time trying to be a third party, but they're definitely shooting towards the side of Alter Ego. VOIN caught the hands of Rosemary. He's down and finished off. Alter Ego down to 2 players, Potato and Fnatic. Their fraggers, the main fraggers, both are down. Octa and Rosemary nowhere to be found anymore. While Potato trying to prep up the nade to avoid Mort from breaching in, but he got in and slipped by anyway. But the response coming from Fnatic with that UMP running low. He needs to make sure every single Spray counts. Yummy on Boom side. Got himself a couple of eliminations too. But RRQ, they are on fire. They got 9 eliminations with 1 player left. Mort, can he clutch 2v1?
Oh, Bison in the hand of Potato, and now he's kind of low, and the Potato will take him out with the Bison. Now RRQ out at 9 with 9 eliminations, not too bad, but damn good. Oh no, he's low and the zone has arrived. Damn good. He should be taken out. There's no time for him to heal himself up. But he managed to slide by, but the zone is still pushing him through. And finally, Xavier will eliminate him.
Lamborghini bleeding out, still licking his wound after being picked up by the rest of the team. I'm not sure if they can make it to actually pick him up. They're down to 6 eliminations right now, but a huge amount of bullets flying on their side. Flying in their angle. It's going to be Boom. Boom, run and gun they go. 8 eliminations and make it 10. With 4 full-man squads still alive, Boom have a shot at winning this. While Vampires have Fluke remains with that BBS, it won't work. But VOIN shut them down. Vampires out. Alter Ego still standing at number 1.
Alter Ego there, Boom Esports there as well. Look at Boom, they have 10 elimination points in hand right now. Yoodo Alliance, once more, they will take out the members of VOIN with Flax there. And now Keenan is down. Alva, it's going to be hard to pick up his teammate. Right now, Alva will need to decide, does he want to go for it? Plus, he's on the outside of the circle. He got 40 seconds to decide.
For Boom, they got the previous circle as their control of the circle as well, but now it's slipping away from them. They only got Raze inside of the circle for now. They're trying to dominate on the left side of the circle. While BTR Genforce has been the longest one alive by himself. While we're looking at Touch, trying to shut down by Potato, Alter Ego cannot have the freedom to spray easily because they were giving away the position. They're down to only 2 men. Bacon 2-1 formation. They took up the bait, going for Touch, and that's been 1-to-1 trade with Yoodo Alliance shooting from behind. Alter Ego leaving with only 1 man, very low HP at the same time. While Kenny of Yoodo Alliance getting 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not?
And there was almost a splat there, but Kenny had to stop that splat from happening. No splats around in this round. Yoodo Alliance themselves got 9 elimination points at this point. And now Yoodo Alliance taking out the blue as they gotta get into the circle. Alpha, nowhere to run. Ninos who are happy to take the point.
Kenny running low with this elimination right now. They need to figure out how to reset their ammos up because the sprays, if they blindly spray, couldn't even clip and knock. Kenny running low definitely, but I didn't look out so much. He can secure those eliminations once being knocked down. Can he resort to throwing those grenades to a side of Vacant Time? Vacant Time surrounded by the hands of Yoodo Alliance, smothered by their bullets. No way out. Noise left, right, center. There's going to be shots coming in and the nade being tossed. It's going to be the end for Bacon. A slow death facing the inevitable death for the side of Noise. And the Blues is even not on his side right now. Closing his side first. Noise have to go for the fight either way.
Yeah, 9 Noise. Plus he's at the lower ground, so not too sure of his chances there. Yoodo Alliance same as well because Boom still is a full squad. Has the high ground. They are having control of the circle as well. Unless Yoodo Alliance can pull off a GEEK slate like what they did yesterday. If not, it's going to be Boom chicken dinner.
12 eliminations in the hand of Boom with Yummy May getting a 4 singers for Hexas. Every single person pulling up their role as well as much as they can. Hexas and Yummy trying to go for a scout with Yoodo Alliance, living with 1 player. Got a reset on Flax OP. VOIN, that last player, playing it as quiet as he can, will be the bane for these 2 teams. But never mind. Lapa finish off. We're down to 4v2. Can Yoodo Alliance clutch this, or Boom just having a wrap around and just get themselves those chickens?
Looks like they're going for the flanks. Kenny goes down. And it's only 1 left. It's very, very likely that Boom can finish this off. They're all surrounding Flex. And Flex has nowhere to go. It's going to be Boom Esports. Hexas really, really happy with this chicken dinner. And this chicken dinner can definitely boost them up further on the top spot.
And you just score yourself a 2nd chicken for today, Cloud. They were in your prediction. You got it right. And speaking of Boom, it's not just a simple chicken dinner. It's a double-digit elimination plus 8 chicken dinner. The last time we saw them, they got 12 eliminations. Did they secure 15 by the end of it? But if they do, I'm not surprised they're taking the top 3 by now.
Ooh, it's possible because it's a lot of eliminations for Boom. And it's been a while since we last saw Yummy on the MVP. 4 eliminations, 1029 damage dished out, and you gotta pay tribute to, well, I believe his girlfriend there. Oh wow, this time more than one photo. So yeah, just showing how they miss home. But yeah, well worth. Yummy is back.
Yeah, Yummy. I mean, like, it's been a while. The moment you give him DBS, this is the king of DBS. We saw he pulled it off earlier today. And coming up from Boom, they definitely got themselves the most comfiest spot there is, but it was still a hard one. They were grinding themselves to defend those spots. Seeing as for RIQ got themselves school in the first place, they didn't actually travel as much. This is what we mentioned before. If you know exactly the circle pattern, you can secure those chickens. Vampires actually get those center, but the problem with them is defending in it. But this time we have more Indonesian teams taking the last few fights compared with the previous map, and the Indonesians are back to keep the challenge up with the ties.
Yeah, no Thai teams in the team to watch this time around, though we saw like Bacon time they lasted quite a bit, but maybe not that many elimination points. That's why they don't get themselves up here. But let's see later on how big of a gap it is, or how small of a gap it is later in the overall charts as we enjoy the highlights from this previous round.
There's a lot of third-party plays when it comes to Erangel. You have to be extra careful about where to select your positions, and it's down to the IGL to call the shots now. Especially this kind of terrain. It's a lot of hill terrain, a lot of ledges, a lot of slopes of hill. Plus, there's a couple of compounds. If you can get hold of those compounds early as you can be, there's going to be a huge advantage for these teams. We saw it coming up from RIQ before. That's why they are one of the teams to watch here. But coming up from Boom, they've been grinding the Nova kills since the start, and they were running and bulldozing. Every single team down there, they are on fire in this map.
Absolutely. We saw a couple of rampages, I think. Okay, let's get a confirmation soon as we celebrate with Hexas and his standing ovation, so-called standing ovation. Well, standing at least. Now, Boom. Ooh, how close would it be? Okay, let's look at the numbers. 26 for Boom Esports. Yoodo Alliance, 11 eliminations, bringing them up to 17 points in total. But RRQ, no rank points at all, but they still managed to get 9 elimination points, boosting them up to number 3 in this match ranking.
Yeah, I think it starts to kick in the reality for them, knowing for the fact, you know what, ranking is a bonus point. Instead, go for eliminations. That's why everybody going crazy this time. But Hill, Box, and SLD. Now, this is going to hurt SLD the most when it comes to the top ranking, because they used to be in number 1, number 2 spot. Now, slowly being pushed down with 0 points. And we're talking about the teams down there in the middle pack, who have more motivation and drive to push themselves up. We're talking about these are the teams that didn't score any of those chicken in the first 2 days of the grand finals, and now rise up to the occasion, just start to wake up and smash down all the numbers in the top 3 right now.
Yeah, even for VOIN, they managed to get a decent number, 7 points in total this round. But on the flip side, we see FaZe Clan, only 1 point. Hail Esports eliminated early without a single point. So it looks like things will definitely change on top. And boom, Alter Ego, number 1, number 2, the Indonesians up there.
Feels like the Indonesians are dominating when it comes to the final day here, but the gap is not too far. Talking about small margins here, 4 points away for Boom and Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they know all they need to do is just get more than 5 points every single round. They can still maintain, but it's sort of a, you know, a grey area, we can call it, because if they just have less or just tiny bit of mistake, is more than enough to pull down to us 5th place. No kidding, they can be pushed down to 5th place for Alter Ego if they're not being careful. For Hill and SLD slowly being pushed down, Vampire still in the top 3, but the gap is just incredibly close.
Yeah, it's like what, 4 points, number 1, number 2, and then you got 2 points, number 2, number 3. And then you have a little bit of a gap, but because we got still 3 more games to go, that gap is still able to close. So anything can still happen. I mean, we got a good amount of teams here who can go for that number 1 spot by the end of the day. And this is a tight race. I'm loving this. I'm loving the fact that it's a tight race. And the fact that it's not like, okay, one team up there, 60 points difference, 80 points difference. No. That's too boring. So it's going to be exciting now, ladies and gentlemen, because we got 3 more games to go. But after this, we're going to take a break this time around. It's about iftar time in at least in Kuala Lumpur. Well, of course, it depends on where you're at. It's going to be a slightly different timing. But anyway, we're just waiting for the queue for production, and we'll take a 1 hour break very soon.
And speaking of the overall rankings just now, if you notice for the trend, right, Cloud, the top 2 teams are the teams that are having the most aggressive plays. We're talking about the most elimination coming up from the top 2 teams right now. Alter Ego, and the same goes for Boom at 86 eliminations. That's the highest across the board. While the second is going to be Alter Ego at 83. That just shows how important it is for them to force the fights. And if you want to play ranks, I mean, you can nowhere near be up there.
Yeah, we can see some sort of like a trend, right? Like teams really starting to step up as well. I mean, step up in terms of like having that fearless mindset, especially for like VOIN. Now VOIN, okay, I think they also have this mindset of like, we don't want to be number 16. At the end of the day, it's like whatever it is, not the dreaded number 16, just pull themselves out. Even if it's number 15, it's okay, because number 16 is just like, yeah, it's like that feared number that you don't want to be at. So I think VOIN has that sort of motivation. That's why we see them going crazier this time around, getting the elimination points. But are they going to continue to be crazy after this break? Because they'll need to take a step back, relax, and revisit their strategy as we head on to our iftar break. Happy iftar.
I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues. I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Sanhok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Noosa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Noosa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Come on, let's go.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Bazaar. Here, you'll find tons of event booths to participate in and get fantastic rewards. Call your friends and participate in Golden Moon Showdown together. Team up with friends and spar with opponents to win rewards.
Look, the Golden Moon Treasure event is just ahead. All new outfit rewards. Get UC rebates when spending. Receive gifts to improve your popularity rank. Compete for a limited Golden Moon lobby theme, Moonlight Bazaar.
In Golden Moon Blessing, exchange cards with friends to send blessings. Collect blessing cards to get fabulous rewards.
It's finally time to put your culinary skills to the test. Show us what you are capable of. The Eid al-Fitr feast welcomes you to relish the delicacies. Create a variety of dishes to get item rewards. Golden Moon Bazaar awaits your discovery.
everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Sanhok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari BIGETRON. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
हेलो गाइस, इट्स मी सुविन कुमार प्रजापति र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्याप्पी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरीको इभेन्ट आउँदैछ, हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला. थ्यांक यू.
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish you PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari PERSIJA EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुद और मैं आयुद का इन गेम लीडर हूँ. मेरे तरफ से पबजी मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो. मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे. अल्लाह हाफिज़.
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm back in, I'm back on. Stand up like backbone. I'm beast mode, I'm so strong. Go hard or go home. No stopping, I can't stop. I will not lose. I'ma always win. Now let the games begin now. I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game, I'm first place. I'm in my prime. Hard work that pays off. I pay dues, I'm paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh, I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win. It's game time and I'm up one. Name something I ain't done. Name a body that's my type. Air Jordan, I'll take flight. I'm next level, I'm franchise. I'm top tier, I'm that guy. I'm the man of the year. I'm a man with no fear. I think like I'm a shark. The way I move so sharp. I go hard for the team. That's how I play my part. I'm solid like the foundation. I'm dedicated to greatness. I always knew I would win. Now let the games begin. Now I'm never off my grind. I'm always on time. I'm ahead of the game. I'm first paid off. Cross me, get crossed off. I'm so fresh. I'm so raw. Go hard like a day. It's game time like game day. I ball hard and clutch play. It's game time like game day. Now let the games begin. I'ma always win.
Welcome back. Here we are again for the finals of PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. And we're down to 3 more maps to go. I'll be Chicha, your caster, and alongside with the amazing Sir Cloud as always. We're down to 3 more maps, Cloud, and we're going to close it in for PMSL.
I know, right? And it's still unclear who will be the champion. I mean, we saw the rise of the Thai teams. They got 2 chicken dinners today. And then before the break, it was Boom getting the chicken dinner. It's just going up and down now, just like a stock market. And Alter Ego is only 1 point away from their #1 spot to be stolen.
Yeah, and we do have an interview after this. I do want to hear a bit coming up from Alter Ego about the position right now, which is nowhere safe. And then speaking of Boom, 1 point shy, I mean, like, I do want to listen coming up from the side of the Thais too, regarding how the Indonesians bring in their A game in the last day.
Yeah, if we can get the both of them, they'll be great, right? So we'll be. I noticed that we've been getting like mixed interviews a lot more recently, and that's kind of fun because you can kind of like put them like, oh, what will you say to them? What says to the other person, and they can compare notes with each other. So that's going to be great. I think we can expect that later on. But if we kind of think about it as well, it's been a while since we talked about teams from the Vietnamese region.
Yeah, the closest one to actually get that #1 is going to be SLD, but they used to be #1. It was like what, the second and the first day, and then after those double chicken in Erangel, they kind of lost their compass, and I'm not sure what's happening on the side of SLD really.
Yeah, I don't know as well. I mean, for the others like Box Gaming and Xavier, we can say that with 3 more games, it's pretty much out of contention. SLD is the only hope right now for the Vietnamese region. But you know what? That's our theories. We'll hear it out from the players themselves. Let's head on to our interview. So Cairo, take it away.
Hello everyone, here we go again, another interview session on day 3 of the PMSL Grand Finals. And before we continue with the interview, there's something that I would like to inform you guys out there. There's a new X suit, Steigen Leech, where you can check it out in-game. A beautiful suit. Be sure to check it out. And moving on with the interview, right now here with me is a player from Boom Esports, which is Keymine and his personal interpreter. Alright. The first question for you guys, so your team is in the top 2 now. what do you think of your team's performance for today, and do you have the confidence to overtake top 1, which is currently Alter Ego?
Jadi sekarang tim kamu kan top 2. Apakah kamu pede untuk ngejar top 1 dan gimana performa tim kamu?
Kalau performa hari ini bisa dibilang cukup bagus, dan kalau untuk ngejar top 1 kita pasti pede sih. Dengan kita habis chicken tadi kita percaya diri buat ngejar top 1.
So today's performance is quite good, and they are very confident in chasing and overtaking the top 1 because they just had a chicken dinner, and that made them more confident.
All right, confident is the key to win it. So currently you guys are in the top 2 with only 4 points difference with Alter Ego, and you have a higher chance to overtake them for the last remaining games, the last 3 games. So will you make any adjustments for today's game in order to get that number 1 spot?
Jadi sekarang selisih poinnya itu cuma 4 poin, dan sekarang ada peluang lebih untuk kejar top 1. Apakah kamu akan ganti strategi kamu untuk kejar top 1?
Kalau untuk perubahan strategi belum ada cuma sedikit, tapi itu tergantung gimana coach Ken nanti yang akan ngatur.
So for the strategy, they have like a bit of changes, but it's all up to Coach Ken.
Oh, Coach Ken, the mastermind behind all the strategies for Boom Esports. So what do you think of Yummy's DBS? Is it good? Is it the best? Or you can say yours is the best though. No one will know.
Apa pikiran kamu tentang DBS Yumi?
DBS Yummy dia DBS Master lah.
Oh, DBS Master. Shout out to Yummy. Your teammates calling you a DBS Master. Must be feeling proud right now. So do you have anything to say to Alter Ego that are currently at the top 1?
Kamu mau ngomong apa ke Alter Ego yang sekarang di top 1?
Untuk Alter Ego, kalian bisa senang-senang dulu di top 1 sekarang, tapi di match terakhir nanti, Miramar terakhir, kita yang di top 1.
To Alter Ego, you can be happy for now for being in top 1, but after the last match, the Miramar match, they'll be the top 1.
Watch out, Alter Ego. Something's about to get spicy. I think that's all for interview session, and they are about to start the 4th game of the day. This is the second last interview for Day 3 PMSL Grand Finals. Back at the Casters desk. See you again. Bye-bye.
He will be number 1. I mean, like, yeah, maybe Alter Ego, maybe Boom, but don't forget about Vampires, SLD, Hill, Yoodo Alliance, and Big in time. And also, these are the teams that are actually currently in the first page as well. And speaking of the point, it's not that big, Cloud. This is as close as we can get.
Yeah, and like what Keymind says, right, it could be until the last game. And they aim for the last game. They want to give us the drama. We love drama inside of PUBG Mobile, so why not give it to us? But we're going to give it to you guys because we got to review the top performers from the previous round. And we almost got a full Boom squad.
The only one that's not here right now, who was it again? Definitely Boo Boo, who didn't play. So that leaves Hexa is there, Pombit, Yummy, and we do have Razy. Yeah, Razy, I think he's deserving to be here, but you have to give it to Candy. Just now he put so much effort on Yoodo Alliance that he bought the time. Look at his damage output, pretty much more than the sort of Hexas and Pombit right now.
Yeah, I know, right? It's that much of a contribution that he has given to Yoodo Alliance, the latest player within their lineup. And just to review again, in case you just joined us, where have you been? We got 3 more matches to go. We got Hail Esports, Vampire Esports, and Boom themselves getting chicken dinners today. Who will fill in the chicken dinner for the final Erangel in our PMSL after so many games, so many weeks, so many Erangels? This is going to be interesting, and I have a feeling again it's going to be someone that we don't really expect, but they will get that chicken dinner, and all of a sudden they will be pushing that number 1 spot as well.
Hey, go on, put up and flex a bit for your prediction. We do know for a fact you scored 2 right now. I mean, like, Hill and Boom scored himself. I got 1 for the side of Empires. Will SLD and also LT go rise up from the occasion? Will GEEK SLATE keep it quiet? We have no clue. We have to wait for this last Erangel. This is do or die and make it or break it for the team.
Oh yeah, it's getting really, really hard right now with like 3 more games to go. I mean, I'm still tipping GEEK SLATE to actually get a chicken dinner here. So come on, GEEK SLATE. And of course, if Vampire gets the chicken, SLD gets the chicken. At least we, at the casters desk, we're still on track for a full complete lineup. It's like if it happens in the final day, it's like wow, we waited for this for 3 weeks plus 3 grand final days, and we get it. You know, I'm happy. I'm done for the season.
And also, it's been a while we've seen any region coming from the Indonesia or the Malaysians taking away that #1 spot in Southeast Asia. The past few years, it has been either Vietnam was the X and coming up from the ties. I feel like the ties, pretty much everyone can take it in. But speaking of Indonesia, will they be back here to take over South Asia as a champion or not? Can they maintain the top 2? Because only 2 slots provided for the next stage, which is going to be PMWI. It's been a while we've listened to PMWI.
Yeah, it's only once a year. So last year was somewhere in the middle of the year as well. So yeah, it's not always that we get this opportunity to at least the teams get the opportunity to actually fight for a $3 million prize pool, which is huge, and they'll be going up against some of the best teams around the world, possibly in an offline location somewhere. We haven't got the official information yet, so yeah, keep your eye on the social medias of PUBG Mobile. Also, don't leave the stream because the last 3 games is going to be hot and it can be anyone's game. Okay, what if finally Vietnam lands the chicken dinner and all of a sudden we're saying, hey, Vietnam is back?
This is the scariest part, because we saw a lot of teams now have nothing else to, you know, you have to take the chances. Rather than regretting you didn't take the chances early on, this is the time for them to actually prove themselves. But it's a dangerous game that they are playing. It might be the chances they get are the chances that might be decimated by the entire team. One silly mistake, we saw some blunders happen to be, was it Yummy just, or was it Mela? Who was it again that self-nade happened to be in a very short amount of time, and at the same time there's somebody rushing in, right? So you don't want those blunders to happen. Those silly mistakes, those small errors cannot afford to be here in the last 3 maps.
Not at all, not at all, especially for a team like Vampire Esports who's gunning for that #1, and we don't see Tony K yet, so I guess he might be out for the rest of the day as well, unless he makes a surprise return inside of the Miramar map. But for now, no Tony K in sight. Box Gaming, so much hope after that week #3, but unfortunately down there. But because of their playstyle that is so unpredictable, like in one game they can pop up with a lot of elimination points, that can potentially disturb the teams at the top.
Now, I think the minimum condition for these guys, having 3 more maps to go, to get #1 spot, they have to be cracking that triple-digit numbers, right? They have to be 100 and above. PERSIJA, EVOS, GEEK, SLATE, REGUM, and BTR right now in the 90s, close enough to get those triple-digit, but can they make it in time? They have to win back-to-back chicken, those placing themselves at 8 until the 12th place. But for those actually on the top 7 or top 8, which are already cracking those triple-digit, they need to get a chicken plus double-digit eliminations, and not just that, it have to be 2 rounds at least to be high kill volume. Even though they can't secure those chickens, they have to get high kill volumes, and that's a lot at stake here. Not just the slot, is a $250,000 as well for the slots, and it's just too much. I mean, like, this is a lifetime of opportunity for each of the teams up there.
Yeah, you wouldn't know if in the next edition you will still be in this. Of course, they are top teams, it's likely to be, but you know, just sometimes you never know. Surprises can spring. So when you have the opportunity right in front of you, you gotta take it. You gotta take it back home, and that's going to be the motivation for the teams that can eye for that trophy that was shown to us. And I saw a story as well from one of the production crew holding up the trophy, and it's as long as, like, how do I describe this? Like, assuming like it's almost as long as your entire body, like your top body.
It's that tall? The trophy is that tall?
Yeah, it's tall.
God.
Yeah, it's huge.
I mean, just hope it doesn't snap then. If it's long and slender, I mean, like, well, yeah. I just hope it doesn't snap. But I did notice about a Boom lineup just now. I'm not sure, was it Boo Boo Who entering in just now? And we don't have Hexas, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if there's any swap for players for now. You did mention about Tony K has not been playing since yesterday. He played a couple of match. only yesterday and not feeling well. Now this where every single A game players and best of the best player have to be playing for the last 3 maps. Is it okay for Vampires not letting Tony K play? And I think Lamborghini is going to play the entire day, and we do have Microboy come up from PERSIJA EVOS, but we haven't got the impact coming up from Microboy as we hope it would be.
Well, speaking about the Tony K thingy, well, they still got a chicken dinner without him, so it just shows that everyone inside of Vampire functions just as well. So I think it's okay if they continue to stick with it. They are still pushing the top buttons. And to answer your question about the lineup, Hexas is playing. Obviously, you can't remove Yummy, you can't remove Pompey at this time, but it is Boom Esports at the end of the day. Who knows? Miramar, the lineup could change.
So far, there's no intel or any sort of a swap from the players. Just shows that today, so far, all the players playing are the main roster for each of the team. But the question is, will they get the champions? One map to change everything, and this is the last Erangel, Cloud. Last one.
Yeah, last Erangel, the PMSL, and no seal inside, but VOIN looking good so far, and they could really disturb the top teams. And let's see, will they continue to do that inside of this final Erangel of the PMSL, the first edition of PMSL. We're gonna have a look at the trophy before we jump into the game just to give a motivation to these teams. Let's head on to our final Erangel game.
Let's have our last flight in Erangel, flying from Milta Power area up to the side of the left side of the map on the southern part. So Milta to Quarry. Will the circle be on the north or will the circle be SMB? Because sometimes the circle happens to be right on top of a flight path. One of the circle never had in the entire PMSL is going to be the British Circle plus Zaki Circle. These are the only 2 places that haven't touched by the circle yet. The others, we did actually have a couple of European Quarry, Pachinki Farm, Medusa Intersection, everywhere else, even Stalba, we had it before.
Yeah, Zaki is like no circle the entire world of PUBG Mobile. It doesn't exist there. But a bridge, yeah, I don't remember by now since when was the last time we saw a bridge circle. So I'm not sure. It could probably be a back end change that we won't get a bridge circle. But if it's still there somewhere in the back end coding, then a bridge circle will be cool as well. Since this is the last Erangel anyway, you might as well give us one of the rarest circles around, and possibly the most entertaining circle as well. But nope, it's still going to go towards somewhere on the right.
Is this a Medusa intersection circle? We did have school quite a number of times, and there are chances we might drop into Yasnaya Poliana, but there are some percentage of water in it. And speaking of Alter Ego, they drop right on top of Lipovka. I have a feeling a lot of teams want to go from the north, which they can if they are early.
Yeah, I think we'll still see some default drop spots on the north. IE 79 up there. Considering that flight path BTR won't go onto North Jogo Pool, so it's going to be 79. Okay, so with this kind of information, right, that teams definitely would have done their study, meaning that if any team were to take that north rotation back into the circle from the top, it would be beneficial, especially for teams that drop along the river or along the cutting above Rosshawk. So that will be a great strategy. I think we might see some teams actually pull that off.
Yeah, maybe the teams, like example here, the closest one is going to be 79 as well. Coming out from north, it's not an impossible task, including FaZe, who'd love to drop himself on Jogo Pool. They can just cut across on the northern side to shooting range and up to Stalbo if they need to, because we do know for a fact there are high chances the circle might end up north. But given the past few days, we know for a fact the circle can hard shift down south all the way. That's going to be Medusa and the section over and on the right side all the way to the side of Kamishki. Who knows, right? But speaking of the next circle, we have to wait if there's any sort of early skirmish, which coming out from SLATE and PERSIJA EVOS, they are sharing the compound. So no hot drops so far. I'm waiting if there's somebody who wants to ripple out the silence between the teams here. We did mention this about this yesterday, Cloud. It will be a very quiet game here today. It will be a very noisy and loud one because the gap is still within reach for a lot of teams. Is it too much of a risk for them to actually gamble it all and take the risk to just charge in, or will they just play it safe?
Maybe we'll see that later on. Once we kind of have a hunch that some more teams wouldn't able to get anything out of the PMSL anymore, other than of course higher ranking to get more of the bonus, more of the prize pool cut. But for the cream of the crop, number 1 and also the number 2 spot, if some of the teams, if we get more teams who knows that, okay, you know what, mathematically it's not going to be possible anymore, then we might see more of that. So far, maybe not yet, or everyone is like, oh, after they had their meals, they kind of reflect, it's like, okay guys, you know what, let's play this like a gentleman, and everyone calms down after the break.
But I do have my eyes on Box Gaming, DX and VOIN, and these are the teams, including 7-9 down there. They can actually make it. They can be the one that change the tide for the teams up there. If they decided to go rampage, if they decided they have nothing else to lose, make it or break it time and just fight for their dignity. Because right now, I don't feel like they can catch up to first place. Those actually at the bottom 4. It feels a bit of a far-fetched within just 3 maps for them to actually gain at least like what 60 points minimum. Like the 60 points will not even make it for VOIN here.
Yeah, a common number I would say is about the range of 20 to 25 points if you get a chicken dinner with the current meta. So if you kind of like times that, you probably maybe get 60 to 75 points. Still, it's not enough for a team like VOIN to actually get the number 1. And we have to consider that the other teams will still gain points too. So rough mathematical calculation, it's not going to be possible. Maybe even for like teams like, let's see, you mentioned Sam9, okay, PERSIJA, EVOS, probably not as well, because yeah, remember that the other teams will still add points too, so it's really tough for them. I think maybe if you want to give more focus, maybe up to like I'm just pulling out like maybe FaZe Clan on FaZe Clan above.
But speaking of which, there are cases where the top 5 team being eliminated by these guys early. If that's the case here, opportunity will be given to us the 7, 8 and 9 place, which is closest to us the top 5, and it actually is not that far off for these guys to catch up to the top 3. But there's so many conditions that have to be met by these guys if you want to push yourself. Like you mentioned, the other teams up there will start to get points, and so far they didn't fail to deliver. We're talking about Alter Ego. Even though they have 1 player left, usually that 1 player lasts long enough to be in the top 6 and the top 5 by the end of today. They know where they stand, they know how much it means for them, they know what at risk, so they do know they will not overextend certain fight.
Speaking about extending fights, Vampire Esports might be interested to extend the fight to GEEK SLATE. Okay, they're waiting in case GEEK SLATE rotates this area. They normally drop around the areas of Pier. So Vampire Esports, somewhere around Gatka, naturally it's probably, I would say it's more of like information gathering, considering they don't have a proper vehicle just yet. So they're gonna let GEEK go for now.
Couple of teams, make it 3, make it 4 right now, are actually in the blue zone. That's included Vampires, FaZe, BTR and DX. It's kind of a rare sight to see the ties playing inside of a blue zone. Maybe one of the reasons due to the circle just having a bit of on the northern side mostly. But PERSIJA, EVOS, I missed their performance in the league. The moment they got themselves a crazy amount of eliminations, we haven't seen that happening in the grand finals yet. Feels like some teams are being tamed down during the league and not showing their aggressiveness yet in the grand finals. So we waited for including here DX. And DX, I hate to say this, but I have to break it down. I don't think they can catch up anymore. The only one that possible, like you mentioned, coming up from maybe the minimum is going to be FaZe, but even FaZe is not an easy thing and not an easy task to do, because 1 map maximum so far, we haven't got ourselves 20 eliminations. The record's still not broken yet, and the most you can get is less than 30 points. It will be enough for the side of FaZe to get that within 3 maps, to get themselves at least 50 points.
taking a long pause here just to really think through. I would say no as well for FaZe. Taking into consideration that the top teams will also gain points, then probably not as well. Maybe not even FaZe, even though they got the they've broken the 3-digit mark. So yeah, probably FaZe is just gonna try their best, see what happens this round and the last two maps. If it doesn't work out for them, the last two maps doesn't matter anymore. But now looks like this team, the points still matter. It's going to be Boom. They'll be happy to take the first split, and we're going to see a very common circle. It's going to be the Medusa intersection. Expect 7-9 to be in the that sort of like a crater around the areas of Medusa intersection for them to be there. And if teams do sniff them out, they could be points for them to gather.
Speaking of Boom, taking on FaZe for the fights here, and they try to stop FaZe from getting any sort of information, even an entry for the circle. That's going to be Boom secures one out of Mormon, and that's already a huge one. We're talking about only 3 points different between the first and second place right now. Alter Ego, can they defend their throne? Because right now, I feel like Boom, they don't have a care in the world. They just want to go for the kills. They know for a fact that if they want that number 1, they have to make it extra. They have to break the barrier. They have to fight their fear and just let everything loose, unleash everything they have in the last Erangel. And we do know Erangels, this is where you still can fight the ties, because when it comes to Miramar, they can go crazy in there.
Yeah, the stats definitely, I'm pretty sure it will favor the ties as well. But we remember inside Erangel, like the ties do have a good stat too. Well, they got a chicken dinner, so that kind of proves it as well. But that doesn't mean that the other teams cannot put up a challenge, just like RRQ. Happy to take down one member of Alter Ego, so that's going to be a handicap round for them this time. 3 players left alive.
Alright, QEON Pega secures on another one. Side of the axe. Lost one. Some fights just here and there, just giving a couple of warning shots even. If Alter Ego lost one earlier as well. Not great. But RRQ, they are in the top 10 here. Still can make it, but they have so much conditions to be meeting up to be number 1. We're talking about back-to-back chicken, double-digit eliminations, make it 20 eliminations. If you want to have that one round of miraculous run, that's the number you're aiming for, 20 eliminations. But BTR sharing with Box Gaming on top of score. We've saw this before. Now at school will be so many teams trying to cut across this. There will be a lot of visitors passing by. So you don't want to overstay yourself here. And BTR realize that after so many times we do have Erangel, School Circle and the Medusa intersection, a lot of teams want to just stay here for a bit longer. And the circle shrinks. Feels like very close to the last one, right nearby the potato hills of Pachinki, but the Medusa intersection is still there.
Yeah, so looking at 7-9's position, looks like they're not taking the common Medusa intersection area. Maybe they don't want to make it cliche anymore, because teams really would start to notice. I mean, even if we notice it, I'm pretty sure the teams would notice that as well. So they're trying to go for a different approach. And with the current circle, I am a bigger fan. I always have a preference for, like, if you talk about the school, like whether it's school compound or school apartment, neither one of those for me. I would like the school high ground just on top of the school apartment. And that's where BTR is at. But now we can see RRQ. They might lose one player. Mort is close by with Voldemort, but because Vampire Esports there, so they're not going to take the risk.
And you're feeding the beast down there if you keep on giving away the points with the top team. Speaking of Boom, they secures one. Vampire might want to go for another. Alter Ego been playing super safe here for the entire day. And they are not safe nearby the side of the Blues. And they lost one man earlier on. Vampire got knocked on Voldemort. But the problem is, those eliminations were taken away by another team, right? And Vampire is definitely devastated by that. They know there's going to be more than one team just based on how their knockdown just now being stolen away by the other teams out there. And do they want to respond to this, or RRQ, will they crash into it? Because RRQ, make it or break it, man. This is a time where you want to go Boom, and Boom is going down right now. Another player out. Razy knocked. But did they secure those eliminations?
Ooh, looks like the answer is no. They're going to be in the other compound, and it's going to be a long reach for Bacon time. But Potato Hill, focal point for RRQ and FaZe Clan. And RRQ, they're playing with 3 players, so they gotta calculate their risks. They gotta take the calculated risk against FaZe Clan.
Mela, keep the pressure on with those nades. This is going to be one of the FMVP player for the race. Asa will respond with a couple of smokes first, and the Peko just going to make an all reason distraction on this side, just to confuse FaZe about their whereabouts. FaZe, unsure about the exact position, do have a visitor from the back line. Pachinki Hills, the potato hills of Pachinki, crowded by 2 teams. Make it 4 after this if they extend this fight, because we have 2 teams playing on the outskirts. One of it's going to be none other than BTR. Another one, it feels like it's going to be Box Gaming possibly on the other end. I'm not sure, but Bacon Time, they're trying to gatekeeping this northern side of a circle right now, but they have to cut across if they want to get into the safe zone.
Okay, speaking about the zone, right? The zone moved down to GEEK, SLATE, as Yoodo Alliance, Hail Esports is there as well. The rest of the teams trying to get in, but SLD and VOIN, they need to manage the road. They're in an intersection. That's not going to be good because GEEK SLATE will be waiting there.
CJ EVOS now cornered. None of these teams actually inside of the circle. It just shifted away just now to the side of Medusa intersection. Not too far off still. 200 meters to the side of the circle. PERSIJA EVOS, this small shack have no roof. They have to pray no mollies flying on their way here. Yoodo Alliance spotted out RQ, Rapper Boy and Kenny. Rapper Boy has been playing the grand final the past few days here, Cloud. It shows that he's back for his game.
Yeah, Leo has been taking a backseat instead. So Rapper Boy with him in the lineup. So far, Yoodo Alliance not too bad. And with 3 games to go, 35 points difference than Alter Ego. It's still doable for Yoodo Alliance, but of course, like what we talked about earlier on, they need to start it now. Like chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations, and it's still possible for them to pull off a surprise.
Speaking of surprise, hello Tranji and Armstar having a go. He popped himself a smoke, and SLD, the entire crew is there. Bacon Time greeted warmly by these guys, with PERSIJA EVOS taking the back seat and being the third party. SLD repositioned himself. When they heard the audio cue, they sprays over Bacon Time, in trouble. Lost 1 player on knock, but there's PERSIJA EVOS on the other end. They have to wrap things up fast, and Chuanji make an entry for Bacon Time. This is huge for Chuanji.
Beautiful, 2 eliminations for him. But at the same time, Boom fighting against Vampire Esports elsewhere, and Boom only has 1 player left. Newsy with the nade could land onto Hexas, the last man for Boom. Hexas managed to reset himself, but then again the rest of the Vampires are in. Hexas in trouble, and Boom is out.
Oh, it's going to be taken over by the side of Vampires. They eliminate their top contenders here. Second place open for Vampires. Can they take the number 1 with 3 eliminations by now? Alter Ego still not making a move. Vampires cluster up together as a 4. Box now trying to surround them every corner possible and trying to bait them out and flush them from this compound. Do they have the mollies? Do they have this grenade to keep it going? They might want to clear the corners first. Box split into 2 formation, while Straps going for the flank, playing on the outer skirts of this house.
Oh, Winnie with the nade, waiting for the right moment to toss it on to Vampire Esports, but Levitt's going in for the circle, just gathering information. Levitt's got to be careful, but the smoke is helping him together with the ledge as well. Vampire Esports, they're surrounded by Box Gaming. Box Gaming, we know that they're like a wildcard team. You don't know what will pop out of them. And if you can take out Vampire Esports, that's going to be devastating for them.
Vampires, they have the patience. They just need to have the composure and a solid mind state. Winnie, perhaps the Nate Newsy will be the next contender, but coming out from Box, Winnie open up the rest of Box Gaming. They will be crushing the dreams for Vampires to take the 2nd spot. If they manage to secure this fight, the skirmish is scrappy plays from Box, forcing Vampires to be uncomfortable, and the next number 1 spot is going to be still Alter Ego. Vampires being wiped out.
Oh yeah, that's good news for Alter Ego. Let's see how many points can they secure. What's the gap that will be after this round. SLD now onto D Xavier, twas splat by Parjin, and that's going to be a point in the back for SLD.
For SLD, 1 man knocked, they still can revive here. On the other hand, Box Gaming, due to the fight against Vampires, is still in the blue zone. Alter Ego nowhere near to be found around this corner of the map for now. D-Act with 2 players, Rabies and Lamborghini. They try to force the fight. Rosemary, they have to be extra careful. Top 2 teams are out. Alter Ego being the next target for these guys, and they're going in for the hunt. Sam9 taking a head-on strike against Alter Ego, but trying to distract him with those buggy fanatics. Try to make sure Loyu cannot focus on Potato, but Loyu is committed to it. Almost got a splat. Take it down. Pulled over. Fnatic secures on Loyu's side. But the rest of Sen9, how did they respond to this?
Oh, precise prone shot there by Fnatic, and now Dep is all alone at the forefront against Alter Ego. Rosemary and the nade, they know exactly where Dep is set. The nade will be tossed onto Dep's side. 2 nades evaded by Dep. Fnatic's going to go in for the wraparound.
Lost Octa for Alter Ego. That's gonna hurting them quite a bit because of their main fragger down, as well as Rosemary still there at least, but never mind. Dab close, but still clutching over Alter Ego. This is gonna be their bane. 1 play for Sam9, but being shot from afar. Yoodo Alliance saved the heck for Alter Ego for now. They still can sell it number 1, but the rest of Sam9 is there. Lone coming in to finish off. No, top 3 all gone.
Oh, and look at this. The taunt coming in from the Sam9 camp onto Alter Ego. And with that means that the number 1 spot will be unchanged for now unless SLD can pull off something insane. But Yoodo Alliance now, they're busy with Hale.
SLD and the rest of Yoodo Alliance, they can actually go up for number 1 if they need to. The top 3 is almost gone now. They can't actually get any points aside from Vampires early on. That's it. Hill, the next contender for the top spot, but caught himself in a sandwich. VOIN and Yoodo Alliance compressing them multiple angles at the same time. Lifting those elevations, spraying on top of the smoke. 1 knock on side of Hill. Yoodo Alliance have 3 eliminations by now, and now they look once for 1-1 for himself. VOIN, on the other hand, spotted out by Sky. Now the one that can actually stop Yoodo Alliance is going to be coming up from VOIN, but Hale caught them off guard. Max tried to reposition himself. The nade almost clipped entirely to a Sky, but the smoke will buy them a bit more time.
Oh, but how much time does he have right now? Because Yoodo Alliance getting closer and closer. Sky only critical health right now. Adelu is going to go in with a UMP in hand. He can't spot his opponent, but finally he does, and that means Hale is out. Yoodo Alliance is not done yet. They have VOIN to deal with.
Max here shredded almost his vest and his helmet here, hoping that Vehicle can catch a couple of players, pick them off 1 by 1. Keenan finish off, Mort taking on FaZe Mela, but Yoodo Alliance still have a 4. VOIN left with only 2 or 3 players here. They'll be shushed out from the zone. They'll be denied the entry by the hands of Yoodo Alliance. Lamborghini down to last player for the side of D-Ax. Same goes for SLD. SLD, they have a shot for the number 1, but they cannot afford to lose it.
Oh, yes, they cannot, because the top contenders have been eliminated. This is actually an opportunity for SLD to try to catch up, but now it's going to be the zone that's going to be the bane for them, as well as D-Xavier. D-Xavier with an 8, Drong's in right now, managed to pick up Parjin, but it's going to be the duo that's going to do it to the end. Now we're back to VOIN versus Yoodo Alliance.
Lapar left with only the last player for side of VOIN and keep the fire open, but Adeglik finally scored for himself. 9 eliminations for Yoodo Alliance now. Can they keep it going? SLD Parjin opening up the flanks, but trying to bait out the shots.
Oh,
but
no.
This is not a safe buggy anymore. He needs to build this one out close enough. Kenny again pulling so much work for the side of Yoodo Alliance, but Parjin managed to get out from there unscathed and slightly just a bit of scratches here and there. But lucky enough, we got a couple of rock in between. But the problem is in the center of attention. There's also coming up from the back line another team, which I think is going to be Yoodo Alliance. And then GEEK SLATE around him, RRQ around there somewhere as well. And the moment he pops his smoke, all these guys just want to shoot Parjin down.
Oh, Kenny knows where Parjin is at. The nade will be tossed out, but the smoke is just a diversion. It will not land onto Parjin. The second nade as well. Probably going to be the same case. But Parjin's moving anyway. He's not going to take that risk. He's not going to stay there. Now Parjin healing himself up. He has the circle though, but his position kind of compromised by Yoodo Alliance.
Down to 5 teams right now with Yoodo Alliance taking the domination for those eliminations. SLD leaving with only one more player. RQ, that's going to be end of the journey in Erangel. Still got 2 more maps on Miramar. 10 for now for Yoodo Alliance, taking 10 eliminations just by themselves. GEEK have a 4, Box still have a 4. But SLD, that one player can change so much between the big Titan teams that still having full roster. 2 Malaysian and 2 Vietnam team left. Juno spotted out by Kenny again. Kenny knows exactly where to look.
Yeah, he knows, but it's going to be damn good. Finding PUBG first, and SLD is out. Number 4, 7 elimination points. GEEK SLATE, 4 elimination points so far. They have a compound still.
Well, sort of GEEK SLATE, they still have the compound, yes. They do have the circle for how much longer. The rest of the team coming up from Yoodo Alliance spreading out, open their angles and try to dominate the map. Same goes for Box to 2-2 formation, but Yoodo Alliance can feel their confidence here. They spotted out the smokes coming up from Tunos, want to take up the fight. They do have those elevations, but they have no intel for the whereabouts each of the player from both teams. Kenny, on the other hand, knows exactly where to look. Everywhere he looks, there'll be somebody be shot down by his crosshair.
Ooh, yes, and you just mentioned it, but it's going to be damn good. Knocking down Junos. Now that could be an opening for Yoodo Alliance, but they don't have the information yet. But now pressure is going to be on to GEEK SLATE as the circle moves away.
We've got a bit of a slight elevation with those buildings. The circle happened to be favoring all the teams, quite generous in the center. The one that furthest away is going to be Kenny from Yoodo Alliance. He's going to be the anchor for the team, to be on the one in the off-angle area, shooting on the blind spot of all the other enemies out there. But for Box, how do they respond to this? They got one knockdown, they can't save him, but Levy will fight back, taking out one of the most crucial player in GEEK SLATE. Damn good, bleeding out on the ground. But the rest of the teammates will not respond yet. They want to see the information. They need those information to start shooting. But Levy spotted out snipes and starts to take it on Levy in an instant.
Oh yeah, with Micro Uzi gameplay, close quarters combat. GEEK SLATE 5 elimination points now dominating. But Yoodo Alliance still in a good position. They need to move a little bit forward, but since they have the high ground, it's going to be a-okay for them. Boss Gaming tries to take out GEEK SLATE.
Winning. Might actually spot out Ripple Boy, but the distance just too far. The Blues are closing in. They cannot stay here anymore. They need to move. Box will be the first one to actually burn out by the blue zone. But Stuxnet and GEEK SLATE on the other end. No way out for Box. This is it, the inevitable. They have to bow down early. There's no way out for Winnie. Both eyes on them. And being tapped out by Flax in the last minute. Yoodo Alliance secures Winnie in the last minute. Box Gaming eliminated with 6 elimination. 4v4. Fair playground. Back to square one between Yoodo Alliance and GEEK SLATE.
Oh, here we go. Yoodo Alliance on GEEK SLATE to take home this chicken dinner. Now we can see that GEEK SLATE, they're opening up the flanks. 2-2 formation. Yoodo Alliance still holding on to the high ground. Flax been knocked down by snipes. This is an opening for GEEK SLATE. They're going in. Damn good. He has the confidence. He's moving towards Yoodo Alliance.
Mika spotted a man. Oh, but damn good again by the blue zone and the player. As always, GEEK SLATE having a problem with those last minute blue zone, but they did it before against Yoodo Alliance. It was a 3v4 back then. Now it's a 3v3. At least they got better numbers than the last time they fought against Yoodo Alliance. In the same spot, in the same situation. Now Stuxnet and Snipes try to finish off Kenny, but Mika coming up from off angle. They are spreading in the line here for GEEK SLATE. Can they finish the job? But Yoodo Alliance, they have to cut across. Both teams are not in the circle right now. They're both be pressured by the blue due to their position, while Mika trying to find any way possible. They have no info or intel where the players of Yoodo Alliance, but Ripple Boy managed to slip by.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance, they've been pinned down by GEEK SLATE. They've been pushed to the corner right now by Arnelu tries to get on to Snipes. Snipes, oh, Stuxnet is down. So looks like they're trading it back. And it's going to be Kenny. Mika down as well. So Snipes against the wall. This could be it for Yoodo Alliance to get the chicken dinner. Can they secure the elimination point onto Snipes, or will Snipes deny himself to the zone? Right now, Stuxnet is asking for help, but there's no way for him to save his teammates. Snipes, now 1v3. Can they pull off an insane clutch? It's going to be hard for Snipes, but it's not impossible as well. But Yoodo Alliance not a pushover team.
Snipes did it before. It was 1v4 before this. He can pull it off again. But the Blues, and as always, making such a hindrance. He has no way out now. Left, right, center. Snipes being fired by Kenny.
Oh!
But finally, Yoodo Alliance managed to close it against GEEK SLATE this time. not making the same mistake. This chicken dinner is so much value for Yoodo Alliance. But what about our champions? Who will take the number one? Because Yoodo Alliance, the last time we remember them, they were in the second page.
Yes, they were, and this is a good amount of elimination points as well for Yoodo Alliance. And it's going to be sticker time very soon. But anyway, Yoodo Alliance, with this sort of performance, they could be in contention for the number one. Adit Luke, again as MVP, 7 elimination points, 1,289 damage dished out by the man himself. Yoodo Alliance, despite being pinned back by GEEK SLATE to the corner, to the backs, the blue just at their backs, but they're still able to fight back. Knock after knock after knock, and that's how they win over GEEK SLATE.
They've been bulldozing a lot of teams at the same time. We're trying to get themselves in the compound that they need to go. And speaking of the other teams though, I mean like Yoodo Alliance, this is what we mentioned early on. The teams that are actually playing in the second page will change the fate of the teams up there. We're talking about who will be eliminated first. Yes, the top 3 will not change as much, but due to who went down first, that's going to be in the case of Boom. Vampires went down a bit later. That's going to change. Even though it's a tiny thing that we overlook sometimes, but the teams coming out from second page will change the top contenders team. Yoodo Alliance and GEEK SLATE. GEEK SLATE definitely in the first page, right? But we don't know where they stand after this map.
Yeah, the numbers will definitely change a lot after this. Even SLD this time around, not too bad for the Box Gaming, the wildcard team, not from the wildcard region, but the wildcard type of team that we don't know what kind of Box Gaming we'll be looking at. They perform well this round, so they will definitely disrupt the other teams as well. And our top teams, we remember them clearly. They were eliminated fairly early, so this opens up a lot of opportunity for the other teams. The last 2 games can still mean a lot for a lot of these teams in contention for it.
I do want to see where SLD do actually stand, because they were being pushed down to number 5 or number 6 before this. So if they can actually make themselves consistently available for the final few maps, which is going to be Miramar, if they actually stay themselves in the top 5, they do have a shot getting themselves in the top 2. Or the least is going to be the top 3, right? And we do know for a fact there's going to be 2 slots for PMWI, and it's still within reach to take that number 1 as well. Alter Ego, they survived long enough, but did they survive long enough to make sure nobody overtaken them in the number 1 spot? But then Vampires will finish off. It's down to SLD. I'm not sure about Hill as well. These are the top contenders. Yoodo Alliance in the 6th place, and after they got themselves this chicken, they're probably going to be in the top 3 if they want to.
Well, I'm sure they want to, but the points won't lie. So we'll need to tabulate that soon. We'll get to know that in a jiffy. But the Yoodo Alliance just showing that they're not giving up just yet. And as much as we talk about like, oh, Thai teams, oh, Indonesian teams and all that, and Yoodo Alliance representing the Malaysian region is showing that just don't forget about them. And if they can continue on, and they have the potential, because we've seen them doing this a couple of times before in previous rounds throughout the league, that they're able to collect elimination points just like how they're playing right here, right now. And the amount of elimination points, if they turn it on, that is going to be a lot. Okay, it's going to be 15, so 25 total points. But the rivals for the number 1, okay, Hail 0, Vampire 3, FaZe Clan 7, okay, SLD 11, okay as well.
I think so far for Yoodo Alliance, the most they can get is actually getting that number 4 spot or number 5. Due to SLD managed to survive longer, and SLD, we do know for a fact they are placing themselves in the number 4 spot. But did they push themselves up there? I haven't got a clue, because Vampires, they get themselves like what, 3 points. There's still quite a gap between the Vampire and SLD when we started off the second half of the final day here. So maybe the top 5 feels like the same sort of sequence. But you know what? After this Miramar map, here we go. Alter Ego still number 1. Vampires now tie with Boom. But the one that making a difference is going to be not just the chicken is the same. The points is the same. The one that can make the difference is between the rank points. And then it will only go for eliminations. Boom, they need extra eliminations now.
Ooh, Yoodo Alliance, just look at this. With that chicken dinner, 25 points haul, it's 11 points gap from Alter Ego. My goodness. Alter Ego, it's a miracle that they're still up there, frankly speaking. With all these teams just swapping places, just chasing onto Alter Ego. Next round, it could change unless Alter Ego, they do something about their current performance.
Oh my god, Cloud, this is the closest competition we ever have. Up to 4th place is only 10 points, less than 10 points gap, around 10 points. And this is just down to the last wire, down to Miramar map, which the Thais do love it more than the other regions. But can they fight back? Yoodo Alliance, due to the last performance, pushed themselves up in number 4. SLD, close enough. They had number 1 before, but they are losing too many men in the process of getting into the circle. GEEK SLATE starting to lose their composure here. They can actually get themselves up there, but they're just having a tough time to keep it consistent.
Yeah, and GEEK SLATE came close. If only they got the chicken dinner, then I would score another one in my prediction. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Yoodo Alliance. So we got a variety of flags up here. We got the Thai teams for the first 2 games, Hail Esports, Vampire Esports, and then we got Boom Esports representing Indonesia region, and Yoodo Alliance representing the Malaysia region right now. The only one region absent so far is the Vietnamese region.
Oh, speaking of Miramar, next we do have Vampires and FaZe, who get, especially Vampires, this is going to be the top contender for number 1 spot. Alter Ego, I swear to God, they're sweating their seat right now because just how little of a margin there is left between the 1st and 2nd place. And getting on that 3rd place to 2nd place is a tie. That tie will cost them that PMWI slot, by the way.
Yeah, it could. There's potential there. And it doesn't help that this stat, there's no Alter Ego in it. There's no Boom in it as well. There's only RRQ here. RRQ is somewhere in the middle, so it might not really affect that top. It might not. It's hard for them to push for the number 1 spot, but of course they could still affect it if they take fights with certain teams at the top too. So, it's the stats still favor towards the Thai teams, but we can see that the other teams are rising up too.
I mean, if they don't rise up here, they don't push all cylinders out. This is the last 2 map, and just down to the Miramar maps here to change the top rankings. And it's down to Miramar map to change the fate of each of the team, of the players. We're talking about going to PMWI. 2 slots that is open up for these guys. Can they maintain for Alter Ego? Can Vampires maintain? But at the same time, SLD, they can be surprising too.
They can. I mean, 2 more rounds to go, and I think SLD, okay, if they can go insane for the 2 rounds, then it's scary for the top teams. Plus, we've seen that the top teams, in general, they get eliminated early, it's only like what, 2 rounds? So it's scary for teams like Boom, for teams like Alter Ego, who normally will be on top, even for the Thai teams as well. So it really could still change. My goodness. I think it's been a long time since we've seen so many teams so close to each other. Normally it's like 2 teams or 1 team would have been there, but now it's like so many of them.
Now, again, 1 map can change everything. Yeah, we're talking about those eliminations, those long fights in Miramar, right? Which Vampires love these days because they do know for a fact they need to keep the distance to make sure they can get those eliminations. They will be playing a lot of 3rd party, and this is the map that's suitable to be played as a 3rd party coming up from Miramar. But the thing is, will they not be hunted down by these guys? That's the bigger question, because we saw all the teams be hunting out each other for the top teams. Vampires shutting down on Boom, Alter Ego being picked by another team differently. They can't be safe up there.
Yeah, and in relevance to your point, right, when we talk about okay, will the teams go crazy with each other? If you remember, when it was stage 6 circle, but we already got 5 teams left that time in the previous round. So yeah, maybe the starting, everyone's looting, everyone's trying to get the best weapons possible, getting the vehicles and all that, but the moment everyone's stocked up, that's where it just goes insane. That's why the round ended fairly, I wouldn't say fairly fast, but 6 stage and you got 5 teams left.
At this point for Miramar, I'm not surprised. Before we get the circle to pop, some teams will try to shoot down the players who's still gliding in the air. So that might actually still happen because these guys, they know for a fact like VOIN, DX and Box, right? They have nothing else to lose now. And what else they can do? They can make it even harder for the players up there. Why not we drag you down alongside with us and make it a bit difficult for you to take the opponent's spot away? Because they can. They have nothing else to lose, Erangel. And we talked about, yes, the gap is not too big, but it feels not realistic for DX, Box and VOIN to catch up to number 1 now. Because top 5, yeah, it might matter when it comes to the distribution of the prize pool. But the top 2 that everybody's eyeing for, that PMWI slot.
Yeah, you don't want to end your season, well, it's not early, but you don't want to end your season when you can still continue on your season, so you still definitely want to get that top 2 spot. I will be looking forward to see that if any team would not only like what you say, right? If any team would be like dropping into hot drop into the compound of one of the top teams, just to mess up with them, just to be like, okay, we got nothing to lose anyway, but we want to make a statement. That's why we do that, just for bragging rights.
You're the champion? Wait, what? How? We just smashed you just now, Miramar. You know, that kind of sense, that kind of ego plays. I love that. I'm super stoked and super excited when it comes to the final game. Final 2 maps here, which is going to be the last of Miramar we're going to witness. But, I mean, I just hope the circle don't go crazy this time, you know? It can be. Sometimes the last circle is the one that is going to be torturing the players the most.
Yeah, just like how Shrubs is being tortured right now because they got eliminated fairly early. They missed their chance to get the number 1 because all the other teams at the top, they got eliminated early as well. So it's a missed opportunity there. For Xavier, well, they're just here to fill up the last few games, and they're still sticking with the same lineup with Lamborghini in it. We still see Chua in it as well, so no changes there. And speaking about changes, the team with the most changes, boom, not changing the lineup.
Well, not many teams change their lineup due to the last few maps. Yeah, they don't want, because there's too much at stake. Like we talked about, the difference of the point is not too far either. So it's too risky for them to, you know, put out the players that has not been warmed up in their main lineup. We didn't even see Tony K playing for Side of Empires the entire day here today. It's just how crucial it is to have the same lineup since the start of the day. But never mind, you do have Seal in coming up from VOIN, but VOIN pretty much in the last place right now.
Yeah, so I guess it's just to give Seal game time, like let him enjoy the last few games, and if he can get something for himself, then why not? Maybe like a chicken dinner poster or an MVP poster, something like that. And yeah, just give it the experience, and hopefully a team like VOIN can come back stronger the next round or the next season. Looking forward to see that if they return back into the PMPL Indonesia, can they perform the same as what we've seen in week number 1 as well, and inside of PMPL Indonesia, like recently number 2 and all that, like whether they can still keep up to it, considering that now they are kind of like in a slump.
Yep, I mean, it's a one shot, but the thing is they were consistent the entire week 1. I'm not sure it's something to do with the stamina. It's just never have this very long league against the international players kind of portrays where experience in play for some of the teams down there. If you don't have enough experience in this, it's going to be difficult for you to hang on. But PERSIJA EVOS do have a bit of a swap between one of those twins there. Linked coming back in. Now that was Luxy, or Zuxy was it? I think it was Luxy that was it? Yeah, it was Luxy that actually been benched. So Zuxy's place, I guess.
Yeah, Luxy being replaced by Lynx. So yeah, so we are breaking apart the twins this time. It's been a while since we last saw that happening. Let's see if anything changes for them. It's going to be a new composition. We haven't seen that composition before. 7-9 sticking with the same lineup. Alter Ego as well, same lineup. And a lot of pressure for them, despite them still being at number 1. But it's a lot of pressure to hold on to it.
You can sense the tension if you compare with week 1 during the league stage and the grand finals. Nobody is smiling or waving anymore. Everybody is just focused on their devices and start to having a bit of discussion behind the scene. Just think about, what if the circle is not what we want it to be? What if the circle just keep on moving away from us? What if a surprise team coming into and just try to rush us down? How to respond to that? Do they take the fight if it's too early, or do they just disengage and fall back? Because every single judgment will reflect their point and will actually judge them by the end of the day.
Including SLD. Who knows, they could be one of the surprise teams in the final round. We need to wait and see how they perform in this. If they come up with a boom sort of performance, then maybe. But speaking about boom, totally focused. We can see even some of the players not facing each other. They want to be just focusing on their game, their own gameplay. Yoodo Alliance coming off a good chicken dinner with a good amount of elimination points. They're feeling good as they bring on their momentum into this Miramar round. We're going to go into the final 2 Miramar rounds and we'll wrap up the PMSL. But of course, before that, it's going to be business for all these teams. Let's jump into it, Miramar.
We're down to our final few maps here. Second last map. The 5th game of the final day. Grand Finals PMSL. And the fight path happened to be on the right side instead. We had quite a number of this week when it comes to the Grand Finals around Power Grid, San Martin, even Hacienda de Patron, sort of a circle. So mostly it's going to be on the center. We haven't got extreme circles yet. Miramar has been kind to them.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. We haven't seen a Lost Egos yet. Since we have only 2 Miramars left and we'll end the day and we'll end the entire PMSL for this season, why not, right? But the look at the flight path is going to be a straight drop here for Yoodo Alliance into Lost Learners. Of course, they'll be sharing the compound with VOIN, with Xavier as well. So it's going to be regular populated Lost Learners. Other than that, GEEK SLATE onto the areas of Puerto Priso. That's going to be regular for them. Sem9 going to switch it up a little bit because the flight path is quite far from where they normally drop, around the areas of Power Grid. So they're going to switch it up onto the areas of Impala. But oh, could this be the moment?
Oh man, and this is it, the Lost Eagle circle we've been talking about. It happened to be in the second last map of the Grand Finals. Speaking of luck,
looks like we will finally get it. We've been requesting for it for the entire season and they gave it to us in the second last Miramar game, the second last game of the entire season. But I hope it's not like, okay, he pulls up back onto, you know, Chumacera and all that. Let's just keep it down, man, keep it down.
I mean, like, even if it's Chumacera, it's quite a difficult one because it's going to be around the valleys and the high mountains, and not many teams dropping around Monte Nuevo or the area of La Rulera. Due to the flat path itself, it's more towards the right side, so nobody coming in from the left of the map. If these guys are fast enough, they can actually cut across around Valdemar. But those dropping in very late, including GEEK SLATE, who just jumped themselves on top of Puerto Paraiso, that's going to be a huge advantage for them to just cross over Minas de Val from the shoreline instead, and even get into Los Higos. But it feels like it's going to be Los Higos because Los Higos is the center. The circle didn't even get the entire view of it because of how it just comprises most of a water area down there.
Well, whether it's going to be Lost Eagles or whether it's going to pull back up, I do agree that GEEK SLATE, they are in a good position to kind of rotate there. Yes, later drop, but when they drop, it's going to be a dive for them into their drop spot. So they can loot up faster, they can get vehicles faster, and they can naturally rotate faster onto the areas that they really want. So I think based on the teams that drop, based on the flight path, GEEK SLATE arguably has one of the better advantages. But it's a matter of how they're going to take the advantage. But so far, GEEK SLATE, if we can see from overall, they have been starting to pick up the consistency. It's just too bad there's only 2 rounds to go. If only there's like, and maybe another day, then GEEK SLATE would take it. But at this point, the 2 rounds, just do their best. And yep, and let's see how far they can go.
And for the team that's coming out from Los Leones, they actually will be the fastest to get into Chumacero if they want to get on top of the mountains of Chumacero, because we do know there'll be a couple of teams who are cutting across Monte Nuevo down to La Riera, then going towards Valdemar and just get from Minas de Val to get to Chumacero. There are some teams that cutting across Power Grid or San Martin, they're going out that way. But for the side of BTR, like VOIN, whoever actually nearby Los Leones right now, they can easily access to Chumacero, but they need to be quick. We're talking about these teams. There's limited amount of loot on top of Chumacero mountains is one thing, but even if you want to get those mountains fast, you have to make sure you have enough gears. So they have to calculate every second in stage 1 of a circle how long they need for looting phase.
So you're kind of like rolling the dice right now, right? Whether you want to take that high ground on Chumacero or you want to get as close as possible to Lost Eagles in case the circle really pulls down south and you can get across quicker than other teams. So this is where you kind of like do the kind of, to a certain extent, it's a guessing game. But to a certain extent as well, it's like, okay, you do whatever that's comfortable with you. Because if you want to be closest to the Lost Eagles area, it has to be the low ground. There are a couple of compounds that is close by with the bridge that is convenient for teams to cross over. But that means that if the circle goes up to Chumacero Mountains, you sacrifice the opportunity of getting the hot spot on top of that.
Speaking of navigation, we're talking about the teams that want to get themselves as swiftly as possible. Vampire is cutting across La Bendita. The last time we saw around La Bendita, there's a couple of 3 or 4 teams dropping around it, but that's maybe just due to the flight path that these guys have to resort to finding themselves vehicle and go wherever they want or they fancy after that. But we don't get a glimpse of about this entire map, how the rotation for each of the teams, so we have to kind of dictate them by blind to know who's going what and what's going on the other side. But the one that I'm most concerned with, including Team Boom, Esports, PERSIJA, EVOS and Bacon Time, all these 3 teams dropping on the northern side.
So that's how you can see a fast movement here from Boom. I guess because they realize that, okay, if we go any later, the hotspots, especially the high grounds of Chumacero, will be taken. Maybe they would anticipate it's taken anyway, but you want to get as close as possible to some of the areas that you can still kind of hide yourself with the ledges so that you can still protect yourself from whoever's on the high ground, looking at their current state. And they're not wasting any time in rotating. Sem9, they came from Impala, so they're cutting across the middle. Probably they're going towards one of the high ground areas of Chumacero.
It feels like everybody having the same sort of mindset. Everybody cutting across La Bendita and cutting across Los Leones to go to Chumacero. But the question is always about the timing. It's something that, you know what, timing is based on luck. You have to agree on that. Sometimes, no matter how much you calculate for the timing, sometimes some teams are taking a bit slower. You happen to be bumping into them anyways. Same case for the side of Empires. Now it's been scouted out by Canny, who's been one of the pillar right now. There's his new recruit into Yoodo Alliance, but showing such promising performance. And he spotted out, gathered quite an intel towards the rest of Yoodo Alliance, but Vampire showing and cutting across right in front of him. VOIN knows exactly where GEEK slates were, and they are at the edge of Los Leones, southern Los Leones, and going into Chumacero. But will they put themselves, their objectives on hold? Seems like, feels like a VOIN want to challenge GEEK slate if they want to pass through.
Speaking about passing through, so Hale, okay, SLD, almost at the ears of Hale. I think I can anticipate that a lot of teams really moving fast this time. Like, it's like stage 1 and all our screens so far is like teams just traveling, like no one's really let's say still taking the time to loot at this point just because of how the circle is. Some teams may be forced to still spend some time in the blue, maybe because their first drop was just too far away, but that's okay. In Miramar, it's common for teams to spend first circle in the blue, and that's okay. But no real Lost Eagles, but there's still a certain percentage of it, but majority of it are back on the main area. But that main area is still an area that we don't get to see much in PMSL.
Imagine if a hard shift on the down south of this. That's gonna be torturing the players even more. I'm not even kidding. There's a very small island down there of Lost Eagles. I'm not surprised if it ended up there. I mean, like, I don't wish to jinx it, but if that happens, that's very entertaining. I'm sorry, but we're down to like the last wire to see who's got the champion, and it's gonna have to be this way. Now that's comical. That's hilarious even. On side of Boom, they know that the fact that they need to be safe. Like you mentioned before, they can actually play for covers first, and while they're hiding alongside the valleys, they can try to gain as much intel while trying to buy time and just make sure they're top 5, they start to fire. They can maintain the position as they were by playing that way, because the point is a tie between Vampires and Boom right now, and 4 points gap between Alter Ego. Now whoever goes down first between the 3 teams, that's it. I mean, like, oh man.
So far we've seen that's the trend, right? Like the top teams tend to fall off fairly early, allowing other teams like Yoodo Alliance to actually catch up to number 4 right now, and it's only 11 points difference between them and Alter Ego at this point. So the possibility of Yoodo Alliance to really be at number 1 after this is there. And speaking about Yoodo Alliance, they're going to open up against Alter Ego.
Oh man, again. I think they just have too much pressure behind their backs right now. Alter Ego have been playing too safe and too conservative compared with previous days. Due to they want to maintain number 1 spot, they are unleashed. They're holding back their performance. They're holding back their potential here due to the anxiousness that their number 1 spot at jeopardy. It feels like it's counterproductive on the side of Alter Ego to play. It's too safe right now, but at the same time, too much at risk. Do you want to take the chances if you're Alter Ego?
Well, I don't know how to like really judge whether they're really like having that safe mindset, or it's just a situation that they were caught by other teams. Like there's so many things happening at the same time sometimes. But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt it's sometimes about like, okay, you just tend to lose fights with other teams. We need to look at it as an overall, I think. But for Boom, they happen to be in the same score as Vampire Esports, and passing by a couple of teams. Now BTR will be happy to at least get something out of this, and if they can take down Boom, it's going to be a statement at least from BTR.
And the one that's going to be crying is going to be Boom here. BTR got nothing else to lose. They're happy to take this away, getting themselves extra cash for the chicken dinner. But here comes this. Circle will be still on the part of a small island down there. That's worrying. We still have that bridge. It still can be a bridge fight here, Cloud. Of all the maps down there, the one that actually have the least bridge is going to be Miramar. And the Circle happen to be there. Coming up from SLD, fighting against Box on top of Minas Devel. We do have a couple of more teams coming around the same area right now. We talked about Chumasera, we talked about Minas Devel, we talked about Valdemar, a lot of teams crossing by. SLD do have the elevation, spotted at Box Shunos and just going to finish it off straight away. But where are the other 3? They're taking the low grounds. Capone spotted out by Chuanchi, but there will be counter fire from the side of Box Gaming. They are the only one that scores 1. Now SLD, they realize they have to take a chance. They're going aggressive this time.
Xavier, number 14, number 15, going at each other somewhere else. So the fight's still continuing as Loyu takes down Ravis. So that's Xavier losing 1 player and giving the point towards M9. And it's long range, interesting enough, but yet they still able to land the shot and secure the elimination point. M9 smoking up as an insurance policy, and so far they managed to reset as a 4.
Ultimately down to 2 more maps to see who's getting number 1. Nobody willing to give away the position here. Boom especially, they're extra scared. I assure you they're anxious right now. PERSIJA EVOS greeting BTR, and that's going to be the crash coming in, but will it be a fail? 1-2-1 trade, make it even almost 2. Succeed finish off Swavel. Spotted out Gemforce, but Lynx having some problems to get his angles right due to the difference of a height of terrain itself. Rising climbing down. Satar and Rising coming up from the back line, trying to make some damage control. Spotted out. PERSIJA EVOS Lynx on the ground, living with only Zaxi left. I'm not sure where are the rest of PERSIJA EVOS. That's going to be the last player there is. And it's going to be Zaxi to call out for the team. Boom! taking a third-party meta into the hand.
Oh yeah, but they gotta take over Gen Force first, and they will do so. And now, the compound right below them is in the circle. It's gonna be worthwhile if Boom wants to go in.
But they got one person knocked down. Yummy May got finished off straight away. Boom, they took their chances, but didn't reflect well. Living with only one player, this is not great. Boom! They might actually let the chance to get number one slip by. They were at 4 difference, but now they pick up the pieces back together. With Vexos bleeding out, they're still licking their wounds while BTR keep the pressure on. It's gonna be Hill coming out from the above them right now, taking the advantage from afar.
Oh, but it's going to be focusing onto Boom, but at least Hexas is down, meaning that BTR, they kind of bought time for themselves. And the circle happened to favor them, so it looks like we're going to get a main island circle. Don't think it will go anywhere lower than this. So with this current situation, we still have a good amount of water in there, about 20%, meaning that 80% is playable ground at this point. So there are lesser areas for the teams to play, so we'll see more fights happening.
Boom again got caught by the side of BTR, trying to negate themselves, fall back and go for a retreat, but they have to leave one person knocked down again. Heavy casualty on their side. The side of Box and PERSIJA both being eliminated quite early. We're down to 14 teams in a very awkward circle here. Unusual. The first in PMSL down into Los Higos and down south all the way. FaZe on the other hand still have the fight in them. They can chase up to top 3 if they want to in the last minute. Hill taking on Boom again. Oh no, Boom, they're down to only 2 players. This is not great. How to maintain the top 3 if you keep on being taken limb by the other teams?
Yeah, it's really tough for the current situation. If they still maintain 3, it might be still okay, but 2, it's hard. Now FaZe Clan, close by with Halo Esports. They can kind of spoil their party because Halo Esports, we can see they managed to get 5 elimination points, meaning that they're kind of on a roll. And if they can pull off with 2 insane rounds, who knows what might happen to Halo Esports. Maybe a second place finish at least. But now, right now, BTR just by the edge of the circle, they need to deal with the high ground teams that's Boom waiting for them.
But also coming out, speaking of steamroll and on heat right now, it's going to be BTR. Got himself 4 eliminations. Definitely cracking those triple digit by now. Rosemary now taking a fight against GEEK SLATE. I'm not sure where and how, but right now it's crucial for Alter Ego to gather themselves some points because the gap is just too close. Hill taking on BTR. Rosemary taking a flank, but too much at risk here because he's being surrounded by Bacon Time. I'm not sure where are the rest of Alter Ego, but I feel like Rosemary trying to do something out of this. SLD, they still make it for the top 3, but they need those elimination going. They got secured 1. Vampire is across them. If Vampire's being shut down, just like how Boom does, that's going to be tough for the other teams to catch up. But Yoodo Alliance and SLD, they can make it to the top 3.
Oh yes, they can. Let's see what happens to Alter Ego and Vampire Esports because they're still in this. But speaking of Vampire Esports, counter-fire upon by SLD! From the other side, taking out Schwartz, one of their main players, one of their top-performing players. And now SLD just being the bane for Vampire Esports. Yoodo Alliance will be happy that happened.
For Bacon Time, they can stop Vampires as well. Vampires got stuck themselves in a corner on the northern side of the map as well. FaZe got those elevations. Definitely can see a wide angle about all the other teams down there. SLD trying to take down on FaZe, trying to get those high vintage view. But PERSIJA and SLD want to play a bit more safer. But any time now, less than 20 seconds to go, the circle will shrink even further. We'll be on Los Higos, small island, or will still favor the main peninsula slightly on the southern part of Los Leones. But the rest of the team here agitated to wait. Rosemary being picked up again, and Alter Ego, they're nowhere near the safest place. They need to get out from the Blues, and Rosemary again being knocked down by Yoodo Alliance, who's in the race for the top 1 still, and the circle just happens to be like this.
Yeah, it's like what, 50% of water in there, very little land to play. Oh no, this round is gonna go fast, and Yoodo Alliance will be happy to take out Alter Ego. Alter Ego, like what you said, Fnatic spending time in the blue, but the moment he shows himself, Yoodo Alliance can shoot him down, so Yoodo Alliance will want to pin them down.
Alter Ego is at the mercy of Yoodo Alliance, whether they want to get just into the circle and just leave Alter Ego behind, or do you want to just keep it? Alter Ego resort to taking a bit of a long rotation, but open up themselves to a side of GEEK SLATE. Fnatic being forced to jump down from those vehicles after that flip, after those accidents, and they have to dive themselves inside of the water right now. Yoodo Alliance spotted out GEEK SLATE, taking the advantage to just push those numbers up. They are in the 4th place. They can get themselves in the top 2 in a second, provided the Vampires of Boom is still not getting themselves any sort of a point here.
Ooh, so far so good for Yoodo. For Alter Ego, they managed to get away, but they forced themselves into the water, try to hold off a position on points, maybe by Yoodo Alliance. Sees the vehicle, knows that someone is inside of the shack. The rest of Alter Ego counter-attacking out the blue inside the water. SLD on the other hand, shooting on the Bacon Time, just right below them. All these teams on the outside of the circle. Bacon Time ice, gunned down by SLD.
SLD fanning out, try to take advantage and dominate over and capitalize this compound. Vampires got stuck. They're being hammed down, sandwiched by many teams. DX, Hill, and also FaZe as well as Bacon Time. Vampires cannot get the breather. Everybody want a piece of Vampires and they're being torn apart. Down to 1 plus player. Newsy, can he call the shots? Cannot. Oh no, Vampire! This is it. They're being split apart from getting number 1. This is giving Boom so much space, and Yoodo Alliance, they can snatch away that number 2 spot for PMWI.
Absolutely, Vampire Esports will be kicking themselves. It's been 2 rounds since they've been eliminated early. And right now it's opportunity for Boom, Yoodo Alliance and Alter Ego to pull away as well. Yoodo Alliance now need to pick up Repo Board, but it's going to be 7-9 right in front of them. Kenny, super duper low, needs to reset himself, but Flex is there to save the day as they eliminate 7-9.
Yoodo Alliance just scored themselves a tree. Now, if they survive longer, if they got themselves another chicken, they definitely will be in the top 2 down there, up there. War Vampires will definitely be pushed down. Boom, they left with 2 players, still being quiet, not going to touch anybody so far. But Alter Ego is in a dangerous game still. They got knocked from afar, didn't got finished. SLD knows they can actually have a shot at number 1 still. Now going for the hunt. FaZe will be the next target. Victoria is flying with those burgers, but crushed himself in the terrain here. FaZe Mela Moment will stay for a bit longer, but Chonji already prepping out the nade. DX coming out against the side of Bacon Time, while the rest of the team playing the low grounds. The middle grounds right now in a war.
Oh, FaZe Clan now they need to fight against SLD. The high ground war, but this high ground might not be of value as the circle will shift away, and it does shift away. GEEK SLATE in the middle of the circle. Yoodo Alliance on the other side. They're gonna enter unchallenged.
This is a tough, bizarre circle. Ended up right on top of the bridge as well. If it shifted to its side of bridge, again, Alter Ego is on the other end. They know for a fact they have too much at risk. They want to play it safe. SLD on the other end, they need those kills. They want to go for the hunt. But where to go? Do they decide to swim? There's an airdrop down there, and they're split into 2-2 formation right now for SLD 2-1. They have a tree. Yoodo Alliance, close enough to get the number 3. They have a shot at that, but they need to go aggressive. Very trying to go proactively, trying to scout for kills. Saying good for Hill. Now crushing into Boom. Boom left with 2 players, now 2-1. Oh no! Another one early elimination for Boom. This is insane.
This is insane, Boom. They are in a dire position right now. Alter Ego managed to make their way onto the other side of the island. Not too sure if the circle still favors them, but what we're sure is that Yoodo Alliance is still in this. Now focusing on the FaZe Clan, going on to Sky Only. Sky Only taken down immediately the moment FaZe Clan arrives.
GEEK SLATE now being charged by Yoodo Alliance and SLD in 2 different angles here. Look, already cook up the nade. Mika will respond to this, but the nade will chip quite a number on Snipes, and damn good. They're nowhere near to being alive here. Mika and Stuxton, they managed to revive another triple down. Adik, look, there's so much work and damage. Yoodo Alliance fighting for their glory days. Down to Stuxton for the shot. Can he shut it down? Now they just crush the entire team of GEEK SLATE by himself.
Oh, looks like again it's Yoodo Alliance taking out the entire GEEK SLATE. Now FaZe Clan, Hail Esports, Flash, all alone. Flash will not go down without a fight. He managed to clear his back, but now 2 in his front. Managed to get 1. Can he get another one? Momo is still alive. Now the nade from both sides. Momo is going to toss his nade as well, but Flash moves away from the compound. Flash tosses a nade on the side of Momo, but we're not connect. Momo, we have another nade, but Flash moves away to the behind of this compound.
Sort of RRQ being shut down by many teams down there. Taking at 3 teams, eyeing out to a sort of RRQ. But Hill taking a bit of a fight against a FaZe. Alter Ego, Rosemary taking a shot from afar. He's taking everything he has on top of that bridge and shutting people from afar, taking those long fights and being the third party all around. Flash now being bombarded by this pound per pound of
Flash!
But they clutch with a flash away with a fashion, with a jump shot to a side of FaZe. Hill still have one more player. SLD one more player. Yoodo Alliance have a 4. They got 8 eliminations. They are placing at second place now for Yoodo Alliance, pushing Vampires and Boom down.
Second place. However, Alter Ego, they're still alive, and Alter Ego, they're currently at the bridge. But how long can Alter Ego last with only 2 elimination points? They need more if Yoodo Alliance can catch up onto them. But we'll talk about that later as we'll see how long these 2 teams will last. But VOIN and Xavier going up against each other. They need to take this fight. And T-Dirk waiting in this compound on the left. Lamborghini, we've seen it clutch before, but this is just too much for him to handle as VOIN will take them out.
This is going to be the battle of the 16 players, and DX have to back out early. Now, SLD, Yoodo Alliance, and Alter Ego, these are the ones that are actually putting everything at stake. Especially Alter Ego, they lost 1 man early on, Rosemary from afar, just taking those shots from just that distance. They know they have too much to just take the chances out. So they're waiting for the right time to open up fire. And they're still at number 1 spot. But Hill got themselves 13 eliminations. Where do they stand after this map is wrapped out?
Alter Ego coming from the bridge from the other side. There's someone in the circle trying to tap away onto VOIN to secure those elimination points. But it's not going to be easy for Octa. They got to be careful. Yoodo Alliance just next to them. They'll be happy to eliminate each other. Got to be careful there. Hill Esports, the only one left is going to be Flash going towards Gosu. Gosu just behind the rock. He's going to shoot onto Flash, and Flash will be flashed out.
SLD secures a 5-1 by Gosu himself alone, but he's giving away to a sort of VOIN just now. Down to 4 teams. Yoodo Alliance, SLD and Alter Ego, they are the ones that have too much risk and too much to lose here. But VOIN, nothing else to do, just gonna crush into his Alter Ego, going straight for the bridge, but Yoodo Alliance right across them, so they bought their time. Potato just accidentally giving away his position to a side of Yoodo Alliance. Now this is gonna be a 3-way wall right on top of this bridge, with SLD unharmed. I mean, like, if SLD goes to can actually get this chicken away, this is huge for SLD. Rosemary being paralyzed at the back line, but Yoodo Alliance, Kenny again spotted the bats angle coming out from Yoodo Alliance, but VOIN in a trouble as well. Can Yoodo Alliance clutch a back-to-back chicken dinner now?
Yoodo Alliance 2 knockdowns back-to-back, but now being counter-fire upon by VOIN, knocking down Adeluk. Adeluk needs to be picked up, one of the top performers for Yoodo Alliance, but there's opening for Alter Ego to come in as well. Yoodo Alliance sandwiched between 2 teams. Yoodo Alliance can defend the ground. Octa gun down. Rosemary is currently up, but there's overput pressure onto Alter Ego as well. Kenny, no choice but to go down, and now they'll reset.
It's such a lucky moment coming out from the side of Octa. He can be saved by the rest of the team now. Seems the only one can stop them was Kenny coming out from Yoodo Alliance. Now they have no view on top of the bridge except for a couple of players coming up from VOIN. Now Potato and the rest of Alter Ego, all they need to do is just hold on to this and make sure they will fight till the last few players left. Yoodo Alliance repositioning himself. Now Gosu, here is the wild card we're talking about. SLD. If he's the one that actually be the playmaker from behind, he can shut down all the teams down there, and he's got himself the circle. There's no way he's gonna leave this place so far.
And Gosu could potentially shoot on the Yoodo Alliance as well. He should have a good line of sight. And now VOIN on the outside of the circle. All these teams need to move 5 more seconds before the zone closes. Alter Ego tosses a molly onto the side of VOIN. Yoodo Alliance will love that. They will love the distraction. Potato moving in. He has a micro Z in hand. He has an M4 in hand, but no extended mag. Yoodo Alliance waiting for the right moment as Rosemary knocks down Keenan.
It's going to be the entry to a side of VOIN, but they have to shut down a Yoodo Alliance. But Rosemary shutting down on VOIN, but he got knocked instead. This is going to be in Alter Ego. They're losing men with the blue zone closing and just keeping the pressure on their backs. VOIN and Yoodo Alliance having a go. For you still, Yoodo Alliance having a 4. Alter Ego bow out first. Oh no! Where do they stand after this? Yoodo Alliance fighting
Yoodo Alliance!
We've been shut down early on. It's down to Gosu. SLD!
It's the time to wrap things up and secure the 2 chicken dinners back to back. Unless Ghostu can pull off something insane. But right now, Yoodo Alliance with a 4-man squad, they are feeling good right now to wrap up this round and take the number 1 spot away from Alter Ego. Luke at the forefront, going up against Ghostu. Luke waiting for the right moment. Luke being a distraction, still able to emote. Luke, come on, finish up the job.
Ghostu was thinking about whether to go for DBS or the sprays. Here comes
Here
left,
we
right,
go.
center. It is
Yoodo Alliance!
Back to back. Chicken dinner. Got themselves. Did they secure number 1? Did they secure number 1?
They definitely will secure number 1. They eliminated Alter Ego. They got more elimination points than anyone else. Yoodo Alliance will surely be number 1. But Yoodo Alliance, let's remember, there's one more round to go. Can they hold on to the number 1 spot? But for now, Yoodo Alliance rejoice. Multiple stickers will come our way, Choo Choo.
Good gracious me. I talked about this earlier today. There will be a different team taking the podium spot after we're done for the entirety of PMSL down to the last wire. Ultimately, it's down to the last Miramar. But Adik, look, he did so much work. He decimated the entire team of GEEK 1v4 by himself. That opened up a different opportunities entirely for Yoodo Alliance as a whole.
He's even practicing, like taking out the trophy, like they're warming up to it. They're feeling the trophy. They're feeling themselves picking that up. Yoodo Alliance, if they do, it's going to be the first time they become champions in Southeast Asia. Teams to watch, obviously Yoodo Alliance is going to be up there. But the competition as well. The competition is nowhere in sight. No Alter Ego here. No Vampire Esports. Yoodo Alliance, I wonder how far they're pulled away.
Good gracious me. I mean, like, ultimately down to the last Miramar, we have no clue who will be number 1. Not even the top 5 is safe anywhere up there. Looking at VOIN, a bit too late, but at least they're trying to make a disruption. They are making a mess up there for all the teams. Speaking of SLD, Cloud, SLD, they secure quite a number of eliminations. Where do they stand? Do they take away the number 2 and number 3? Who's number 2 now? Who's number 3? We have no clue.
I wonder if we'll be scammed after this by not showing the results. Oh, it will be crazy if it's not shown. I mean, I can't take it anymore. I gotta know right now. But of course, before we get to that, we'll definitely be looking at the highlights from the previous round. And we'll relive the moment that these teams play, including Yoodo Alliance's chicken dinner. What a round it has been. This circle is insane. This circle is crazy.
Mind-boggling with this outcome right now. Just changes so much about who will take away that trophy for by the end of today. Even who will get into PMWI. It changes everything. This changes everything. The one that we believe in early of the day here today, it's changing. It's a different, it's a turning of a tide. Yoodo Alliance has pushed everybody down. A back-to-back with 2 different maps in for their chicken dinner. That's huge. But can they maintain number 1 by the end of today? Because we saw how many teams are bloodthirsty out there, forcing these guys to fight.
Will Yoodo Alliance be the one to hold on to the number 1? Will Thailand make a comeback? Will Indonesia break everyone's dreams and snatch back the number 1 spot? Or will it be someone? Will it be SLD pulling off a big surprise in the final round? Nobody knows because the points are just that close. But right now it's a confirmation. Yoodo Alliance 22 points collected, 12 elimination points with the chicken dinner. Hail Esports 16 points, VOIN 14, just too far, but it's okay. A good showing from VOIN. SLD 11 points, but the others, Alter Ego, still managed to snatch 8 points in this round.
Boom ended up with a 0. They're probably going to be pushed up to the 5th place, down to the 5th place. I'm not even kidding. When I started off, these guys, even though they're number 1, number 2, they're going to be pushed down to 5th place. That might be happening here right now. The last time we saw Yoodo Alliance, when they were still fighting without that chicken dinner, they got themselves 2nd place. But here we go. Yoodo Alliance taking number 1 spot, pushing down Boom to 4th place. And it's a tie for the third and fourth place. But the gap between the second and first, 3 points.
Oh goodness, it's just so close, so close. 3 points, and then you got Vampire Esports 15 points. Same goes with Boom 15. 15 can change. They're number one still. And then you have SLD 18 points, can also change the number one. Oh man, this is the most in contention for that number one spot that we've seen in a long time.
This is too intense for me. It's not great for my heart. I'm so scared for the last map. We're down to the last map. Hill coming up. Can they still make it? But I mean, like, what showcase by the side of Yoodo Alliance? Everything is possible right now. VOIN coming in. Yep, at least they scored themselves 80s right now. But at least they can finish off strong coming up from VOIN. Alter Ego, Rosemary did so much work. 1,400 damage by himself. But those eliminations, they didn't manage to secure due to the distance. They were taking the other side of the bridge just now.
This is like flashback moments, right? There were a lot of times that we have actually seen Yoodo Alliance pulling off a comeback. Like I remember in the last chance qualifiers of Southeast Asia, it was a comeback moment for them to secure the slot into Southeast Asia. That's one of them. And there were multiple times actually Yoodo Alliance did that, even locally as well. So Yoodo Alliance, mental strength is definitely their best trait. 2 chicken dinners back to back, and Yoodo Alliance, my goodness, right now they are en route to living the dream of being Southeast Asia champions.
Oh man, it rings that rings so well to listen like your team getting those South Asia champions, but it's gonna be a hell lot of pressure for this last map here, Cloud. We're talking about a humongous amount of pressure for these players. Yoodo Alliance, I swear to God, Yoodo Alliance and Alter Ego right now, their hands are shaking. They are definitely sweating their seats down there.
Okay, for the last time we're gonna put this up, okay? For the last time. We're gonna put this up for the last time. Just because none of us put Yoodo Alliance in there.
Who would have thought? I mean, like, it's insane. It's insane. I mean, like, SLD do still have a shot. Alter Ego might lost their Putin spot in the last minute due to this. Vampire's being pushed down. Hill, they managed to come back in the last minute. Can they make it on time? Boom, being pushed down. What is happening here?
What is happening? This is what we call the caster's curse in effect. Well, okay, one more game, okay, before we confirm that whether it's a caster's curse or not. But, oh my goodness. Yoodo Alliance, not in our prediction. I mean, for the most part, we've been talking about like, okay, Thai teams. For the most part, we're talking about even like the Indonesian teams. Yoodo Alliance kind of came out of nowhere.
It's a Cinderella story, really. They are nowhere under anyone's radar. Whoever thought? I mean, like, we saw a lot of GEEK SLATE yesterday's performance has been stellar, right? And close enough for Yoodo Alliance, that consistency they brought over from the second day of a grand finals, now learning their mistake, what happened in the second day, they actually make it better for the grand final and the final day. They've been fighting against GEEK SLATE so many times now they know their weaknesses, they learn from their mistake, and it just pays so much for them. It's so fruitful, so much effort putting into it, and now they're taking number one spot.
Yeah, they definitely didn't go down without a fight. Even though it's like multiple times against GEEK SLATE, and GEEK SLATE did win once against them, but they're like, okay, the next time we see you, we're gonna take you down. And that's exactly what they did. And they did it like what? Pretty much back to back for Yoodo Alliance against GEEK SLATE. Like now their win rate against GEEK SLATE that's like, okay, went up again against GEEK SLATE. So much needed boost for Yoodo Alliance in case they are the one to snatch away this trophy from the noses of like Alter Ego, who was there, up there, number one for majority of the grand finals.
I agree, and the circle, you have to give it chef kiss. You have to give it because of the circle. It really challenged a player to until the last day of last map into the last second, challenging the wits of the player. Can they be smart about this circle? Now, we do have very difficult circle in the last Miramar. That makes me super excited. Stoke for the next map, which is going to be the ultimate map in PMSL to see who's the champion. Because right now, we don't know.
I'm absolutely pumped up for this final map. Okay, a few things that might happen, and I'm just putting this out there. Yoodo Alliance, they share Lost Leonis with VOIN and Xavier. If VOIN and Xavier chooses to just flex it out, to be the one to take down Yoodo Alliance early, just to flex it out, despite them not having any chance of getting number 1 or number 2, just to flex it out, they can. They are just next to each other.
Man, I mean, Tony K's playing it.
Welcome back.
Man, I'm worried for Vampires now. They are at the brink of losing everything. Now putting in Tony K, how will this impact? He hasn't been playing for the entire day here, Tony K. Now putting the pressure for his last map of the entire league, where they might actually still have a shot at getting number 1 and 2, even the PMWI slot. That's a huge pressure for this one guy.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of trust there to put in Tony K for the last game, because Vampire Esports can still do it. And they're putting it all on the line now. They're putting out the Starman despite him not feeling that well. They're taking a little bit of a risk here. I'm sure the coaches will have calculated the risk. And let's see if the man himself can really be the one to carry Vampire Esports to glory in the final round. Hill Esports, well, a little bit of an inconsistency run, but yeah, well, I guess their goal is just to do their best in the final round.
But you have to agree, this is one of the most epic league of the pro stage when it comes to South Asia ever. I mean, we casted so much for PMPL South Asia before this, but when it comes to this PMSL, this is one of the greatest tournament we've seen and the closest match when it comes to the overall rankings.
Yeah, it's insane. Even Bacon is making a swap here, so Ice out and Shuri is in. So there's going to be a final change, probably just to give him some game time, just to enjoy the final round for the PMSL. Armstyle is still in the lineup as well, obviously looking very shabby with his hairstyle. Looking over at the RRQ camp, well, they're somewhere in the middle, so pretty much this round is just for them to enjoy as well. So we can see the mood here is like, okay, we just want to get over the final game and just enjoy our supper after that. UI, oh!
UI is playing for BTR. A lot of the big fan base players playing here today. Satar is out for now. BTR, I mean, like BTR, they're in the middle pack. They can finish off strong, but can they make it happen? I mean, like, if you want something to be unleashed, it's gonna be UI down there. Make things wild for BTR. Why not?
Yeah, might as well, right? You put in the UI, the unleashed version of UI, and let's see what he can pull off, because he's been having an off day for himself personally for the last couple of days, and he's been subbed out too. So hopefully this last round, whatever it is, whatever the final result is, at least it gives him his personal boost of confidence for to wrap things up and to just look forward for his next endeavor, and that's going to be SEA Games for UI. For Box Gaming, well, they're just having fun at this point. GEEK SLATE as well, I wish they would have put on a having fun face, but you know, it's pretty much just to finish as high as possible for GEEK SLATE as well.
They don't want to finish on a low. For Yoodo Alliance, this is too much for them to actually have too much at stake here. We're talking about the gap for the top 5 is just too near. But there's only 2 slots available for PMWI. Only one can lift the trophy by the end of today. And $250,000 of prize pool at stake. For a bigger prize pool in the future, 3 million for PMWI. And insane. For the rest of them, they can have the greatest ending ever for their last performance here. But for Boom, everything is business. Everything is serious talk right now.
Yeah, Boom, totally focused. We can see for the last couple of games, like even Yummy is not looking at his teammate. He's just like, okay, I'll just look at the wall. I just want to be in my zone. I just want to do my thing. Outer ego, still in this to win this. So it's no longer, no more cheers, no more waving at the camera, no more like high-fiving people not within your camp. everyone is just on their own game. You can see when Yummy, like, again, he's still facing the wall. He's like, okay, I just want to be in my zone. And even like a player like Yummy, he actually has, other than his squad achievements to actually chase, he can still chase for top eliminations. So let's see if that happens here. Again, a final look on the trophy before it's handed down to one of these teams. And without further ado, let's head on to a final game. Ladies and gentlemen, who will take this home inside our final game of Miramar?
This is it. The ultimate map for PMSL Southeast Asia. Who will lift the trophy? Who will be the kings of Southeast Asia? Who will be titled to be the best of the best? Among all the teams, it's down to the last Miramar map, and the flight path is a bit favoring the side of the southern side, where the circle last seen here just now on top of Los Higos, and that's going to be that bridge. But is it going to be the northern side this time? We did mention about there are teams that want to play and have fun. Will they disrupt the top teams here? Why not?
Well, keep your eye on the Lost Learners, because right now the flight path is on top of it, meaning that it's going to be a straight drop for Yoodo Alliance, Xavier, and VOIN. Now, could other teams actually take advantage of it? I'm keeping my eye on the areas of Lost Learners if any team wants to be naughty onto Yoodo Alliance. So far, we can see a couple of teams hovering around. VOIN, obviously, they're going to drop inside of Lost Learners as well. Yoodo Alliance seems to be on the clear, but this is as a start. Now, Xavier and VOIN, because they're just next to each other, if they want to crash onto Yoodo Alliance just to be the anti-hero, they can.
With a Vigilante, yes, why not? But yeah, the circle just make it hard for the players for our last few maps here. This is comical. This is just torturing the players till the end of the days. Insane how the circle just contradict the flight path now. And everybody from south have to go north, just like how it was before. It was north down to south before. And this is another hurdle for them to pass through to get those number one and the champions.
Especially for Yoodo Alliance, because this time they need to travel a little bit more as compared to before. So Yoodo Alliance will face a challenger. To come out on Lost Learners, it should be okay unless VOIN or Xavier chooses to push onto them. They know exactly where Yoodo Alliance is at. They've been sharing this compound for like the entire PMSL campaign. So if they choose to just do it, they got nothing to lose really.
They got a lot to lose here, Cloud. We're talking about the gap here is just too close. Even Vampire
Xavier and VOIN has nothing to lose.
That's true. That's true, but the teams up there's too much to lose. Talking about the top 5. It's just too close right now, and they can get double eliminations for these guys. That's scary.
It's a double-edged sword, right? In case Xavier and VOIN chooses to crash into Yoodo Alliance. If they don't do it, then it's going to be points to Yoodo Alliance. If they do it, then it's Yoodo Alliance out and Alter Ego Vampire Esports. Everyone else will be like looking at this and laughing, and they will stand a good chance of taking over Yoodo Alliance because the gap is just that close. 3 points between Yoodo Alliance and Alter Ego, and we got like just 15 points, which is doable for Vampire Esports, and boom, over Yoodo Alliance as well as of now.
And plus, speaking of the net circle here, which is going to be on top of Crater Field, Hasanede, Patron, and St. Martin, a lot of the top teams taking their circle as fast as they can. We're talking about the moon, they land themselves vehicles, they don't waste time to loot anymore, they're just gonna go straight up the north. They know for a fact if they're late, they will get punished. They do know that for a fact, but on the side of Empires, they are around Minas Devel for now, Minas Generalis, so they are not that too far off, so they can take their own time. But if they overstay themselves, yeah, there will be a lot of team passing by. If they come out from the northern side, there's nobody there because of the flight path coming out from south. If anybody wants to stay themselves in the north, Le Corberia will be one of the best places right now, even on Crater Fields.
Boom. Still rotating, but whenever you rotate, there's always this risk that you'll be shot down. So hopefully it's clear for them because they're still in the running. PERSIJA, EVOS, pretty much nothing much to play for except for just as high of a placement as possible to get a majority of the prize pool. Bacon time, okay, someone's having fun. We can see that, Bacon time.
to say sorry for our audience, by the way. If we're cracking your ears, I mean, that game, that last map was epic. That was incredible. Just one of the best map we casted. And yeah, Bacon Time taking a bit of flyby. They're having too much fun here.
Okay, this will be insane if he gets shot down. Night Noise survives. Okay, he's just gonna get away as far as possible, not even waiting for his teammate.
Noise. Just cruising. He's a good pilot, you have to give it to him. Not everybody can fly just like how he does.
Still able to glide. Okay, not bad. Yeah, I think this is, we don't up. Okay, he meant to land that. Okay, let's give the benefit of the doubt. That was on purpose.
Boom. Now, do you play hide and seek, or do you want to play as hunters for the teams down there? Like, we're talking about the top 5 teams here. If I were SLD, definitely you have to go for hunting. You have to go for a hunt. Same goes for heal. REQ, this is going to be the team coming up from 11th place, trying to shut down on vampires, who definitely don't have any interest to take any sort of a fight too early.
Not at all. Yeah, especially in that kind of open area, and the fact that they can still catch up to number 1. Just evading all the fights, and the fact that they put in Tony K as well, that means that, you know, this is their final trump card. It's like, okay, we're gonna put in Tony K just to see whether he can be the hero for Vampire Esports. And let's remember as well, this is his first season with Vampire Esports. Same goes for Newsy. And if he can pull off something insane, and that is just proof that the duo that transferred to Vampire Esports this season is the best transfer of all.
I agree. They have to show their value in the last map here. Especially with, this is the first and last map coming up from Tony K for today. I just hope they don't falter through, but speaking of falter, boom! Oh no, Hill! Coming up from 6th place, they can keep this going. Hill gets low, got himself the first blood. Hexos taking a back and fall back entirely, corner himself indoors. I'm not sure where are the rest of Boom right now, but they don't have the luxury to play as carefree as they can.
Well, all hope not lost yet for Boom. I mean, we have seen teams doing it as a trio, so still giving them the benefit of the doubt. Hopefully Hexas is able to get enough loot. But at the same time, Box Gaming, Winnie, I think someone needs to check their driving license. But it looks like it's going to be FaZe Clan actually just putting pressure onto Box Gaming. And now they're just trading it back and forth.
FaZe, a bit tough for them to catch up. We're talking about 6 and 7 plays, quite a gap here. So I think it's not possible for FaZe, but they can actually stun all the top 6 teams right now by capitalizing with what they have and trying to go and bulldoze in. Mormon finish off Box, Lavi from Avon, and it's going to be Box down to last player here. 79DX, same goes for Geek Slate, are playing in the blue side, including Yoodo Alliance. I'm not sure where they stand because the next circle will reveal itself. Box, on the other hand, will be the last map here, down to 1 player. No teams being ousted yet, still 16 teams in there, but the one with the least play is coming out from Box Gaming.
Ooh, Circle. Okay, high grounds of Crater. We've seen this before. It's tough for a lot of teams because teams like PERSIJA was there, but at this point, Boom, it's on the high ground. Hail Esports seems to be interested with that. BTR as well. Yoodo Alliance still spending time in the blue. Looks like they're going to take this round a little bit slower. They're going to try to evade fights. But at the same time, they need to hope that the teams close by to them in their overall chance gets eliminated.
SLD and Vampires happen to be sharing just next to each other. Now both teams cannot afford to lose here. Boom on the other hand lost early on, couple of 1 player before this. While Heal, they still can go for the hunt. They got secured 1 elimination just now against none other than Boom. RQ is just beneath them. Everybody wants to take the high grounds of Crater Field around the crate. But if the last few circle ended up on the lower grounds, that's going to be a tough climbing down for these teams. As LD, they were close by to a sort of Boom and Vampire just now. I'm not sure how they would navigate themselves on top of Creative. They're taking the compound instead of the high grounds here and decided, you know what, we want to go for the weight. Alter Ego happened to be greeted by PERSIJA, EVOS. Zuxi definitely will open fire here. And Boom at the other end. Alter Ego cannot even lose any man early on.
They're holding their breath right now as they cruise by a couple of teams, hopefully able to evade enough shots. So far so good for Alter Ego. And now Alter Ego will be on the clear. Alter Ego within the circle. Man, I'm just so nervous looking at Alter Ego traveling like that past that compound, but lucky for them, the shots didn't hit enough onto Alter Ego to knock them down.
Boom, they don't want to invest too much. They know for a fact they're sharing a compound with another team. So they will not open fire to the side of Alter Ego just now. Boom, they left with only 3 players left with Yummy, May, Pombit and Haxas. But the entirety of SLD want to bring them down on their knees. Opening fire, Ghost coming out from the area of the very small door right now. With Vampires right on top of them. These 3 teams are the teams that in contending towards the #1 spot.
Vampire Esports, they'll be happy to get a couple of elimination points there. Oh, wait a second, Pombit there. Disrupts missing. Oh no, he was distracted because there's another team, BTR, on the other side. So he can't overextend his view. Right now, that kind of gave Boom Esports a lifeline to get into the compound. Probably didn't know that they've been watched. It happened to be Yuhai on top of that.
They heard the gunshot early on. Boom cornered themselves in a crate. If they decided to go and investigate coming up from SLD, one nade enough to finish off the entirety of Boom. Sam9 caught in the hands of PERSIJA, EVOS. Finish off in a swiftly manner. Loyu walking right into the battlefield of all the teams down there. A lot of teams passing by on the northern side here. We're talking about 3 or 4 teams now passing by the same place, same compound. Boom Hexes coming out from the other end. PERSIJA, EVOS want to shut down on Sam9 DAP. But if they're not being careful, DAP still can clutch out 1v4. The rest of Sam9 is a bit too separated, segregating themselves among the players. Sam9, everyone is holding just by themselves for now.
Oh, DAP now super duper low, knocked out by Zuxi. It's going to be the DBS gameplay as usual. And DAP finished off by Micro Boy. 3 elimination points now for PERSIJA, EVOS, but the circle continues to go up north. Yoodo Alliance just passing by El Pozo, still on the outside circle. Let's see which route will they take, because if they choose to go up to the high ground, obviously teams will be waiting for them, so that might not be the case for Yoodo Alliance. They might go in for the low grounds of Crater Fields.
Taking their own sweet time for Yoodo Alliance. They know for a fact there's going to be a lot of teams already inside of a circle. They don't want to jeopardize, they don't want to put everything at stake. Take one step at a time. But RQEON and GEEK, they have nothing else to lose here. It's all down to who ends it better this time. Who gets a better ending when it comes to the last map of Miramar. Mott trying to go out and find those support fire from a back line, which going to be Hale coming out from the high grounds there. I think that's one of the reasons why he get out from this building, just to see where the shot's coming out from. It doesn't make sense that the team is shooting in front of you, are shooting behind you as well. So Mott knows exactly where the rest of the hills are. They realize that, you know what, it's okay, we stay indoors for a bit longer because it's not worth peeking out. There's too many teams out there on the high grounds.
Yeah, not at all. But that means that GEEK SLATE has the opportunity to come in. Now focusing on the Yoodo Alliance, some of them still tanking out the blue. They're taking a long rotation on the left, really sticking by the blue. But oh, Xavier is in front of them. Xavier parked themselves onto the high ground where Yoodo Alliance is going towards. And now Yoodo Alliance gotta be careful. They gotta win the fight against Xavier. Xavier has the circle.
Yoodo Alliance trying to fall back and go for a different rotation and navigate themselves around the crossfire that happening to a side of DX. Greeted them with those bullets just now. So they want to avoid unnecessary fight as much as possible, but DX were not willing to let them go. Look at how they just tailed the side of Yoodo Alliance. The moment they tried to come up from the northern side, they waited at the other end of the mountain. There's no way for Yoodo Alliance to negate themselves away from this fight because they're forcing them to take it.
Oh, here we go. Will Xavier be the anti-hero? Yoodo Alliance, 2 of the super open low. Oh no, they're being pinned down right now. Red Bull Boy, we need to get away. Can he make it in time? So far, so good for them. And now the circle shift away. But Yoodo Alliance, 2 of them pinned down. That's going to be Flax and now they look. Now Nate! Onto Flex! Oh no! This is difficult here for Yoodo Alliance. They just lost one of their key players. And now Adelu still caught on the outside. Vehicle burned up!
The Axe make sure they were trying to shut down Yoodo Alliance, forcing them to take this fight either way, but Vampires start to take out a couple of plays from VOIN. Tony K finish off VOIN players in an instant. The moment you let Tony K play and you unleash his beast inside, he's gonna go rampant. But now he's showing off he can actually go aggressive, even though he's unwell physically, but he's still got his mind and focus in the game. The Axe on the other hand trying to wrap around the corner of Yoodo Alliance. Now Yoodo Alliance in a pickle. They need to get out from here because they have too much to take a chance of against the Axe. But lucky enough, the Axe realized that, you know what, it's a bit too far from the circle. We're just trying to get into the side of a inner circle and gatekeep them from the inside. But Yoodo Alliance, do they still want to challenge the Axe at this instant, or they just hop onto their vehicles and go a different rotation entirely?
They can still play from the north to the inside the circle at least. But the Xavier will be keeping an eye on the Yoodo Alliance in case they try something funny. Alter Ego, look at their location. They're staying away from fights. The moment they saw the elimination feed running because of Yoodo Alliance while the players got eliminated, that gives a little bit more hope for Alter Ego.
Vampires taking the high ground at the advantage. Now stopping VOIN from pushing forward. It's going to be Shrubs holding the ground and the angle to a side of VOIN. He'll be the anchor for the team, making sure nobody will share this compound with themselves. Newsy will be giving the support fire to a side of Shrubs, but they will have to go for a retreat for now. Yoodo Alliance losing one of their main fragger. Addict looked too early on. They played themselves in the blue zone, and this is stage 4. We're talking about almost 1% of HP per second. And due to the pressure and anxiousness of Yoodo Alliance, they're not fighting back.
Whew. It's difficult because they're only left with 2 players. Oh man, Yoodo Alliance, but at least they're in the circle. But Hexas is actually in the next building. Yoodo Alliance has no idea. They're still focusing on the D Xavier. 40 more seconds before we know if Yoodo Alliance still has the circle. Because right now, not sure if their vehicles are still active.
It's just too close for Yoodo Alliance and Boom right now. Hexas definitely prepare himself in case somebody rush into his container. He's inside of circle, yes. But the circle will shrink in less than 20 seconds. Will they be favored or not? Vampires taking the high ground, fighting against VOIN. A bit of a risky play, a dangerous game, but Vampires, if they can wrap things around, it's worth it. It's going to be pushing themselves in the top 2.
VOIN playing with 3 players. They do have the momentum though. But do they have the circle next? Circle moves away from Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance needs to go. But D Xavier has the circle, meaning that they can still keep eye on to Yoodo Alliance.
Now Alter Ego and SLD got themselves in the center. SLD, they can actually in the last minute push themselves to top 1 or top 2 here. And also they got themselves a circle. But Yoodo Alliance, they're walking straight into where Boom is right now. Ripple but knock, but can he? He's prepared with those DBFs. He pulled so much out for Yoodo Alliance, but I'm not sure where is the last player of Boom right now.
Ooh, we don't have visual just yet. But we have visual of D Xavier looking over Yoodo Alliance. They want to be the anti-hero. Right now, back onto Vampire Esports versus VOIN. VOIN, they're fighting back. Almost getting knocked down. Keenan had to jump down because they're busy on the lower ground as well with Tony K at the forefront. But Tony K knocked down by the nade from Seal. As got the Flukev gunned down as well. Tony K currently out. Now it's down to Shrubs with the high ground. Newsy at the lower ground. Shrubs gets 1. Can he get 2? Can he go for a second one at least? VOIN can't get a good visual on the Shrubs.
Slight miscalculation for Vampires. If they keep on doing some slip by, it's going to be detrimental. But so far, Shrubs know what at stake. Fighting back, counter fire, but 2v1 peeking at the same time. VOIN can shut down the entire Vampires, leaving with only one player left standing. It's going to be Nuzi, prepping up the nade, but they're not forcing it. They're jumping down. Vampires, this is it. The end of the line.
The end of the line for Vampire Esports, taken down by VOIN. The anti-hero, Vampire Esports, will need to be content with not getting the top 2 spot at all.
Well, Alter Ego and Yoodo Alliance trying to maintain their spot here. Boom opens up an opportunity for them to get number 2 or number 1 spot if they can still alive. But the problem is they're left with only 2 men. It will be SLD pushing in the last minute.
Ooh, SLD. They still have a full squad though, and they do have 1 elimination point, meaning that they are... Wait a second, they are 70 points difference than Yoodo Alliance. Or make that 18 because Yoodo Alliance have 1. Yoodo Alliance and Alter Ego, the tightest right now between the 2 of them, unless SLD can pull off something insane, but Yoodo Alliance has to go out early for them to overtake them.
Yoodo Alliance left with 2 players. PERSIJA, EVOS will be making sure they cannot move forward here. They have to take the fight for Yoodo Alliance. There's no way to run around it anymore because there's no way in. It's either DX or PERSIJA EVOS. They have to take up the challenge to survive, to make sure they can be at number 1. And the blue zone is clipping them alive and burning right now. Canny, he's been stopped by a wall. Rapper Boy can actually cross, but he needs to cross the street. PERSIJA EVOS is eyeing them out. Same goes for RQ. Now where to go for Yoodo Alliance?
Where to go? They have to cross the road. This is the worst situation for Yoodo Alliance. And they're still taking out the blue. And the blue will put pressure on the Rapper Boy right now. Rapper Boy, where's he gonna go? The smoke is not active anymore. Rapper Boy down. Kenny, the only one standing for Yoodo Alliance. He has no first aids left. He tries to get an elimination point, but Kenny! Shot by Desarea. The team that wanted to be the anti-hero for Yoodo Alliance. Only 1 point this time. Alter Ego, they have the opportunity. They just need 1 more point to be on top of Yoodo Alliance.
Alter Ego, there's no way they can go down here right now. They definitely have more points than the side of Yoodo Alliance. They will take back that number 1 podium spot. But they have 3 men alive. And SLD have a full squad. They got the center, yes, by sharing with SLD, who's happy to be one of the top contenders up there. Rosemary scores a 1, Potato scores a 2, Octa none yet. But they don't have the vision towards all the other teams out there. They are in the low grounds, while the other do have some elevations on their side. It's going to be a tough one because there's so many structures in between. A lot of corners to clear for these guys.
Ooh. Just check out the corners here. Every corner is taken. Boom Esports right now on the outside circle. SLD, if they can pull off a big one with the chicken dinner, who knows? They could take away at least the 2nd place from Yoodo Alliance maybe. Right now, Boom, they need to fight their way through. Only 2 players left. Not enough eyes on their side, but they have no choice.
The one can stop these guys in the race for number 1 spot. It's going to be bacon time. Almsa and Shetty is already inside. In the center, Alter Ego Octa split it with Rosemary and Potato, going in a different compound and angle entirely. PERSIJA EVOS is stopping GEEK. SLATE DS taking the fight against PERSIJA EVOS. It's going to be a 4-way war between these 4 teams right now. GEEK do take the elevations. DX trying to shut down on PERSIJA EVOS, while RQ kind of stuck in between. But there's going to be smokes in between there. The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a clear view towards the side of DX to shoot them down.
Oh, Xavier, they want more. They managed to get a knockdown to Zuxi. Michael Boy's on the other side. Michael Boy with a Micro Uzi. And now Xavier, they will move into the circle. But look at the amount of teams on the other side. We have 3 teams at least with GEEK SLATE there. Xavier Chua gets a knockdown to GEEK.
Chua, very slippery slope there. Trying to be extra careful, but damn good. Reposition himself on the high ground. Stuxnet Nax will be knocked down here. Close enough by Chua. PERSIJA EVOS eliminated at 6 elimination points, but down to 10 teams in the stage number 6, which is going to be less than a minute. Circle will close again. BTR Yuhai take action to a side of FaZe Venturis, knocked down from afar. But DX Chua going around rotation wise is going to be a longer rotation for him to just spot out the rest of RRQ. Alter Ego still in the center with SL split into 2-2 formation. VOIN coming in. Max has been shot down and goes to prepping up the net, hoping he can score another point before being stolen away by Rosemary.
Oh, Rosemary, but no one's really there. He's trying to get Maxius actually. Maxius now Just one bullet onto him and he's out. Rosemary, they'll be dependent on him. He's in the line for the FMVP as well. Now Boom Yummy been shot down by PUBG, and SLD will want the points. They'll want as many points as possible in hopes of them getting into the top 2 at least.
If they shut down on Boom, there's going to be a clear tunnel for SLD to push themselves in the top 2 here. Boom cannot afford to lose here now. It's still too early. I'm not sure if they secure enough elimination, but Boom Pombit have to bow out. Boom plays himself at 9 with 0 elimination. They ended up with what, 1 or 0 points there. But SLD secured a 4. They know for a fact they have a shot to get that number 1. Can they push in the last minute?
They need to pull off a big number here, but they don't have the circle. But look who has the circle, Choo-Choo. Alter Ego has it. In the circle, in the middle. They just need one more point to be on top of Yoodo Alliance and become champions. Unless SLD pulls off something insane. But Alter Ego, right now, they have a big chance of pulling it away from Yoodo Alliance.
Rosemary AKM is just running dry with those ammunition. His ammo is just too low right now. SLD goes to keeping the pressure to a side of Maxis with those Molly, but Maxis know a bit of a angle and corner, and just make sure he can cover himself a bit more and heal himself up. Now he will reply with that nade towards the side of Porridge. SLD will be spotted out big Geek Slate with those elevations. Res of Alter Ego in the center will be hammed by VOIN and the Axe. Same goes for Geek Slate at the same time. We do have Bacon Time on the other end. Nobody's willing to make the first move. It's down to the 8th stage in less than a minute now. Time is not on their side.
Oh, it's so frustrating here for Alter Ego and their fans. They just need one more to go. But they can't seem to seal the deal. It's been a while now. But they're also playing this safely because they know that if they go out, it wouldn't mean anything. Right now, SLD is making their move. And they're going in towards Alter Ego. But Maxius is still on the outside. Maxius on the outside. The zone will be pressured by the blue. He'll be forced to move. Will SLD be the one to take him down, or will it be Alter Ego?
BTR shooting across DX towards the northern side. DX is gatekeeping to a side of Geek Slate. They're having a bit of a triangle war up there in the northern side. Geek Slate fighting back. Lamborghini knocked on damn good. Rosemary trying to take advantage as the third party, playing around with whatever structure they have right now, while VOIN keeping the pressure on the side of Alter Ego. Potato and Octa have no clue. It's going to be VOIN keeping their tabs on the back.
Oh!
Potato realized this, straight away shoot him down, but didn't clip any of it. But VOIN eliminated due to the blues and closing on inside first. This is not where they want to be. Alter Ego, this is a dangerous game they play. You do know for a fact if you place yourself down there in the crate, there's no way out if you're being surrounded. SLD just above them. Alter Ego just trying to stay alive as much as possible.
And the zone actually took out Maxius. But Choo-Choo, now we're at the top 6 teams, meaning that Alter Ego should have enough points to be the champion, but we'll get a confirmation later on. As now, pressure is onto Alter Ego. SLD, they surely want the points in the back, but how many more can they get? Goes to try to take down Octa. And right now, Geek Slate, 5 elimination points. SLD needs to get into the circle. Their next target will be Alter Ego.
Alter Ego have to get out from here if they don't want to be surrounded. There's no way out if they're entering the crate. This is digging their own graveyard here, but SLD, the entire cavalry is here. And coming up, DX is actually unstoppable right now. I'm not sure what's happening on the north, but right now Alter Ego and SLD have too much to fight for. Now, Alter Ego, do they want to take up the challenge or not? Potato stuck himself inside here. There's no way out. Have to fight for himself. Well, there's only 2 players left coming from Alter Ego. The others, Octa just plays himself behind those walls, knowing for the fact if he goes in, the entire team will go down easily because SLD just caught them in a trap.
Oh, SLD motivated to get those elimination points. And probably next is going to be Alter Ego. Alter Ego stuck in the rut. Rosemary, can he be the Beast Mary he is to take down the rest of SLD? Right now, Rosemary, what's his current situation? I gotta find out. But looks like Alter Ego is out. But anyway, with the rank points, it should... Oh, wait a second, wait! Octa is still alive!
He knows for a fact he don't want to caught himself in a trap. That's what happened to VOIN in the previous league. When they caught themselves in this sort of a crate there's no way out. Needs to get out from those tanks. And Octa plays himself exactly where he needs to, but at the same time praying nobody spot him out from the back line. It's going to be Geek Slate, which coming out from the backside of Alter Ego. SLD on the other end, they are striving to get those kills. They know for a fact they don't have enough points if they ended up here. They need to finish off all the other teams to to make themselves in the top 2. BTR on the other hand, nothing else to lose. They just want to go for the fight. They want to end in the highest. But at the same time, I'm not sure how many bullets do Janforce have. Pretty low when it comes to his ammo right now. Vacant time, SLD and GEEK both hovering their crosshair on top of the side of Janforce there. Vacant style want to shut down on SLD.
Well, SLD, how many eliminations do they have right now? Gotta tabulate it again. But Octa staying put, just letting everyone fighting out each other. And now we can see that Janforce being shot down by Stuxnet from GEEK SLATE. BTR is up at number 5 for elimination points. Now it's up against. Now SLD is up against Vacant time. Random space into the smoke will not connect the upstar, but finally Kwangji gets it.
They now scored themselves 6 elimination. Ghost is just next to Octa. Octa not even trying to move an inch there. And Octa being shut down by GEEK SLATE. Alter Ego Bowser at 3rd place. Would it be enough? Now SLD down to the 4v1. Their Vacant time still secures another. Shirty as the last player and SLD made it. But will it be enough?
Will it be enough? How many eliminations again? We gotta get a confirmation later on. But for Alter Ego, they should be the champions. Unless we get a big surprise, but mathematically they should have done it. But now the bigger question is that 2nd place, did SLD do enough?
Did Alter Ego being pushed down? Yoodo Alliance definitely been pushed down to 3rd place. I assure you that. Because they were being eliminated too early on. They just have a bit of a taste in number 1 spot. But they will be punished so hard if they made a mistake being eliminated too early in this last map. Due to the margins of the margins between the teams is too small. Now everybody start to count in their heads right now. Even the players is unsure about the position right now. Where do they stand? Chonji is the MVP for this round. But will be reflected when it comes to overall rankings. Will be enough.
Absolutely no idea. I mean, it's man, because we didn't really get to see like how many eliminations did they get at the end. So for SLD, is it enough for them? Oh man, it's nerve-wracking. Can we get the official scores right now? Even our officials taking the time to okay, did we like double checking all the scores just to be sure, because it means a lot. Number 1, number 2, it's huge, it's big. Who will get it? Even SLD, they're like, did we do enough? They're like kind of calculating as well. They're kind of like still wondering too. They're not really celebrating yet. Even like for the other teams, we don't know.
Speaking of BTR, and DX scores himself. If I'm not mistaken, it was dominating the last time I saw DX. For BTR, they got quite a number of eliminations too. But it will not affect the 2 slots that's going to PMWI. Because BTR and DX are just way down there. They're in the middle pack. But the one that actually will change is going to be those top 5. Did they make it? Did we ended up with a tie? Is it down to the chicken dinners and the eliminations and the rank point system? Are we down to that?
Even our officials are like, okay, we see the celebrations. So this is a confirmation here.
Ladies
definitely.
and gentlemen, your 2023 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Spring Champions, Alter Ego! Let's invite Alter Ego to the front for the ceremony. They have been battling out for weeks. Now dreams have become reality for them. Blood, sweat and tears throughout their journey. They are the champions, Alter Ego. Okay, Alter Ego, at the count of 3, you raise the trophy. In 3, 2, 1, champions! Congratulations once again to Alter Ego. You guys are the champions for the 2023 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Spring. Congratulations to you guys.
Thank you very much.
One journey, one great journey
It
for you
is.
guys. Whew.
It's very
All
exhausting
right.
indeed.
Let the emotions sink in for you guys. Very emotional one for them. So, a long journey for you guys, competing the whole month to finally be crowned the champion. Are you relieved, happy, or what are you feeling right now?
It's beyond everything. It's a feeling that I never could imagine. Like I cannot even hold my tears right now. I'm trying my best.
It's okay, man. Is there anything you want to tell anyone out there? How are you feeling? Maybe tell your supporters something.
First of all, I want to thank everyone in my team for all their dedication and their hard support. That finally we can achieve this. This very, I don't know, I cannot say anything at all. And thank you to everyone that have been supporting us, wishing us for this competition. We will enjoy this moment with you guys later. And we hope you guys keep supporting us so we can be even better later for the PMWI and another championship.
Alright, well said there. So what does it mean for you guys to be the champion of the 2023 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Spring?
It means everything because it's like it's start of our newly built team. Like we have 2 new rosters, 2 new players, Rosemary and Octa this year, and we are failed at the PMPL ID. We managed to come back at our local competition, and now PMSL finally we got the win.
Alright, last but not least, can I have last one team cheer for you guys from the champions?
Trust your team, trust yourself, trust each other. 1, 2, 3! Alter Ego! Go, go, go!
Alright, there you have it from the champions. And now we are announcing the most valuable player of the tournament. Rosemary, can I have a few words from you? Congratulations, you are the most valuable player for the 2023 PMSL SEA Spring. Congratulations, congratulations. With an outstanding performance over the Grand Finals and the whole PMSL SEA Spring, how does it feel to become the best player in the tournament?
Gimana rasanya jadi pemain terbaik di PMSL nih?
Speechless, nggak bisa ngomong.
Speechless, you cannot say a word.
Speechless. You want to say something? Yeah, sure.
Remember guys, this roster is name is Prof, Potato, Rosemary, Octa, Fanatic.
Oh,
remember that. Thank you.
Prof, it is Alter Ego. Congratulations. And how long do you train in a day? And what would you recommend to any PUBG Mobile players to focus as training if they want to become you, Rosemary, as the MVP?
Kalau mau jadi MVP kamu tuh latihan berapa lama sehari?
Setengah jam.
Half an hour, he said.
Half an hour per day, but I bet there's a lot more secrets that we can know. But it's okay. He's crying right now, but I know it's tears of joy. Whew, I'm feeling the emotion right now. So what are the difficulties have you encountered on your way of advancement? How do you overcome them?
Ada kesulitan apa aja sampai kamu sekarang?
Nggak bisa ngomong, sumpah.
It's okay, it's okay.
Nggak disiplin, banyak lah pokoknya nggak disiplin dalam game sama itulah pokoknya.
Mostly lack of discipline because he's very aggressive player, so it's hard to like hold down his aggressiveness. So discipline.
All right, it's all about discipline, guys. Remember, to all the players out there, it's all about the discipline. Congratulations once again to Alter Ego, to Rosemary as the MVP of the season. Whew, it's a roller coaster of emotions, but I guess that's all from us here from the venue. Folks, that's all from us. See you again next time. Alter Ego!
Go, go, go!
Rosemary, Miss Mary, Hail Mary, but hey, that was, I mean, like, I don't get my prediction for the chicken, but I got my prediction for champions, man. I'm happy with that. But speaking of who's getting the second place here, is it SLD? I don't know.
I don't know, we're left hanging, but okay, we won't be left hanging, Choo-Choo. Let's head on to it. Let's go. Let's check out the final scores here. So, okay, SLD 19 points. Yoodo Alliance only 1. Was the gap... Wait, was the gap enough?
I don't know.
And
honestly, I don't know.
SLD has chicken? More chickens than Yoodo Alliance? I'm just going everywhere right now with my numbers. I don't know at this point. Come on, production, please just show it to us. I cannot. Okay.
Here we go. Oh,
what?
Wait, it's a tie?
What? And the tiebreaker is the rank points, Choo-Choo. Rank points, tiebreaker. Oh
my god.
Oh no. But
congratulations to Ultimate for the champions, and SLD make it for PMWI, but Yoodo Alliance.
Heartbroken for Yoodo Alliance. Oh man, this is crazy. It's not the chicken dinner. It is the rank points that separated them. Oh
and
no!
The ties.
Oh, it's
the ties didn't take the number 1 this time. This is the first ever we have different champions. Alter Ego. Sorry, excuse me, but Indonesia is coming back to take the throne away this time.
Wow. After a long absence of the Indonesian region in Southeast Asia being the champions, it's gonna be Alter Ego taking it home. Congratulations to Rosemary as well, being the FMVP. My goodness. Oh, this is so dramatic. Here we go. Alter Ego, shine like diamond, qualified to PMWI.
This is the most craziest run for so much at stake. SLD pulled away with those rank points only. It was a tie. Their last push from 5th place, Cloud. 5th place.
And imagine this. If SLD, even though they got the amount of points, but they don't get the chicken dinner, then the tiebreaker will favor Yoodo Alliance. It is that close. It is that crazy. It's that insane. Man, but we have to celebrate our season MVP. That is Rosemary, Beast Mary, Rose Carey. Give him any name you want. It doesn't matter anymore. He's the man.
I'm happy with this. I mean, like, I'm Alter Ego fan all the way here when it comes to the grand finals. And he's deserving to stay there. That's deserving. Individual awards coming up for the gunslinger. Congratulations to Alter Ego Rosemary, but PERSIJA survived the longest. Misery for PERSIJA EVOS taking the longest distance, while 9 Noise being the best support there is, and Yummy. We don't have DBS Master, but Grenade Master it is.
My boy Yummy. My boy Yummy. You had Rosemary, I had Yummy. At least I have him up there, so I'm okay. I'm cool with that. I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh man, I'm still emotional over, like, oh man, whatever the results. But we gotta congratulate PUBGM as well, being the top survivor. Misery, the Eagle Eye, the longest distance elimination, and 9 Noise being the best assist, the field medic of the PMSL.
What a game here today, Cloud. This is just the most incredible journey for South Asia right now. What a change of era. Coming from the ties before, now the Indonesians take it back in their home country for those trophy. It's been a while they've been the Southeast Asia champion. Now they're taking the trophy back.
Man, I'm done for the day. Too much drama. Too much drama in my life. I'm out of here, Choo-Choo. Yeah. It's
Yeah, but I want to thank you guys all watching at home as well. I'm like a production crew and Cloud, especially your production as well. Thank you so much. And you guys been sticking with us. I mean, like, we have our highs and lows. We have a roller coaster ride together, and we're sorry for our shortcomings. We do know there are so many lacking on our side. We hope for your forgiveness. But hey, you got your champions now, and I mean, like, I'm happy with it. Rosemary. I mean, yeah.
Okay, I'll take Yummy up there anytime, alright? So Yummy, cool. But okay, I'm sure we're gonna end the show soon. So before we end the show, officially for the PMSL this season, it's been a journey. Thank you so much for our lovely viewers out there. A lot of recurring names to come and support us at the show. We love you so much. I wish I could mention all of them, but it's not possible. But just a couple of names that really pop out. Alwyn's been popping up every day in the show. Aaron Lelis, Jack, like Yagami, I see you, Clash Zunes, Ujwa Gamer, Naufal. I mean, I can't say all of them, but you know who you are. And Choo Choo, final words from you.
And yeah, I mean, like, I want to extend to that list. I saw a lot of Mr. Plenty, even though you guys are having some sort of a love-hate relationship with us, you know what I mean? And coming up from Cheng Reishang, and so many of you guys down there. I mean, like, I can't possibly, and I know there's so much love coming up from you guys, aside from the hate. I mean, like, yeah, it's okay, we're okay with that, but you know what? There's more to go. Keep on rooting for the South Asia representative in the Worlds later, because there's going to be 2 representatives coming up, which you got yourself SLD pushing in last minute. Why not? And Alter Ego. And there's more PUBG Mobile in the future. So always stay tuned. Don't forget to be safe and stay hydrated, and most importantly, stay positive within the community of PUBG Mobile.
And hopefully we'll be able to see you in the near future soon. Maybe PMWI, I don't know. So thank you so much for being with us. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo as always. It's been a pleasure casting with you for many, many years now, and to witness this with you, it's an amazing journey. Thank you so much, guys. We'll be leaving the desk right now. That is it for us at the English desk of the PUBG Mobile Super League. Till we see you in the future. Bye.